to keep you around. With my feet tied, with my feet tied, tied to the ground. The end's nowhere to be found. I don't know why you don't leave me to drown. Oh, don't know where to go unless you say. Don't know what to do unless you stay. Thinking that today will be our day, it'll be our day again. Why am I playing with time as it's ticking away? It's ticking away, away. I'm asking why we run for our lives. Not a second to waste. They're ticking away, away, away.
Alright, let's get it. Winning, losing, either way I'm there. Got an attitude, I'm off the roof, up in the air. Let's run, I make it count, yeah, I'm talking right now. Feel like the comeback kid, got no time to spare. Double up score, 22-2-4. You know I win a lot, gotta win one more. On a hot street, never gets old. Sorta with the ace and my team went gold.
Why am I playing with time as it's ticking away? It's ticking away, away. I'm asking why we run for our lives. Not a second to waste. They're ticking away, away, away. They're ticking I'll give it one more try. I don't know why, but I keep coming back every time. I want it more than my life. I don't know why, but it feels so right. Why am I playing with time as it's ticking away? It's ticking away, away. I'm asking why we run for our lives. Not a second to waste. It's ticking away, away, away. It's ticking
Y'all sit back and watch me speak. About to take over your screen. Talking bulls in 93. Talking mom, I'm on TV. Y'all know all I do is me. All I do is me. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and all I know, my money green. About to snap and make a scene. My cup off and make this free. My cup off and make them scream. Go back off for TMZ. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch. Watch me. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Money long, nothing on credit. I got style, don't catch no feelings. All this bread, ain't got no lettuce. I got style, don't catch no feelings. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look, look. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look, look. Sit back and watch. Watch me. Sit back. Sit back. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back.
Anytime you clock a butterfly, I flip a switch, keep a secret, let you come inside. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing when I land it. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing when I land it. If you give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me.
Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on 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 me.
Anytime you clock a butterfly, you flip a switch, keep a secret, let me come inside. When you run the gamut, but you could never plan it. You keep on breathing when you're in it. If you give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me. Give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. If you give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me.
Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me.
Straight to the top like a new fade. Come for your neck like a hoop chain. Wish all you want like you blue cakes, but I'm on the roll like I move skates. Settle to the top like it's due date, and I'm never gonna stop like LeBron James. Big dreams, yeah, live large. We go hard to play hard. Dream big, live large. I work hard to play hard. I'm coming for the top and I ain't never gonna stop. Oh no. Dream big, live large. Work hard, play hard, go hard, play hard. Work hard, play hard, go hard, play hard. Wearing them out like a bootlace, rise to the top like a souffle. I bring the heat like Dwayne Wade, dishing them out like a food tray. Big bars like I move weights, and I'm serving them up like a food plate. Yeah, big dreams, live large. We go hard to play hard. Dream big, live large. I work hard to play hard. I'm coming for the top and I ain't never gonna stop. Oh no. Dream big, live large. Work hard, play hard, go hard, play hard.
Yeah, motivated, I'm focused. Came a long way from the lowest. Yeah, gotta get it, the mindset, gotta put it in motion. This is the moment, gotta one up my opponent. Back then they ain't noticed me, now they know it's me. I'm the chosen. It's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster.
Yeah, whole lot of times they doubted I wouldn't be who I am without it. Sleepless nights I counted, it all paid off, it's really astounding. I had to keep the faith to elevate, hope for better days, they were coming. Now we can celebrate, knowing every day is abundant. Yeah, it's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. All that pain, it done made me to a monster.
Hello everybody, welcome to EMEA Challengers Stage 3, Day 2 of the playoffs, and things are heating up. We have some unexpected results in Day 1, and that has left us in a very interesting place here in Day 2. First of all, I'm Twiggy. I'm joined by my analysts Echo and Zeshton. Are you looking forward to today's games, Echo?
Oh, I am. I think this is the best possible set of games that we've got online for us today. I'm so excited to see what happens. And realistically, we're seeing the highs and the lows today. And that's just incredibly invigorating for me here.
Excellent day. All to say. I mean, we're starting off, we're going to see the bracket in a moment, and what's coming towards us is some phenomenal Valorant, I would say. You know, we pre-selected a bit yesterday, you know, finding the you know, it's the same when you go, like, I don't know, into the mud to get some gold, and you use this sieve kind of thing, and there's the gold nugget, and there you go. Those are some very big gold nuggets we have right here.
Is that a common occurrence for you, Zesh? Do you like a 1920s gold miner in the US, the gold rush?
Absolutely, doing it every summer. Yep.
Okay, that's awesome. That's very cool. You should let us know where you do that, right? But we have some great games today. Of course, Navi Jr. just about got through on that series versus Focus. It was a little closer than we thought it was going to be, but they're going to be coming up against Enterprise Esports today, so they really need to have cleaned up their act for that team. Also in the upper bracket, Misa versus Reborn, but it is down at the lower bracket where obviously obviously we're going to be saying goodbye to some teams, and therefore our focus is going to be later today. Focus versus Mandatory is definitely going to be an interesting game, but also on the other stream, keep your eyes on MIR, because they were the only team that came through as the top seed out of their group that are now in the lower bracket and are on the chopping block, right? So that is a very, very interesting thing to keep your eyes on. But of course, first off, we have to set our sights on the Northeast battle, right? The Navi Junior versus Enterprise Esports. These are two, for very different reasons, venerated teams, Echo.
Yeah, they obviously Navi Junior, much newer. They've come up relatively recently, just into stage 2, and then they, I think, shocked everyone. I think it's very fair to say with their Challengers 2 performance. Close game yesterday, and now they're coming in here, hopefully with a fresh mind, fresh pair of eyes, ready to fight against a team that they're yet to beat.
Yeah, and I think, you know, when we take a look at it, and also like you talking about as a surprise, it's been quite a long time since Navi Junior has met Enterprise. Things have changed ever since. Experience has changed ever since. You know, getting this kind of feeling of trying to understand how it goes for Navi Junior. I mean, yesterday was the second time in the entire team's career to play in overtime, coming successfully out of it this time around. So for me, it's one of those things where I'm very much looking forward to how their experience has shaped, because it's about time to beat such a big dog. Because let's be honest, in Challengers 2 they were looking great. They never had to face them. This is a different kind of caliber, this inter-regional fight.
Yeah, exactly. This is the new kids on the block, right? Navi Junior. We didn't really think much of them coming into stage 2, but they showed us as the second placed team in that tournament that they really were a surprising roster. And yeah, as you say, as you kind of imply, this is the test for them that would, you know, turn them into a top team. If they manage to beat, you know, the biggest team in Northeast over the course of this year in Enterprise Esports, then that is finally that test over and done with, and they can rightfully kind of take their place, right? You have to take down the Goliath as David to be able to kind of take that spot and claim for yourselves the best in the region, and therefore maybe wider best in the whole of EMEA. Navi Junior looking to make waves just like they did last time, Echo.
Yeah, it's test after test for this team. They are consistently being put up against some of the best that our region of EMEA has to offer, and sometimes it goes well. Sometimes it doesn't so much, as I'm sure we'll see in a second. But when it goes well, you can see so many incredible sparks from this team that they are exciting to watch on an individual basis, but also just the story of this roster coming together as a 5. They hadn't even locked in their 5 by the time they came second in Challengers 2. That's an incredible story that they've only recently had this 5 locked in, and they're already performing at the top level.
It's like we said yesterday, we elaborated so much on it. It's that team where if you don't know who to cheer for, go for them. Yeah. You're going to see it again today. It's one of those playstyles that is unique. It's one of those approaches that is unique. And I think this game right here is a very massive test once more for this roster, because sure, you can make it second in Challengers 2, all nice and great, but at the end of the day, this is like your arch nemesis that you finally need to beat.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, we said it's a big test for them today. It was a big test for them yesterday. We didn't really expect it to be, but it was definitely a test of, you know, kind of how you can get through a tough situation, right? 13-7 was the first map to Focus, and they had to fight their way back from that one through an overtime, 16-14, and then a tough split as well. So for Navi Junior, they ran into that immediate roadblock. They managed to overcome that situation. It's a much tougher opponent versus Enterprise Esports today. Do you think this is going to come back to haunt them today, or do you reckon they've kind of taken that and gone, "Oof, okay, we can now put into action some of the things we learned from that game," Echo?
I think one of the big things they're going to have to learn, if they have managed to learn, is how to not lose against these ecos. Because, I mean, Zesh, you called this out. They are losing so consistently against these.
This was really rough. I mean, look, yesterday we had a couple of rounds where Navi Junior was looking just phenomenal in terms of their economic department. They had the weapons they need. Their opponent was looking lackluster with, as you see right here, for example, a couple of pistols, and we have a Marshall in play. However, they managed to lose this round because sometimes it seems they're a bit overzealous. I mean, this move right here is exactly what I was looking at when I was telling you this is how you lost the round. This is exactly where you lose the round, because it's this 1 second decision where you think like, I need to make the kill now. I need to make the kill now. And those are young players. It's absolutely acceptable to make those mistakes. Part of the deal of being an academy team. However, you don't want to repeat that. I'm sure Jonta has really put his finger on that one and said, we cannot afford to make such amateur type mistakes, which you make as this young player. However, you need to get rid of them. You need to get them out of your system ASAP. And this is very often, at many times, this can cost you a game. We have to remind ourselves here, Focus was 2 rounds away of taking the series 2-0. They couldn't close it out. Big props there to Navi Jr. for showing the resilience. However, it was just millimeters away from absolute, surprised in that end that we saw them in the lower bracket. They managed to get it done, yes, but this one might be something that Enterprise is able to punish much harder.
Exactly. Look, they're coming up against what has been for a long time, you know, the best team in Northeast, the biggest team in Northeast. They have had this streak of being, you know, the best for a while now. They've got their experience, and Navi Jr. has never won a map against Enterprise Esports. They've got close before. It's been a while since I last played them, so who knows what's changed since then. But Echo, you know, the odds are stacked against them, I think.
Yeah, the odds are very much stacked against them. If you're looking at even their previous matchup in the upper final or lower final maybe of stage 2, it was a 3-0 for Enterprise, and it was a dominant one at that. The closest these two teams have ever gotten was at 13-11 in their first matchup in the group stage. But here, you can see Navi Jr. got a total of 16 rounds over the course of 3 maps. They have a 34% win rate against Enterprise because of how difficult this Goliath is for them. Specifically, if we're looking at Lime as an example, he didn't really put up the best numbers from Enterprise, but Darkseid, who is usually right up the top of the board for Navi, was just shut down. There was a -10 differential between those two players on an individual fights against each other. And if the individuals are getting shut down by Enterprise, that's where Navi will struggle.
I mean, first of all, I think Lime is severely underrated, and I'm always one of the biggest Lime fans. Should be in VCT by now. But besides that point, yeah, it's one of those things where I think, listen, when you play against Navi Jr., it's one of the most annoying teams you can play against because their playstyle is on the unorthodox side, especially when they are, for example, attacking. They take a lot of time. They contact as close as possible. They're selling you fakes in the last 30 seconds. And there is like 2 types of IGLs who can deal with this. Those who are really scripted, they will have a hard time against Navi Jr. Those who are really adaptable and know how to deal with a variety of situations and do that on the fly, they are able to deal with this. I think, you know, in those games, surely individual performance, yes. However, I think it's also relevant here to highlight the calling of Illuri probably on the Enterprise side that makes it much more easier for them. But you had the point, right? Lime versus Darkseid is one thing to absolutely look out for. Darkseid being such a powerhouse, still lacking most of the time when it comes against EP. It's gonna be a tough one, but once more, this is like the key thing to highlight here. It's been more than a month that those two played against each other. And when it comes to learning things, EP is exponentially learning Navi Jr. is exponentially learning much more than this very veteran stacked roster of Enterprise. So for me personally, it's going to be absolutely exciting to see how this, well, not new version, but slightly updated version of Navi Jr. is now performing against Enterprise. This is the real deal.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you mentioned Darkseid just then, and as you say, learning a lot. The whole Navi Junior side, I think, has that higher. They have a difference between where they are now and their peak, right? Whereas Enterprise Esports, they have that experience. They're closer to that peak. And if Navi Junior can learn what they need to, if Darkseid can put on a performance better than that last time against Enterprise, which, looking at the last 90 days, has been kind of the trend. Whether that's because of the teams that they faced, or whether that's, just because he's getting better at the game. We don't know yet. We're going to find out today. But Echo, do you think that is the case? Do you think now Darkzio has learned a bit more, the whole team has learned a bit more, maybe how to support Darkzio as well, that this rematch against Enterprise Esports will be closer to that last 90 days than their last performance against EP?
You've got to imagine it will be, because don't forget, this roster of Navi Juniors outperformed Enterprise at Challengers 2, right? They got up to that second spot, whereas Enterprise didn't make it out of groups. They might have had a harder group, maybe, you could argue that, but regardless, it does to me feel like Navi Junior on such a upwards trend. Is actually, you call it like exponential, right? They are really improving so quickly, and you can see that just in the individuals, but also just the eye test, watching how they play, and I think Darkzio improving is a big part of that.
Let's see. I mean, listen, I'm not sold on it entirely yet. I love this Navi Junior squad. I'm saying it probably for the 10th time at this point. The thing is, especially in a Darkzio department, you play against Lime. For me, this is, I don't even care who's the main duelist of Enterprise. You play against Lime. And this is the bigger problem for me, because he is able to, most of the time, outsmart and outplay his opponents on the entry frag department. And this is the most concerning part, because Navi want those, of course. Every team wants those, but Navi especially wants those. This is where my worries really come in, because that yesterday was not dominance from Navi Junior.
Well, let's take a look at their opponent, because that is going to be the biggest test here. Obviously, the people standing in their way, this is a org who has had so much success, no matter what roster they've put together. But the roster has been, over the while that they have been in the scene, relatively, steady, right? Which is kind of it's not really something that you see a lot in Tier 2 esports, but with these two teams today, that is kind of the case, and this is a very talented side. I mean, look, you look at their losses over their wins over the past year, and there are only a handful of things to pick out in terms of losses. That's the thing, Echo.
Yeah, they've lost 5 series over this entirety of this year. 2 of them were in EMEA 2 against Focus and Reborn, both teams that are in the top 8 currently in Challengers 3. They only lose typically against these good teams. And out of the 6 events that they've played last year, or this year, not including this one right now, they've come first in 5 of them. There's only 1 event they haven't come first in that they've played in this year. And that is one of the craziest statistics that you could put to any team. If this was a Tier 1 team, you'd be calling them the greatest of all time already. They're in Tier 2, so we can't say that yet. But they are absolutely in the ballpark for that.
Yeah.
I think you cannot count winning Northeast. I'm sorry, I have to say it. You cannot make it. This doesn't work. But yes, you're right. They've been insanely consistent. I think the most interesting part was the drop off into the stage 2 Challengers part and Challengers 2. It's actually fascinating to see. But now they can redeem themselves, and this is the part. This bouncing back is what matters the most. So let's see if they're capable of that one.
Right, well, before we talk about it a little more, I'm going to throw it over to a quick interview that was conducted with Itupata.
We have to also hear a voice from one of those teams we haven't seen on this broadcast yet, and that is Enterprise. I have the honor to talk to the coach, Itupata, about a team that, everyone always thinks is going to come into such a tournament, dominate. At the end of the day, this has not been the case with Challengers 2. This has not been the case for quite some time, considering the caliber of your team. Can you give us a bit of an idea of what has happened ever since Challengers 2 and now, where you think your team is now back on the right track?
I don't think we were really in that big of a slump, considering all the circumstances, because if you think about it, after Split 1, we had 2 days to prepare, and after Split 1, it was like the Yoru nerf, it was 2 new maps, like Corrode and Abyss going out, which were like 2 of our best maps. So, it was, for us, it was kind of obvious that we're gonna go into a little bit of a slump, and Split 2 didn't really matter because we were already qualified for Challengers 3. And after Split 2, I think during Split 2 we had more match days than scrim days, and for a team that's reliant on its system and our fundamentals, that was very hurtful for us. And now we had 3 weeks between Split 2, Challengers 2 and Challengers 3, and in those 3 weeks we just hard focus on our system, on our fundamentals, implementing party tech, and I think, I mean, you see the results. It's been working out pretty good so far.
And the results look pretty much like the enterprise we know. Before we go there, I want to quickly touch on to who you're playing against. Navi Jr., of course, and you know, the trajectory of this team has been looking excellent, especially considering that those were a lot of unknown factors. However, when you guys played against them, they didn't even take a single map. Can you describe to us what makes it so rather easy for you guys to play against this team?
I don't think there's anything special about how we approach this game. I think we approach this game just like any other, and I do feel like they're a really good team and they've been improving. I think we played them 2 times. Once it was like Polaris playoff, and they were already like beating the Team Liquid Academy, which was quite impressive, and we weren't expecting that to see that. But I do feel like they improved a lot, and you know, like each game is gonna be harder and harder against them.
For me, of course, you know, you already touched on it. The elephant in the room, so to say, is Prox is out, Patek came in. How was it getting him back up to speed? He hasn't played for a while. Your system, especially with Valori, is something you need to get used to a certain extent. How was it implementing in the team, and how do you feel he's doing right now within Enterprise?
I think implementing him into the system was quite easy. He did have a lot of qualities that we actually needed, and you know, like it's not his best role, like it's not his primary role that we picked him on, and I think mostly we picked him because he had exactly the qualities that we were missing in our system, and I think he fit like perfectly in it. Even after, I think it was like after the first day of scrims, we already felt like, okay, this feels really good. So I think naturally he just fits very well in the system as a player and also as a person. I think he's a funny guy, and he's pretty cool to be around. So we're really happy to have him.
All right, perfect. That has been it. Thank you very much for your time, and best of luck in your game.
Thank you.
All right, and off the back of that, obviously, we can take a deeper dive into Patek here and his role in the team, because look, the changes that have been made, I think, you know, we can take a look at a head-to-head, basically, of the role that is going on there. Zesh, why don't you talk me through this?
It's such a tough comparison, really, because Prox has been an absolute beast, especially in my eyes in their international competition, where he was absolutely capable of stepping up for his team. I mean, you know, looking at his entire year on the role, and this is very important, on the role of a smoker, right? This is your 220 ACS, roughly, smoker player. And this is something you need to emphasize when it comes to this role, because it doesn't necessarily need to be this good. But this man was absolutely on fire, and filling those shoes with someone who has not been in the active scene for like roughly a year or something like that is very hard. But under that lens, Patek is doing fine.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. Like, he's not making Enterprise any worse, right? He is there, he's doing good, he's had some nice clutches as well. There were quite a few of them yesterday that we could see. He's done good with the integration, but Proxer, I mean, Magnum said on Twitter, like, Proxer is one of the best players he's ever worked with, right? Like, Proxer is a great player. Patek, we've seen the heights from him that can get right to that level, but he's just got to integrate into the system. Like we heard from Adepoda, like, the system is important. It takes time to integrate, even if it feels good to start with. He's getting there, and I feel like it's only going to be going up for this team now.
Yeah, exactly. I think part of that is testing yourself against some of the, you know, the more difficult opponents, right? They've had a few opponents that are looking good so far. It's now Navi Jr., I think, is probably a pretty good litmus test for this new roster to see how well it works, how well it shapes up, Zesh.
It is, you know, I'm just most curious to see if that adaptation is truly the case, because again, coming in from not playing for half a year and adapting to a system you're sure some fundamentals you're probably going to be absolutely accustomed to is tough. It's really tough, and this is one of the games where it really matters. Yesterday versus Mandatory, wasn't really hard. You have to be real about it. They didn't struggle at all against the French here, but today could be much different. I really believe in Navi Junior giving them one hell of a fight today. Not just something weak that we've seen before with those 13-4s, 13-8s. It's not going there today.
I think we can quite easily compare against mandatory as well, right? Because Navi Junior played against them in the group stage, and they struggled a little bit harder against them than what we saw from Enterprise. Enterprise were very comfortable. It was a bit of a roll, to be honest, there. And now, but for Navi, they did struggle a bit. So I think that's a really nice comparison point of actually Enterprise still look stronger overall, but Navi Junior's improvement is definitely a big factor to consider.
All right, well, now we can move on, I think, to just taking a quick talk about the map vetoes, right? This is an important part coming into this game. I mean, I can't even remember the maps that they played against Navi last time. It was around Pearl Split Haven was what they played last time around. That was a while ago, of course, so not as relevant here coming into this one, but a lot of those are going to still be available at the very least coming into this for the teams, theoretically, right? So, Echo, what do you think is going to be the focus point for each of these teams here?
Yeah, so I think both of these teams have permabans pretty much. We almost always see Lotus being banned out by Na'Vi and Breeze being banned out by EP. There's a couple of times I think that's changed, but for Na'Vi, I think it's always been Lotus. I don't think they've ever kind of gone away from that. So that means we're probably going to be landing on maps like Ascent, Fracture, and Split. And I think Split is where I want to go to, because I think Na'Vi could do a good work there and could surprise, because that map's always been pretty good for them. It was a bit weak yesterday compared to maybe what we were expecting, but in theory, I think their Split should be good up against Enterprise. Zesht is, I think, disagreeing with me there, so I want to hear that.
No, not at all. No, I don't necessarily want to disagree, but I don't know if I want to go to Split.
Okay.
I think I see more the Ascent type of thing coming into fruition right here for those guys. But you know, when we go with what you're rightfully saying, when we go with hypothetically the pick situation, right, with what you're going to decide to play, it's more like we are leaning towards, let's say, a Pearl or a Haven, but with the recent trajectory, and I think this is what we need to go with, right? With the recent trajectory that we've seen, Ascent was available, we played. Ascent is available, we played. Remaining, we leave it remaining. They are fully fine with playing this, and now here comes the big question. How ready are you as Enterprise to play this odd composition, if we're seeing it or not? But that's the exciting part. This is what I'm really looking forward to, because I would love to see an Ascent. Breeze, I think, Echo, this is no big surprise. Lotus, but now I want to see what's up. Now I want to see where we're going with this.
Surely Pearl, right? Because it's a very weak map.
There you go. Yep.
Oh. Okay.
Makes sense.
Yeah,
I mean,
no,
recently against Reborn and against Barcelona, you know, has been in there. It makes a lot of sense in my eyes to go for this, and there it is. This is lovely. This is absolutely a lovely map pool to watch, where we see true strengths and equal footing, I think is most importantly to really emphasize here, between those teams. That's like the really interesting part, that there's no big weakness, and Split is out. This is a great decision. I'm already excited. I don't even care what the decider map is. I just want to see it.
It's going to be Haven. I think it has to be Haven at this point, because Na'Vi don't want to go to Pearl. And Haven, Enterprise, they are stronger on this map. Na'Vi Junior, although they've been picking it in Challengers 3, they've not been looking good on it. No. I think if this goes to Haven, I'm very much looking at Enterprise to take this away.
Yeah, I mean, even looking back to, you know, the last time they won Haven, that was against UCAM in Stage 2 playoffs. So that is a very unfortunate, I think, final map to go on based on recent form, right? Every time they have picked it, they have lost it. It was 9-3, 8-3, now 7-3 against Focus. 9-13, 8-13, 7-13 against Focus. So maybe we'll get 6 rounds out of them on that final map today. That is if we do get to it. Of course, Fracture, they haven't really played. Not in recent memory from what I can recall, at the very least. So this is going to be a completely new kind of look for Na'Vi Junior, a big test for them on map 1, just to keep themselves mentally in the game, I think, Echo, so that they can rebound for map 2.
Yeah, their fracture was fine previously. We haven't seen it in this Challengers, but previously it was good. It was a fine map for them. They beat internationally Besiktas and CGN on it. So, you know, those are two reasonable teams, sorry Zesht, to beat on that map, right? And I think that definitely shows that they are comfortable here, but they've been avoiding it a little bit since then.
That I would obviously absolutely disagree with, that it is a reason. I mean, I
it's
say
the biggest win they've ever had, actually.
Biggest win they've ever had.
No, that's serious. I know that we could have beaten them on that map. It was very possible for the guys to do it, but Navi Junior is definitely a tough opponent. The only interesting part, of course, is if we see compositional changes, because before Challengers 2, if I'm not totally wrong, they played the Veto. Now they might just come back with exactly this. This is the interesting part to me, because obviously there's a clear veto tendency in what they want to play. They've brought it back onto Ascent as well. It's definitely a choice they're taking. That's the interesting part to me. If we go back to the Breach, Tejo, Veto kind of composition, or if we stick to Double Duelist, both are fine in the philosophy of Navi Junior. The thing is, if you're Enterprise on this, I think preparing is not very possible, in the sense that, like, the VODs are so old. You know, Navi Junior has something up their sleeve. They're not lazy in any regard. So for Enterprise, it's really about playing, this horrible sentence, but the very truth, their own game. It's as easy as this, which makes it very interesting for Navi what they make out of it. That's like the exciting part, because hypothetically speaking, they can deal with seeing something. They can deal with the game against Job Life. They can deal against the game with Mandatory, where Enterprise play Fracture. Let's see if they have a magic antidote for their opponent's map pick here.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, the stakes could not be higher for this game. Navi Junior can secure their first win against Enterprise Esports here. That would be historic for them. That would be the real kind of testament to the improvement that they have made so far. And as well as that, on Enterprise's side, they're only 2 wins away from going to VCT play-ins, right? The winner of this game gets into the top 3, and then you're only 1 away getting into those finals, getting that play-in spot. So
Actually,
that is absolutely good.
It's 1.
It is 1.
It's 1. Yes.
Oh,
the entire day we lied to you. Entire day we lied to you for the suspense.
No,
it's one game, Echo. It's only one, and this makes it. And this is very important to understand for everyone out there. Navi Junior, you know, being an academy team, you are not necessarily in a position to, let's say, you know, qualify. You know, because you're a junior team, right? You cannot. Same with Ascension, but for Enterprise, this is a game where you get the golden ticket that gets you one step closer to champions. You want this game today.
This is the most important game that they've had, I think, in this Challengers. It is.
You could say in the year so far.
Yeah, genuinely. Like, all of the other victories they've had, they've been relatively easy. Not, you know, just first place in these tournaments. Like I said, it's only Northeast, so, you know, whatever. But for this is for play-ins. That is so incredibly important. They could get to champs. If they win this, they have that path set out in front of them. And, I mean, you've got to be feeling there's a little bit of pressure on Enterprise with that in mind.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think the interview yesterday with Darkstar really gave it away. Those are a bunch of kids having a good time with a good coach and just playing their hearts out, and they do play their hearts out. For Enterprise, it is really that point in time where, okay, we need to prove ourselves. You know, there's all this hype about us. We win this EMEA clash where we beat tier 1 teams already at the beginning of 2026. And now it is our time to prove ourselves and redeem ourselves, most importantly. That all those months where we had to put in the effort, all those practice games, all those hours spent on the server, in Theory, in Discord, whatever it is finally paying off to get only a step closer, but an essential step closer to the big stage, to playing offline for champions, hypothetically. And Navi Junior, they're chilling there, you know, eating their ice cream. It's a bit warm out there. You know what, guys? Let's just enjoy our time. Let's just play the game. They don't even know what they're doing, the opponent. This is the kind of amazing mindset that Navi Junior is in, where sure, they want to win, they want to have this first victory, but they hypothetically can be way more chill than Enterprise. But they got the veterans. They got the ones who are experienced. Are they even worrying?
I mean, that's the thing, right? Echo, do you think that is going to play a part in this? Do you think Enterprise Esports is the kind of team that would let that pressure get to them?
I don't think it is. I think Enterprise, all of these players are experienced. They know like except for Cozy, basically, right? Like their experience, they know what it's like. And even Cozy this year has been in so many grand finals with, if you're looking at Clash, if you're looking at Challengers 1, and as we come here into the Agent Select, I'm not massively surprised by any of this.
Yeah, I mean, it stays the same. Navi Jr. literally kept the same composition, refined it in the way they want to approach, refined it in the way they want to play. A team that is very much interested, if I remember correctly, towards the north side of the map, really taking it slow, taking it easy, really selling you things towards the last second. And this was the great thing about Enterprise, and this is going to be very interesting. Enterprise yesterday on this map, when they were defending, they didn't shut down with amazing first kills in those aggressive slots. When Mandatory wanted to go on site, Enterprise shot down every single one, crossing the lines to access where you want to plant the spike. This could become a problem, a massive problem, because remember, against Focus, the controlled scenarios were a problem for Navi Jr.
All right, well, for Navi Jr., the biggest test of their careers so far. Can they get their first win against Enterprise Esports? Can Enterprise Esports get their spot in play-ins with this win? We're going to find out right here, right now, with Pavlos and MP.
Oh boy, this is exciting. An inter-regional matchup that determines if Enterprise gets in to the VCT qualifier play-ins. Man, I'm so excited about this one, MP, because there's just this back and forth between these two teams. Navi Jr. never able to get past the line. Enterprise looking strong as ever, even having to bring in a new addition with the likes of Padatek coming through, slotting in nicely. This couldn't get more exciting than this.
Absolutely not. It's the Northeast battle. I love this. It's the experience versus the youngsters. Navi Juniors obviously having great stage 2, Enterprise not so much, but I think that was just a fluke. Enterprise, they are so strong team with insane individuals, insane leader as well. Iluri, I love him. I mean, he's a great player, great individual as well. Probably the best in terms of shooting. I think he highlighted that in the interview. Something to improve is that he's not quite at the level of Cozy. Close, but not quite. But still, he has Cozy on his side. Having that young talent as an IGL, as a leader, I think it's quite easy to make some difficult calls, some difficult takes as well. And something that we see quite a lot here in Fracture, especially on the defensive side, is the kind of cohesion between Iluri and Cozy. A lot of times Iluri is setting Cozy up with the Sky Flash for an aggressive operator pick.
Sure.
But before we get all the way there, we have to go with the pistol. Enterprise usually quite good on the defensive side.
Oh yeah, talking about good, Navi Jr. pretty damn decent on this map, but Enterprise are good. So, into this matchup, we see Navi Jr. instantly on the attack. Guarding Light, enabling the push. Already by 2 players, but that Trailblazer connects onto 2 players. Lime sees the opportunity to get into the back lines, find a double kill, but by the end of this exchange, when the dust settles, it's a 3v3.
Got spike.
Enterprise grouping up really nicely. Navi Jr. is quite split up at this moment.
Yeah, that is true. But they still have a minute to work around with. They're thinking it might be just time to go for the double-sided aggression. But in the meantime, Enterprise are just bunched up, and they've just given away some very crucial information. Darkzo falls a little bit further back after the first confrontation, gets caught by Cozy, and Timmy the Turret now can assist in holding down the sideline. In the meantime, Spike went down, but still a 2v3 favoring the Enterprise. They hold, but now swing together, and Kalosha having difficulty connecting on the headshots. It's a spray down from Sizzo to find one, and enough time for the reload. One and up, higher angle, the other diffusing, and it's enough of a distraction to get Enterprise across the board.
I think it's already a start of the story. Navi Juniors take great, but when we go into a 3 versus 3 situation, Enterprise are just step ahead. They're so good in being that cohesive group, in how to take these duels as well. Cozy there, sure, he's all alone, but the initial aggression coming through from main means that Cozy will have advantage in that fight. And brilliant fight in the end as well. Enterprise going on to a buy round here. Cozy picking up Outlaw already. Navi Juniors having to go for an eco. Sure, Bandit, Seraph, and Frenzy coming up. And we are no strangers for eco round wins.
No, we're not. Navi Jr. looking to bring pace with this, holding out behind the smoke. to grab the orb and then pull the trigger on the attack. Contact play. Surprise. They say the Magnum, but he does not get surprise! Magnum holds Mask 1 up until the end, empties the barrel on all 4 players and brings out the secondary to get the ace on round number 2.
It's the reverse James Bond. 7-0-0. 2 rounds in and Magnum already 1 away from the lockdown. That's great when we think about this bonus round. If Magnum opens this one up, they will have that initial or that ultimate to retake or do anything what they want. And if he doesn't even get that kill, that's going to be coming up in the gun round on round 4. Enterprise usually not, or it seems that they're not the team to force and rifle here, especially not losing player, but Cozy aggressive with the outlaw still.
Indeed. Let's put it out. Drawn back. We'll try and go in for another. Kalosha. Just that one down pretty damn quickly. No aggression off the back of that. You've kind of got a split idea of how you want to approach this. Maybe it's a bit of a poke and prod on B, trying to lure more players in. Trying to hope that Enterprise rotate away and then go for the double back. Does feel like that's the case, especially the Spike now maneuvering towards the eastern side of the map, but it's not a complete commit just yet.
They've got to run it back as well. Kalosha picking up the orb means that they have the 6th player. Drone, whatever you want to call that. Magnum as the sole defender right here. Enterprise has to make a move on the other side of the map, and they're starting to rotate already.
After the ace sequence of round 2, it feels like Magnum's a bit of a mini-boss that we have to deal with. And this mini-boss, though, falls quite quickly. As Dark is able to slide in front of his screen. Takes care of business with the Vandal. Now Padidek needs to pick up the rest. He's got his teammates nearby, and Luri's done pretty damn decent with the Bandit, but with these sprays across the smoke favoring Na'Vi Jr., it's getting tougher by the second for Enterprise. 2 players left. Not significant weapons available to them, so I don't believe a save is in the cards. It's more about damage by the end, but job's done for Na'Vi Jr. They'll get themselves on the board no matter what.
I think Enterprise is, like you said, looking for some damage. Maybe finding another rifle to take away from Na'Vi Juniors. Darkju taking some hits right there.
MP, I mean, sure, let's see Illuri go through the sequence for a little bit, but this one's pretty much done. You were already alluding to the idea of expectations. You know, we've got 2 different styles of compositions on this matchup. Enterprise going for the double duelist with the Jet and the Rays. Na'Vi Jr., however, they love running the Neon. What are we going to be expecting in terms of play style from these 2 squads this match?
I mean, Na'Vi Juniors has to be really active in terms of breaking those defensive side lines with the Neon Fade composition, having that Phoenix follow up as well. Maybe provide utility flashes for Darkseal to actually break into A main. Something that Enterprise is really good at is holding this A main. And look at that duo of Cozy and Illuri. The thing that I highlighted, Cozy picking up Operator, Illuri will prop a guiding light to force Cozy in an aggressive position, but Kalosha running back online already.
That's pretty good to have it used. Oh, spills a wall off the back of that. Yeah, you can definitely feel happy about that exchange early doors. Prowler spotting out where Patitek is. Darks are going for the chase, although taking a lot of damage in the process means that it's 1 shot, 1 kill for Patitek on the heart. But Na'Vi Jr. seem to react quickly. Over to the A side, they'll be getting there quicker than Enterprise. Or will they? It's just a matter if they pull the trigger on the attack quickly. And it seems like they will. Smokes out and they realize the site is clear. Therefore, we're looking at a very quick 4v4 crunch. Lockdown enabled. This is going to destabilize Na'Vi Jr. quite quickly. Magnum spray down. Nets a pick onto Kalosha. The pre-fire position. Find success.
Destroyed.
And once the lockdown is used, Enterprise will start to walk in. Scissor looking to see if he can create a crossfire. Walks up closer before the turret spots him and is able to get a kill off the back of it as well. Holds his line to get a double. And now this is difficult for Enterprise. You need Lime to do a lot. Or Illuri to keep his teammates safe while trying to get the spike defused. But they're overwhelmed from all angles and Sizzo gets a triple. You can see how happy he is with that one. The smile as big as his 2 ears.
I love the idea for Navi Juniors to do like a two-pronged attack. First find the pick in A lobby, but then go towards B, fake that, but in the end up onto A. I think they were kind of slow, where Enterprise actually were able to get that lockdown so early. Can't quite capitalize off that. And I think for Enterprise, the economy must be in shambles at this point. You've invested the operator, multiple rifles as well, and yeah, you're down guns. Paridek the only one with a rifle online. Oh, it's a classic look from Enterprise.
Yeah, and the Prowler spotted out the earlier aggression. You're looking to get some some off angles here or there. What was that from Magnum? Was that through the smoke? Did he push past there? I'm not quite sure, not quite certain. And already seeing if you could find similar success on the other side of the map, but with him going down, Navi Jr., take that as a sign. All right, let's just walk into A.
Cage triggered.
Caesar, quite aggressive in terms of the trap. Getting a lot of ground right there, making sure that Enterprise are not feeling too comfortable. Magnum still fighting another battle onto Kolosha there.
Did they have the operator from the start of the round?
No, they picked it up.
That's huge. Getting a pick off the back of it, not too bad. Look, it's a 3v3, but I can't help but feel they're a little bit far out of their depth. Too many crossfires to account for, and Sizzo's got a brilliant off angle. Sure, Magnum's able to get a triple and shut Sizzo down, but it's all too late. Heavy might not be able to get out here that easily, but Magnum's got trigger discipline for days, or does he? AV playing the jiggle game against them will end up surviving, saving the operator by the end as well. Navi Jr. have the lead.
Sizzo has been huge in this past 3 rounds, 8 kills on the board. And the last time Enterprise and Navi Juniors actually faced, Sizzo wasn't in this roster. Now he's on the roster, and that was the question mark, whether bringing in Sizzo can actually make a difference in this matchup. Enterprise, they've always faced a little bit different roster of Navi Juniors. Now I think it's a final form. They've informed that it's a final form of Navi Juniors. Sizzo is looking great here. Enterprise back on the guns. Operator in the hands of Kazi. So he's on the Darkzio as well.
I think it's important context to provide to the viewers that are not quite familiar with what Navi Junior's project is, essentially, right? Because they had a bit of a Navi Academy going on, right? Bringing in multiple players. I think it's around 10, maybe, players all together, trying to see who is the best to put into a squad, into a junior team. And that's exactly what they found. They spent a couple of months figuring out who the best are, training them up to what they are right now. Or with the leadership of Jonta. It's quite promising. Some young talent in here. Avi's definitely one of them.
Been incredible. Ozzy, he sees the fear. Well, equalize the odds here. 4 versus 4. Time is running lower every second. That's the obvious.
30 seconds Kolosha, cross smoke pick. And then instead of committing to the A side, they're potentially thinking of going into their opponent's spawn. It's a little bit risky. 2 pairs of eyes looking in this direction. If Padatech gets a double kill here, it could get tough, but no. Instead, Javelin takes care of him. They know that this A site is where Cozy hides. So a safe plant on B. The cross comes to shove, and Sizzo is there expecting it. Navi Jr. with 4 in a row.
I feel like Enterprise are looking quite uncomfortable. Pistol round, and the round after that. When we went to the guns, Navi Juniors are the one driving force here. They've been able to nullify Kozi's operator time and time again. I feel like they've done their prep quite well in terms of knowing exactly where Kozi is. I love how Kolosha is using that wall to block the initial angles that Kozi will be with the operator. It makes him feel so much more uncomfortable in terms of where he's gonna position, what fight he has to fight. Is he gonna go aggressive, defensive? I don't think right now Enterprise should go for the operator anymore in the upcoming round. They should look for different avenues, because Navi Juniors are so far ahead in countering that. Enterprise, they already had a great round in terms of playing that aggressive way, crunching the attacking spawn. Bit unfortunate for them. Navi Juniors were all stacked on that site at that moment, but Enterprise no. Once again, on a half buy, eco, whatever you want to call this, Patizek once again the only one with the rifle line. Having Showstopper online could mean that there is a possibility, and look at this aggression into Dish.
Tarxio spots a lot of players in early doors, and off the back of the operator, draws out the overdrive, but is stopped instantly. Good solution from Enterprise to throw some paint shells at him, and even with a weaker buy now, find themselves with numbers.
It could be an operator retrieve right there as well.
Cosmic Divide. Well, that's going to cause some concern over to this B side. But Enterprise, they stay packed up together. Two Duelists and a Sky make a wonderful combo. But it feels like Navi Junior want to crunch in on this. They don't want to ignore it. They're going to go right after it. But the blades are ready. Lime's weapon is out, and Cozy's knives find two heads. With that, Scizzo's the last man standing, and you can already feel this round's over.
Yeah, Scizzo has been incredible, but it's a hard feat. 1 versus 4 situation. Enterprise,
30 seconds
a different
left.
look at the start of this round. Something that we kind of wanted to see after that timeout coming through. And it has worked. Cozy. Knives still out. Will not connect, but Magnum will eventually. Scizzo will go down. Thrifty round for Enterprise. I don't think they will get the operator down in Dish. I love the aggression from Darkseid, seeing these players in Dish. Actually, I think he only saw one player, so he decided to go aggressive, but all of a sudden it's a 3-player stack right there, which means that Enterprise will be able to find the first pick, kind of mess up with the Navi Juniors attack, and all of a sudden EP found picks here and there, and the round was over. Run it back once more online for Kolosha. Navi Juniors, I still feel like they feel comfortable.
Yeah. Start to sell the idea that one has been destabilized. Kolosha, run it back use to exchange ultimates essentially. Lockdown no more. Oh, Magnum holds his ground. Does not care about the stun, and Alluri's there to help out. Navi Junior wanted to set up an attack, and Enterprise say a big no to that. Full disruption. The best defense is offense. And with that, Navi Junior left with 2. At least they have spike control. At least there's that. But Enterprise are giving them a false sense of security.
Cozy already moving up deep as well in A. Enterprise taking defensive positions. I can only imagine Javelin's just calling there on what to do, when to play. The Scizzo will fall. 23 HP left on Javelin. Not much to do in this round, honestly.
Nah, watch him clutch it.
30 seconds left.
Sorry, I just had a whiff of copium there.
I mean, he did great clutches yesterday, no?
Sure,
but
yeah.
1 versus 4 against Enterprise with 23 HP. Pensions coming on your way.
Yeah,
Not the
there's
easiest.
no doubt he's sharp, but when you've got 4 players running at you in all sorts of directions, a bit too much to handle.
Cozy will continue with the operator. Not disheartened by Navi Juniors denying that. And even on that previous round, I think Navi Juniors were brilliant in terms of how they placed closest wall to deny operator if there was one in Gen. Now, Cozy will go aggressive against Kolosha. Has to push him main. This is the duo that we'll look forward to. Hillary, Guiding Light, coming through. Cozy in an aggressive position with the operator.
Guiding Light, I think a few players, but most importantly give information that there is some assertion. Navi Junior Valori sticking onto the side. It might be a risky move to make, especially with the stun heading his direction, but he's patient enough not to reveal himself. Ooh, but the stun together with hot hands puts Valori to his sped instantly. There is an advantage coming in from Na'Vi Jr. with side control, but the orbital strike levels the field. A little bit spread apart, the Enterprise players, and Na'Vi Jr. is going to look to try and exploit that. Not going to be easy. Blast back to the distract, and Line chimes in with a headshot. Quickly shut down, though. Kozzy sees a chance to move in as well. Padidek wants to close up the distance, but it's all down to Javelin, and his position is being held. Padidek toying with him, knowing that he can just hold this down for his teammate, buy enough time, and that's exactly what he does. Sure, no survivors for Enterprise, but round one is what matters.
Their fear is a track, and the track is fresh.
Great from Enterprise. The move from Lime to push through on the flank, that's the difference maker. He hops over the trip as well to not make himself known, maybe have that surprise element. In the end, Kolosha will spot him. Lime will still capitalize. Na'Vi Juniors, I think, for the first time in a quite uncomfortable position. And we talked about the coaches, especially Jonta yesterday. We talked about him being the father figure, great analytical mind as well, having so much experience in esports over 10 years. But then again, on the other side, you have Itopara and Shadow. It's a tough thing to face. The experience that the whole roster of Enterprise has in the players, but also in the coaching staff. You have to face that as Jonta. Sure, Na'Vi Jr. have been on the server quite well here, getting 4 gun rounds at that, out of Enterprise. Let's see whether they can capitalize off of that timeout as well. Most of the players stacked up on the top side of the map. Once again, I think it's Magnum who will face against Na'Vi Juniors.
He's been doing a pretty good job of it so far.
Absolutely.
But this time doesn't really have any significant reinforcements. You can see Iluri closing up the distance, and will be around in case of a late take from Na'Vi. Guiding light yet again, providing some important information of whereabouts, but to what extent is unknown. Turret broken again. Enterprise definitely know there's some heavy presence here, but you don't really want to go for the full commit. The ultimate available for Na'Vi Jr. this time is that neural theft, but you need a body to make that one useful. Darkseer, deep stance, gets instantly punished for the missed shot. With that, 45 seconds left, and Na'Vi Jr. on the back foot.
Darkseer yesterday as well, one crucial missed shot in Haven, and it snowballed out of the hand. You can't really miss those, especially when the round plan really relies on your operator on finding a pick.
Well, problems and require quick solutions, and for Na'Vi Junior's sake, I hope they've been able to select the right site. Camera tag, you know where Lime is. 14 seconds though, they are really cutting it close, not taking the main entry, only one trying to walk in that direction. Kozzy, a pretty simple shot to connect. Paddytech though, arrives on time, and a mow down with the Vandal is what will put the young Na'Vi Junior team in the ground.
Interesting idea from Na'Vi Juniors, nothing new, especially in Fracture. It's great to look with the operator, maybe find some kind of pick. But Enterprise, they were so far ahead of that. Magnum never overextending. Instantly on the contact, he will swing. He will get that kill. But great performance by Enterprise to know what is happening on the map, push Na'Vi Juniors on a crunch. Now Na'Vi Junior has to look a different avenue. A main, 3 players stacked once more. I feel like that's the place Na'Vi Juniors have been quite often, stacking 3 players onto A main. Trying to find something here.
Great first shot from Kozzy. Makes things simpler for the defense. Magnum reveals himself, but in the meantime, Na'Vi Junior is struggling to really gain too much ground control. They're wary. Different nooks and crannies being taken up by the defenders. And they're right to do so as the Enterprise team are in close proximity. Line jiggles in. Kozzy is there to help out as well. The two duelists from Enterprise are doing so damn much. An insult to injury, Patatek arrives. A presence that has put fear at Na'Vi Jr. Only one remains, it's AV. And yet again in a 1v4 scenario, hard to believe anything can be done. This resurgence from Enterprise has taken Na'Vi by storm.
Need that back. 30 seconds left.
It's tough for Na'Vi for the last round of this half. Sure, they will have 2 ultimates coming up. 3, actually. Maybe to die as well would bring the Cosmic Divide as well, but the economy is not quite there. Look at Colossa, Ciso, Javelin. They're all basically at
Last
0
round in the half.
credits. And even though that you have 4 ultimates coming up for the last round,
Turn out.
look at the guns. Darkseid the only one to buy a Vandal.
So, has Colossa used Run It Back twice already this game?
I think so.
This could be potentially a third. He's only got 6 kills, so you can understand how much the team has been putting emphasis and funneling ults into him.
Absolutely.
That's dead. Close proximity. He's able to find one. No way he gets away with his life. He's able to hang on, especially taking down Colossa in his first form. Kozzy also joining in. Magnum as well doing an adequate job on his front. Na'Vi Jr. Wherever they try and enter, they bot themselves into brick falls and turn into dust. Not a fun world for Na'Vi Jr. to live in.
What an odd pick from Patatek as well. I don't think Na'Vi Juniors were expecting that. Like, how do you expect that at all? Perfect timing for Patatek. I have to give it to him. Na'Vi Juniors, out of the 4 ultimates that they had coming up, only 1 used so far. Maximum 2 will be used. They have
unrealistic to believe Na'Vi Jr. are going to win this, but the win condition is definitely some sort of individual madness.
Last player
Back to
standing.
full HP from the wall. Kozzy's there, and Iluri also lands the final bullet to the head of Colossa. 8-4 Enterprise, after losing 4 in a row, are able to put a massive streak of their own, feeling great going into the second half. And we've entered once again into Fracture. Enterprise, a brilliant streak of form towards the end of the previous half, managing to secure 6 rounds consecutive. Now go on to the attack, and they're looking as strong as ever on their own map pick.
Enterprise are great at defensive side of Fracture, but watching the stats, they are actually better on the attacking side, which is crazy. It's one of their best maps. So far, they haven't lost it too many times. Once against Reborn throughout this year. Other than that, 9 wins under their belt. They have never lost a map against Na'Vi Juniors.
I mean, most recently as well, Enterprise, a 9-3 score on the defense was shown. But they haven't really needed to have great attacks to close games out. But let's see what they have planned up here. Quick A hit, and there's 2 players from Na'Vi Junior and a third to follow up as well as Darkseer closes in. The smokes have landed, but the Seas has completely put a halt to the play, or maybe just the pause, given that Enterprise are considering the triple back. Guiding light, and that's going to allow the rest of the players to walk in. Kozzy and Ilori are able to find a picks, but they are being traded back. It's not as simple as getting into the site unscathed. Kalosha finding some chip damage, but he would have wanted a pick. But now, because a 2v2 would look a lot more doable than being at a disadvantage here.
Ilori with the guiding light as well online still.
That's tough.
Weapon here.
So it's important to know where the turret is, at least, but there's a high-low set up as well on the stairs. Guarding light revealing no one around on mains, that all 3 are going to be paying attention towards the position Na'Vi Junior were going to be approaching from. Enterprise going to be making their jobs a lot easier winning this pistol with 3 players standing. That's convincing.
It seemed like that curveball was absolutely perfect.
Yeah.
Somehow Na'Vi Junior is not being able to capitalize off that. Zizo Kolosha not hitting enough onto Enterprise. You have to win these pistols. Not all of them, at least some of them against Enterprise to have a chance. And this time around, it seems like Enterprise are more happier in investing into guns that will be more beneficial in the bonus round as well. A couple Bulldogs, Outlaw, Magnum, maybe hoping for a Vandal in that next round.
Ooh, Darkseer holds on to his life. That is huge. Barely standing though. You can hear a lot of commotion. He's turned around, gets another tag before he says goodnight.
Here.
Right, B-side takeover successful. The weapon discrepancy is huge. So hard to imagine Na'Vi Junior will be getting back into this and will be facing up an Enterprise that's already on double digits. Scary stuff.
Going up.
You don't want to be thinking about Ascent just yet. Let's see how you can maximize the result of this one. Nice double up coming out from AV and Kalosha. As they've been able to secure 1 pick, maybe there's a weapon upgrade available, and indeed Kalosha having a Bulldog now. Kozzy, ooh, being hurt from behind, as well as the hot hands get shut down. Javelin also getting chip damage onto Ilori works out for them, and the Magnum, not the best gun for the case. He's only got a Sheriff. AV can simply hold on to the defuse. Sure, you can get a pick somewhere in that, but it's not going to be good enough. A thrifty from Na'Vi Junior to get right back into the swip of things.
Have I told you you're okay? You're okay, fam. Good even.
Oh, I wasn't sure how Kozzy died so fast to the hot hands, but Javelin comboing the C's at the same time as the hot hands came through meant that Kozzy was instantly taken down. And okay, Na'Vi Juniors, they find a way into this game. Phantoms online, Outlaw for Darkseer as well. On the wrong side of the map though. Enterprise looking to make this one swift, fast, onto B.
Well, they're going to try. A trap is going to put them at a lower pace. An early one-on-one, but Enterprise have already gained a lot of traction. You do have Sizzo you need to handle first, and that's exactly what Patek is able to do. Darks are closing in, but with less HP, it's going to be hard to keep that pace up. Hot hands to back of sight. It does draw Ilori out to the open, which Kalosha will punish. Nice shot. So things look to be getting into control for Na'Vi Junior. But that could change if Magnum gets a well-placed shot onto Darkseid, which is exactly what he gets. Maybe there's a little bit more in this. Magnum, though, is now the last man standing, given Kozzy has fallen onto the ground. But again, not a great position, not a great gun for the occasion, and Colosho has Magnum's number.
Good damage from EP. Navi Juniors, I think one of the players will not have money for gun. AV probably, most likely. But not quite enough for the round. Navi Juniors, good on that retake. It's interesting to see if EP will continue like this. Yep, it seems like they want to go to arcade. Try to fight that tower once more with 4 players. Crunch in with Magnum on the bottom side. Nilori having the Seekers online will mean that they will know exactly where the players are if they decide to use it.
That's right. But Seekers aren't going to be used straight away. Now Iluri will enable his ultimate. Guiding Light as well to make AV's life a little bit difficult as he's running away from the paint shells. This is a quick play, and Kolosha's trying to fight fire with fire. Able to get one pick and right back into his old form. Ilori, as well as Magnum, frontlining this attempt. They've taken full control of tower, but AV looks to see if he can put more threats into Navi Juniors' take, but unable to fully convert. This is Enterprise World. And finally able to get right back on track. They're well in the know of where Javelin is about to approach from, and it's a triple peak coming out from Enterprise to secure the dub.
Great cover from Magnum to take on that flank as well. Secure that no one will be able to sneak up behind his teammates. Enterprise just overwhelmed the site, the tower. There's pretty much nothing Ciso could do there. Many players peeking at the same time, 2 or 3. Enterprise sending Navi Juniors back on a half buy. Maybe an eco more likely.
Smoke's down.
It's hard to know which one to call for this. You have Guardian, Double Bandit, Sheriff, Marshall as well. Is it eco? Half buy? It's not quite a half buy either. Either way, Enterprise with the
I've got
advantage.
no good name for it. I was trying to bring out, come up with something, but it just wasn't appearing in my head.
Bring them down.
It's true, creativity leaves you when you get older.
Unk.
Yeah, full Unk status. If I say Unk status, what's Vincent going to say on desk?
I must wait a moment.
Need that back.
I can hear him laughing. All right, here we go. Ilori, nice first shot in, and it's going to make Enterprise's lives easier for this take. They know they've isolated one in tower, and even though one goes down for the efforts, this looks like a done deed. Weaker weapons for Navi Jr., but the Nightfall is committed. It feels like they want to be going in for this one. Hot hands to the back of the site. Doesn't really affect the players holding. Kolosha lands a bullet to the head, but these low HP bars are problematic. With Enterprise having rifles, any type of spray down should be successful. Navi Jr. close up the distance. Lining up together, joint to the hip. Sees to the back of the site. But it's Ilori and Patitek both to find their marks, and Enterprise are closing in to what feels inevitable.
It's quite one-dimensional what Enterprise have been doing. Pretty much focusing onto arcade, going to tower, and Ciso, I mean, he's been doing a decent job right there in the tower, but when Magnum started his defensive side from the tower, he got an AC, found multiple kills in the upcoming rounds as well. He set a great example on how to hold that. It's a little bit easier, at least in my opinion, to hold with the Killjoy because you have the nano swarms to delay some kind of pushes, so you can wait for your teammates as well. Sure, Ciso will have his own advantage as well with the Cypher, having the trip cages as well, playing around that. But it seems like it's been quite hard for him to hold it down, hold down the fort. Now that Navi Juniors are calling for the timeout, It's interesting to see whether they switch something around. Are they gonna switch their defensive side setup? Is Sizzle gonna move to A? Are they gonna switch positions? Is Darkja gonna go aggressive into arcade? Seems like the switch is gonna happen. Sizzle will position himself to A. Seems like Na'Vi Juniors are setting up for an aggressive attack from B main.
That's a cool call to make, but at the same time, they're going to be making quite a lot of noise in the process. Enterprise, though, have a zero-care attitude, and they've got an aggressive play of their own. 2 players holding up the site, but most importantly, a trip setup and smokes available. Javelin playing off of those smokes marvelously. Lime and Cozzy no more. Enterprise lose their duelist, so the rest of the players now need to do the heavy lifting. Javelin somehow surviving throughout at 5 HP, but Padidek catching some damage off of Duxio. Risky maneuvers. Still job done on the site control, but can you secure the round? Orbital strike. And that's going to keep their opponents at bay. Magna having a situation in which he can rotate away. Spike hasn't gone down. Enterprise haven't committed for it. They want to play aggressive. And Na'Vi Junior now no element of surprise. This could get tough. It's all down to the frags. Na'Vi Junior win on both exchanges. And it's only Patitek left for Enterprise in the 1v2. Duxio. He wanted to go for the chase. He was thinking about it with the overdrive, but thinks it's better to play the numbers game. Patitek can hit him for the swing once. They know he's in the center of the site. And it's really hard to navigate when you've got 2 pairs of eyes laser beamed in your direction. Na'Vi Junior will live a little longer.
Patitek, he was the glue for Liquid. One of the reasons why Liquid got the champions now coming in place of Broxer in Enterprise. Not easy place to replace. Not easy player to replace, especially when Patitek kind of had to go from an initiator role back to this controller role. It's been a great move. Either way, not quite enough to win out that clutch. And Enterprise will have to look for a different avenue. Now the fight will take on into B main.
Decent guiding light has caused a lot of commotion and confusion. Na'Vi Junior are able to stay on top of things. At least for a mere moment. Kalosha seem to have everything under control, but Iluri taking down Duxio has pretty much changed the scenario. Important information revealed by the Seekers. You know information for all 3. So the lockdown committed will force the players out of the B site. Is Enterprise going to capitalize off of that?
No smokes for EP.
Gonna get out of there on time.
Well, they're fighting.
They were thinking about fighting it. Maybe it's best putting Na'Vi Junior under pressure instead of taking the fight to them. Last time it backfired. They're going to be repeating these mistakes. Did the run it back get enabled from Kalosha? I think I heard the audio cue.
Yeah.
He's not going to get anything out of it. At least clears out the first few corners, right? Save some time, but Spike not down yet for Enterprise. This is odd. Maybe thinking that Na'Vi Junior are going to rotate away. No. Magnum and Line take the attack to them. That's a double kill for Javelin. Now Iluri looking to do it by himself. Tapping the Spike. Making Na'Vi Junior think that he is going for this one. Second time is the charm, but Sizzo this time reads the situation perfectly, and Na'Vi Junior are starting to chase after EP.
Here.
Great look from Na'Vi Junior. Forcing the issue, not quite getting what they wanted on that previous round on B. So doubling up and finding the fight. Finding the initial picks as well. Sure, Enterprise capitalized off of the trade as well. But in the end, it's Na'Vi Juniors to win that round. And Enterprise, once again, in economic shambles. Cozzy, with the hero rifle online, it seems like Enterprise are looking for a different kind of round now. Good Duxio.
I'm out of here.
Good first pick. And again, makes the endeavor simpler for Na'Vi Junior. They've gotten the hang of disrupting early in each and every round.
straight
Mike was
from
initially
Navi
closing in
Juniors.
on Dish, but now heading towards B. It's a little bit difficult. Really strong setup for Navi Junior on this B site. Trips everywhere. 2 players though. It is the weaker in terms of defenders available.
Lime is 1 away from the showstopper as well.
That could be useful.
30
Very
seconds
useful.
left.
But you need that pick first. Darkso using up his stun. But that rifle is doing wonders for him, distracts them enough for Scissor to jump in. Sure, Kozzy takes him down, but this one's secured. Navi Jr. very calm, very composed. Nothing seems to phase them.
10 seconds left.
They're playing some of their best Valorant right now. And they want Enterprise to know that they are a threat on any map, including their opponent's best map.
Enterprise are close in terms of closing this map. It seems like Navi Juniors, they're gaining the momentum. They're finding the runs. They're finding the entry picks. Sure. It was an equal run from the side of Enterprise Esports. Navi Juniors, they will have to find
This is a nice spot.
a couple more runs to make it equal. Enterprise now looking towards Dish.
Obscuring vision.
AV the only one right now in that area. Will just spot it.
I distinctly remember an interview he had with Itapata after their loss against Gentlemates when he was coaching Apex, and he said, never underestimate momentum. Navi Junior have created quite the streak, but will it end right here? Line, only good for the one at first. Kolosha low on health, but will he be able to survive? Kozzy creating a cloud burst to conceal himself, and it's just on time. But a minute on the clock, the push subsides, back to the drawing board with Kozzy stuck in the middle of the site. He's got no friends. He's left as a sacrificial lamb.
Cage triggered.
Rotations coming through from Enterprise. They will lose Kozzy. Will get the site of B. But look at Navi Juniors closing in from the bottom side, from the top side, from their spawn as well.
Fire.
3 different
Destroyed.
ways to attack.
Spike planted.
This is odd. Enterprise, they've been second guessing their
One
every
enemy
move.
remaining.
And it hasn't worked out for them at all. Javelin Darkso. Brilliant 2 picks. Patitech will not be surviving much longer. Safe to say, Navi Junior have completely destabilized Enterprise.
Great on waiting, just having that timing of Darkseid and Javelin both closing in on the sides, finding the picks. There's no reason for extension in terms of Siso and Kolosha. They just waited, held on.
And
Navi Juniors. Oh, they're making this one difficult for Enterprise. A timeout is called, no wonder. 4 rounds in a row for Navi Juniors. Enterprise and looking for something else. They need to find at least 1 more round to secure the overtime. Preferably 2 more. Win out their own map. I think the idea when we saw these 2 teams and we looked into the maps that these 2 teams plays and bans, it was heavily favored for the side of Enterprise. Enterprise have permaban on Breeze, which is arguably Navi Junior's best map.
For sure.
Then what are you left with as Navi Juniors? Ascent, they picked that. Fracture, sure, it's good, but it's great for Enterprise. A lot of the maps that Navi Junior is actually decent, actually good, are insanely good for Enterprise. So it's quite hard in terms of that map pool to make any kind of wins. So Navi Junior, they have to find the wins on the server. They've been able to do that. Fighting fights together, making some proactive moves as well.
It sort of felt like Navi Junior felt like Enterprise were the final boss, right? Especially in Split 2. They were saying, oh, well, Enterprise aren't in the top 4. We can even win it, you know? And they really thought Enterprise were their boogeyman. But it feels like they have conquered their demon. Sizzo, first blood. Kozzy didn't have a chance. And now Enterprise need to reconfigure. Look at all the information gathered from Javelin as well. Look how far forward he's crossed. Darkseer as well. They know this is going to be a B hit, or at least not a quick one for A. And these deep positions, they're going to disrupt Enterprise, no matter how you put it.
Oh, look at this. Prime position for Javelin. He's going to check that.
They can see him.
Oh, the gun is blocking it.
No, they can't see him. Javelin able to catch Lime off guard, and he's not going to get punished. The bullet's still inaccurate while his opponents are in the air. They have to press the shift key, can't get there quickly. And now Magnum going for the chase, trying to see if he can catch up, but this is not looking likely. 2 players down and back to the drawing board. Enterprise really need to think hard within these rounds. The gears are grinding.
30 seconds left.
But the picks aren't connecting because Na'Vi Junior are not appearing. Darkseer shows he's got an operator on site, adding to the complications. If you're Enterprise right now, you're shaking where you stand.
Launching smoke.
Confidence has escaped you.
Ready.
And you might as well maximize the orb count in the round because you won't be collecting the win off the back of it. Na'Vi Junior have finally equalized.
Enterprise trying to fix some things on that timeout. But it's actually Na'Vi Juniors who take the game in their hand. I love how you highlighted the aggressive positions on both sides. The operator coming through from Darkseer to break down the turret of Magnum means that on top side of the map, they're feeling scared of the operator. But on the bottom side of the map, Javelin is just waiting for them. Oh no!
Oh,
if he spotted them, that would have been disaster for Enterprise.
I was still disaster anyway. But yeah, the timing on that, nicely highlighted by the production team. They were just a little bit too far off to have the information into Javelin. Sometimes timing do be like that. You hope you don't make as many mistakes to account for it. Rough buy from Enterprise, but they're hoping something will go their way. They did win a 3-3 round this game already. Can they make it another one? Darkseer forced to play aggressive. Orbital strike, luring him in that position. Ilori able to get a nice pick. And now Enterprise have equalized. Problem is, no spike control. And you've got 2 Na'Vi Junior players hanging around in that direction.
Yeah, and Javelin wrapping around as well. Could potentially be the key player once more. Yes, he is!
Look at him go, dude. He's not slowing down. Javelin is putting on a show, and Na'Vi Junior are loving it. Who would have thought, after seeing the end of the first half, seeing Enterprise win the pistol, we'd be seeing Na'Vi Junior on map point?
Not me. I'll say that, not me. Na'Vi Juniors.
Not me, Chief.
Even though there were so many expectations for them coming into this tournament, Enterprise have been the team that is able to beat Na'Vi Juniors time and time again. Sure, only 2 series have been played between these 2 teams prior to this one. Darkseer, aggressive. Magnum, in trouble.
And the nanoswarms aren't reaching him. The whole point of those is trying to get someone out of that position. Kozzy, though, this is the first time in a while we've seen Enterprise work off with a numbers advantage. Can they make this work? Come on, let's go! Poor Kozzy. He's been unleashed.
Here.
Enterprise say, Kozzy, go kill. He's needed. People have underestimated. People have thought, okay, Enterprise, you've got some strong players in here. You've got some people that have had some major reps and big competitions. Talking about Magnum, talking about Padatek, right? Players that have been massive in the challenger scene. Lime, Iluri, right? Kozzy, he's been that unknown factor, the 16-year-old in the equation. And he's the one to step up right now.
Oh, they're pulling the rotations as well. I mean, they have to make some kind of move. Enterprise. They might find the timing in the season as well.
Line to help out Kozzy with this push. And this should be secured unless Kolosha and AV can bring out massive performances of their own. But over time, it looks very much
player standing.
the status quo, 1-for-1. But if you're Na'Vi Junior, you need something a little bit more than that. The streak was good. It was fantastic. It put them in a position where they could win. But Enterprise not going to let them get there that easy.
Oh, I would love for the desk to break down this round, this previous round, what happened right there. Magnum was the bait right there. Him being able to show that I'm here, please crunch me. But Kozi holding down the A push there meant that they were able to find the first pick. Meant that they were able to capitalize off of that, find the Blade Storm as well. And the snowball through that. Brilliant mind games from Enterprise. Knowing that Na'Vi Juniors, they're comfortable, they're confident, they want to go for the aggression. And Enterprise capitalized off of that. Timeout for the side of Na'Vi Juniors.
I have to say though, MP, watching Na'Vi Juniors' matchup yesterday, I have a feeling that, you know, Jonta, when it comes to these timeouts, his input is very valuable, right? Often we saw them, you know, convert certain plans, or, you know, there is some sort of resurgence coming out from Na'Vi Junior, whether that, you know, it's hard to know what the input is in moments like this, but we have been seeing Na'Vi Junior convert a lot of the rounds after timeout, so keep your eyes out on what Na'Vi Junior are cooking up here.
Great call to make. Depending on the team. Some teams, they don't like to enter the overtime with the timeout. Na'Vi Juniors, at least at this moment, they wanted to. Maybe they found something to break Enterprise's defensive side. Maybe they found the key to close this map. Overtime, starting with Na'Vi Juniors on the attacking side. A familiar look.
Yeah, fair. Kozi, glass cannon. If they don't end up heading in this direction, he'll be having a tough time on the retake. But first pick for Kolosha though, and the conversion rate after the first pick from Na'Vi Junior has been sublime.
We'll catch them.
Magnum. Looking to see if he can hold on to this one. A bit out into the open, no cover. And Na'Vi Junior have really stepped up. Damn. Okay. Blink and you miss it. I don't think Enterprise had a chance to react to any of those kills.
Spike planted.
HP count. It counts for that. So I think it looks like, MP, that Na'Vi Junior will have another situation in which they can close this one out. Ilori shutting down Kolosha's run it back. There's some information available. I was about to say for the Northeast representative, but both of them represent this region. Ilori trying to go for his own fight. Cross lines galore. Kolosha knows where to look after that first pick. A triple for him. A flawless round from Na'Vi Junior, and nothing speaks confidence, more confidence than that. Na'Vi Junior's second chance to close out their opponent's map pick.
Enterprise were struggling in the attacking side. In the end, round 24, the call made sure that they were able to get this overtime. But how is Enterprise gonna attack in this overtime round? 4 players coming towards B, 3 players stacked for the side of Na'Vi Juniors. A great positioning from them. And Zizo, I think he needs to step up here. Even though you have 2 more players on the side, Zizo is the one I'm looking for.
Great curveball, but it seems Na'Vi Junior getting out on top of that one. Kozi able to answer back in kind, but he is taken out of the equation. He's got an Enterprise out of trouble, but will no longer have the chance to do so anymore. Someone else required to step up, and Javelin's being sneaky yet again. This guy, he's such a thorn, trying to use the grass as cover. But Patitek able to find his head. Has brought things back to square one yet again. 3v3, Magnum disallows it. Enterprise now with the lead, and again Sizzo answers back. There's a big pendulum swinging in this round. Nothing has decided anything. 45 seconds on the clock, and Enterprise look to make a move through their opponents to spawn over to A. No, sorry, they were just going through under. I was reading the map wrong. Oh, Sizzo. Did he spot anything there?
Yeah, for sure. Camera coming up in 5 seconds as well. And look at Darkseal. He's coming through in B main. It's so hard for Enterprise. Double pronged for the side of Na'Vi Juniors.
No way. This is the best case scenario for Navi Junior. Mike will be going down. Lime is low. He's like to be sacrificial. Panic! He had his nade out, and Darkseer interrupts and goes in for the kill. A 14-12 score, a glorious comeback paired with an instant overtime coup de grace. Navi Junior not here to play around. They're conquering their demons, and they start off with their opponent's map pick.
It's the best case scenario for Navi Juniors being able to take out this fracture and then go into their own map pick of Ascent. It's not a great map for Enterprise. They haven't played that too many times. So it's an unknown quantity for them. Navi Juniors, a great start for this series.
Desk, over to you. Break this one down.
Thank you very much. The unthinkable seems to be happening. I mean, like, if you just put this in the context of these two teams, their previous meetings, this would just not be predictable whatsoever. We were theory crafting that, you know, Navi Junior, they've been getting better, they've been learning, they've been gaining experience. Enterprise, though, they've just never won a map against it. It's just, you know, it's an uphill battle at the very best of times. And they take Enterprise's map against them, Echo.
It's like it's crazy. The first map that Navi Junior ever win against Enterprise, and it's their map pick, and it's Navi Junior's only third overtime. And they do it not necessarily in a dominant fashion, but there were so many rounds that they were able to take advantage of the mistakes that Enterprise were making.
It was, I think, well, every time, you know, I've been doing Challengers, it's like one of those games. This was probably the highest quality game I've seen ever in Challengers. It was a true back and forth of greatly identifying the patterns of the opponent, and at the end of the day, Navi Junior prevailing is a great sign, because to be honest, after the first half and all those rounds that were scrambled here by Enterprise when they were swapping sides, it looked like, all right, Navi Junior, you could have done better. But at the end of the day, it really was such a wonderful adaptation to see and witness what the strengths of their comp are, that they succeeded in it. And that made me really happy to see.
Yeah, well, I mean, looking at that, there's plenty of rounds that we can take a look at, plenty of players that we can take a look at over the course of it. So let's start off with round 7 here. Whoever requested that one, go ahead and take it.
Play it right now. I mean, at the beginning of the show, we talked about losing to Eco, how this happened yesterday for the side of Navi Junior. And again, for whatever reason, Darkseer is running it down with his ult. He's falling for the oldest trick in the book, the cheapest one against that Eco, and he decides that this is an adequate move. It's such an odd decision by him. It is the same overzealousness that a young player has to deal with and will learn with, but at the same time, this was so rough, because this was a turning point in the game that was then followed up by a hell lot of rounds won by the side of Enterprise. They were saying, thank you very much for making this work, and you don't want to do this. Your opponent is gaining so much confidence and joy from this, and that's like the really hard part for me in all of that.
Well, as well as that, I mean, when things turn around, we can take a look at the other side of the map, right towards around 24, which, again, things had changed a lot by then, Zesh.
I mean, look, we're talking about this because there's one thing that has stayed for the success of Navi Junior on the defending side very steady, and this is like, you know, this forward pushing you see from Javelin in the mid round, where there's a sign on the other side of the map, something's happening, and boom, they're forwarding out of A main. This worked until the very last round, when then Enterprise decided to play against it. They could have closed it out probably a bit earlier if they saw this as a condition, because it happened so consistently, but yeah, it was a great adaptation from Navi Junior as well. And for me, Echo, this is great to see that they have learned from each other so much that they make it this close.
And especially heading into Ascent as we look forward towards the next map, the learnings for both of these teams is going to come in so heavily there as well, because there's often so many conditions and flowcharts set up for Ascent. It's such an old map. People have their structures to it. And also, there's footage out there for Enterprise to go back and watch the unusual comp the Navi Junior run there.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, other than just the rounds, right? Players that we need to highlight. I mean, it changed over the course of the game who was really, you know, I'm not going to say carrying Navi Junior on their back, because honestly, it was a team effort in that game. But I think towards the end of the map, definitely Javelin came alive, and we're looking at the matchup against Scizzo here at Echo.
Yeah, Sizzo in the first half was the key part of why Navi Junior were able to get some of the rounds that they were on that first half, but Javelin came alive in that second. And I mean, like his positioning, the timings he was taking, I didn't know where he was, and all of a sudden he was just behind Enterprise.
Yeah, it's a very consistent behavior that you see from Navi Junior in most of their games, that they do this as a defender quite a lot. Javelin definitely caught them off guard so many rounds. A bit surprising to me how many rounds in a row that worked against Enterprise, but you gotta get used to it. This is what I mean with the Navi Junior effect, so to say. If there's a team that should be really used to it, it would be, of course, Enterprise, but it is what it is, right? You got to shake it off. It was the decision of Enterprise to play, which makes it a bit more interesting to think about, but we'll see. Ascent is still there. Yesterday was a long day as well. There's lots up for grabs.
Yeah, the job is not done yet. We're heading to Ascent next. Can Navi Junior close it out? Find out very shortly. Hello everybody, welcome back to day 2 of EMEA Challengers Stage 3. And Navi Junior take the first map against a team that they've never taken a map against, Enterprise Esports, trying to ruin their day and send them to the lower bracket. They're halfway there. Now it's Ascent, a map that we have not seen these two play against each other on. Navi Junior, they're pretty decent at this map. There's a reason they chose it. Enterprise Esports, they're now on the back foot and they have to fight back on their opponent's map pick, Echo.
And this isn't like it's a bad map for Enterprise Esports. They're 1-1 on it, you know, this year. It's fine. It's good. Their attack side is pretty strong. But going up against a veto composition, as I imagine we'll be seeing, it can be difficult to predict how to play against that, because I imagine there's not a lot of people playing veto on this map yet.
to be accurate, Vito and Neon as well. Like it's getting pretty weird if you haven't witnessed this composition. For me, it's quite interesting because Enterprise, besides obviously reading the game right and so on and so forth, there were individuals that were just not online in a sense, and then there were individuals who are solid but not that extraordinary as they are. Lime, for example, back on Fracture, really didn't have a good game at all. Usually someone that is always worth highlighting, always capable of making a massive impact on the roles he plays, but the man is literally stuck on 100 ACS, not getting any kills done. Whilst Magnum, on the other hand, sure, he had this one fully farmed ace, but no matter what, he was extremely consistent. And I think this could already be a big change on EP if Magnum stays strong, but Lime is getting back where he has to be. Different team.
Yeah, I mean, look, here's the thing. For Na'Vi Jr., of course, they're going to be feeling real good. This is a team that plays off of vibes, right? We have said it time and time again. We've heard it time and time again from them when we interview them. They never really care about who they're playing against. They never really care about how they do. They just want to win. They want to have a good time. And it seems to be working for them. We said in the pre-show that Enterprise were not the kind of team that would really feel the pressure of this game, right? Not only do they have a second chance, but they're just well drilled enough that they really shouldn't feel like, okay, this is do or die, and then get the jitters, right, Echo?
Yeah, I think for me, especially with Na'Vi Jr., they're a team that are very balanced across both of the halves on this map as well. You often see on this, typically a team is favored in one of the halves, attack or defense, but actually for Na'Vi, they can go into either side of this and feel comfortable, which is why they're comfortable picking this map in the first place. It's all about comfort, it's all about vibes, and they're going to come in feeling incredibly good after winning another overtime.
Well, it's time now. Oh no! Do you have closing statement?
Yeah, I'm just curious about seeing that Vito. How do they deal with the aggressiveness of exactly that agent that is meant to be a bit more forwarding than the default Cypher? But we'll see.
All right then, we will see. I'm going to throw it over now to Pavlos and MP. Can Na'Vi Jr. upset Enterprise Esports?
Well, they're definitely well on their way to getting there, and all they need is one more map, their own map pick on Ascent, where we haven't really seen EP have too much success on it or play it all together, right? Have too many reps on it on an official standing. So, MP, what are your thoughts surrounding this map right now?
I think Na'Vi Juniors have had great results here, especially against Besiktas Esports and Mandatory. I think they looked really great, especially against Besiktas Esports. The Vito, I think it had great ideas. It was playing kind of the same role that the traditional Cypher plays, so on the attacking side towards B area. But Vito is great, especially when we think about the defensive side, aggression usually. The Jet coming through with the Sova drone, it doesn't really work against Vito because the interceptor is right there. And Ciso has been incredible. He's so great with finding the timings on that Vito, on the B link, that it's quite hard for usually teams to counter it. Enterprise, obviously one of the best teams to do so. So I think they will be aware of what Ciso is going to do, but it seems like quite straightforward A split for the side of Na'Vi Juniors. Maybe even direct A hit.
Yeah. Especially given that the split player is the player holding the spike, so you would assume that the rest of the team will group up with him.
Yeah, so this is actually something that Na'Vi Junior does great. They farm the orb for Kolosha. Running back, they will feed that into him so many times on the attacking side. It doesn't matter whether they would win or lose the pistol, they would usually try to capitalize off of those orbs. As you see, Enterprise are kind of ready on that B side for that orb. Oh, Lime.
So that's what's highlighting about Lime not really being the saving grace for Enterprise previously. But Darksio seems to be online already. Kozi answering back, and maybe he can be the solution for this map. Na'Vi Jr. made the choice, and the A site is the target. A few trips they need to be taken care of, but the camp quickly taken down. Magnum, so damn strong on the hold, and he's so constantly a thorn when it comes to anchoring down sites. Still staying alive, and still shooting well! Just enough time for Alluri to arrive, and Enterprise take their hold.
Magnum did everything that he needed to do right there. Get the kills, but play tight most importantly. Playing those trips, finding the kills as well, tripling up in the end. Enterprise great start on the defensive half, and now I think we'll see Na'Vi Juniors heavily fight for the orbs for Kolosha. Try to get run it back online as quickly as possible. And yeah, I don't think Enterprise is gonna do anything about it. They don't want to go aggressive.
You want to be playing it safe, especially now that you've got the advantage. When I look at Magnum, I've got so many emotions and feelings about how his career has been going, right? So many highs, so many lows, so many great moments, so much overcoming adversity, and you know, but often finding himself in position where he needs to overcome difficult situations. So I don't know, he's seen the highest of highs, lowest of lows, but he's always such a capable player, and he's proving it yet again. A double kill as he's allowing Paddytech to assist in the A-site defensive duties. The round is going to plan for Enterprise as Javelin last man standing in the round.
On the topic of Magnum as well, just a couple days ago, spearheaded Czechia into the ENC as well, Esports Nations Cup, IGLing that roster, which was probably interesting as well. Obviously a great roster in the Czechia region, a lot of great players alongside him. Same in the roster of Enterprise as well. Not really the IGL here, Iloris. Magnum, I think he's been helping in terms of the mid-round calls, if I recall correctly. Sure. No wonder, I mean, he's a great mind in terms of the Valorant scene. Been
he's had a couple of reps calling as well himself, so definitely aware of where his input would be most valuable. Early 2 picks coming to Enterprise way, and this is a bit of a disruption for Na'Vi Junior. This is where they bide up.
I have the spike.
This is where they should be inflicting the damage, but seemingly finding some difficulties.
Not the biggest investment coming from the side of Enterprise either. And finding those initial first 2 picks means that they can completely rule this round and catch something off guard with the curveball and recon ball coming in at the same time.
It looks like a short play. Well, it did initially. The fact that Kolosha's getting some free space into Garage.
30 seconds left.
Cover going out.
Is maybe tempting the young Na'Vi team to head towards the B side. TP over the trip, and I think away from the ears of Alluri. So that information not quite available to them. Maybe could get away with quite a bit. 14 seconds. Smoke towards the side. Here comes across. Alluri doesn't quite know there's that mid-presence coming in so quickly. Spray down. Oh, Magnum's low. That's some important spray from Kolosha. No time to get this one to the ground. Don't know why I'm getting excited. This one's done. This one's over. And how many survivors? 2. There we go.
I was watching the Na'Vi Juniors Besiktas game, what, it was a couple of days ago? More than that. But I can already say that Na'Vi Juniors are being pushed so much harder. They're not getting to do anything that they really want to do in this map. Sure, it's a whole different caliber of team. Enterprise Besiktas. Enterprise, one of the best teams, if not the best team in Tier 2. I mean, them not having the best stage too, we can't forget that they are up 40-5 currently in this year. It's an insane record to have.
And look, I mean, the interview that Vincent had with Interpad at the start of the day as well, given the fact that Split 2 was a little bit odd, right? 2 of their most practiced, rehearsed maps out of the pool. Now you have to bring out Paddytech in this iteration, so there is building time required, and obviously we know that Enterprise very capable of building projects from nothing, but thankfully for them, they didn't have to start from nothing this time around, midway through the split. AV, that's the first time Na'Vi Junior have been able to get themselves ahead at the start of each round. Paddytech and Magnum both out of the equation, therefore A-site takeover successful.
Running back invested as well to secure up this round. Na'Vi Juniors, they're looking great at it. attention.
Look at him go.
Yeah. Nearly flawless as well. Cozy will make some damage. Or do some damage, rather. But in the end, it's AV to take him down. A great look from Na'Vi Juniors. A little bit slower paced round as well. Just capitalizing off of that ground in short. Being able to force Enterprise into uncomfortable positions. And low HP as well. Even though that Na'Vi Juniors was the team that had the lower buy. Enterprise, no. Having to rethink their defensive side. Hillary, anchoring B. Cozy, no, lying. Going aggressive in mid. This is exactly what we'll see quite often from Na'Vi Juniors. Playing with that drone. Aggressive. Neon wall as well to play AB in a strong position.
Look at how Enterprise, though, are wanting to converge into mid. Full play strong as well. Na'Vi Junior need to be cautious. They may be taking the opportunity to cross over into this B side, but Sizzo's stuck, and I know they need to help him. So how do you do that? Get out of dodge. Out Sizzo goes. And with that Na'Vi Junior, even though revealed, they've made a statement. They want to head towards the A side, but they need to group their players together, and that's going to be a hard thing to do. Whew. The corner was covered, but Javelin is able to cross quicker. Sizzo, can he make the same maneuver? A little bit harder to do. Now there's two rifles looked at this direction. Darkso pushes out, deals with Magnum. So does Na'Vi Junior go for something different? Yes, they do. They try to play aggressively. Cozy is able to shut one down, but I think it's a little bit too late. 35 seconds. Sure, he's got the spike control, but the rest of Na'Vi Junior want to get on his case quickly. Look at that back line slowly closing in, but it's a bit disjointed, and Cozy takes advantage of it. Blimey, so damn close to the ace, but Na'Vi Junior will be wiping their brow after that dub. It did not come easy.
30 seconds left.
How did Cozy make that competitive? That flick on the Dark Shield, but doesn't quite predict where Kolosha comes from in the end. And I mean, Enterprise, yeah, after that round, you have to go for the timeout. I think they had a great idea. You highlighted 4 players coming down in mid. Obviously, Vito having that TP means that Zizzo can get out of the dodge. But that's an interesting idea that Na'Vi Juniors had quite a lot against Besiktas Esports, and I imagine they probably had against Mandatory as well. The Neon plays on top of mid. Darkzio having that wall, placing that all the way down in mid means that they can TP up on the fridge and push a lot of players into mid. Find kind of off positions in terms of having that defensive up, try and go for a pick. It's really hard for Lime to find anything with the operator when you have that setup coming through from Na'Vi Juniors. It seems like Enterprise Esports, they were ready. They knew exactly how to counter that. They knew exactly how to bring the numbers back and control the mid, but Darkseal was the hero for that round for Na'Vi Juniors. Finding multiple picks. Once more. Darkseal up in top of mid, now with reinforcements as well.
Oh, Lime first blood with a Marshall, not too bad. It's good to see him getting some picks again. Marshall's putting out some presence, and Kolosha's thinking about potentially playing around with them. Doesn't happen. Na'Vi Junior in the meantime has found a situation in their hands. Mid clear into market. That's a great stun, followed up with an overdrive. Sure, Iluri's able to shut him down, but is that being job done? It feels like it. Avi's getting away with the mid lurk, and Magnum didn't see that coming. Kolosha might have just been given the space to move in as Iluri baited out from movements from mid. Avi getting caught off guard. This is so fickle. One pick changed the entire tide of this round.
Spike is so far as well. Look at Javelin slowly making his way. So is Patty Tech.
ADSing on that position, though, isn't going to help if Kolosha
30
swings.
seconds left.
Kolosha's going to need to help. But Recon comes in first.
Player standing.
And Kolosha does indeed.
Enemy remaining.
take the fight to him. Paddytech denying Kalosha's life as well, has brought things down to a good old duel. Paddytech trying to play that one aggressively, but Javelin throws in an Uno reverse card in his face.
Enemies close.
Aggression meets aggression. It's Na'Vi Jr. to find the round.
How many times Javelin has been the key to close out these rounds for Na'Vi Juniors? It seems like he's the one in clutch situations, in 1 versus 1s, finding those triple kills. A great player on the initiator role. Also an ideal for this roster. Darkseid, once more in top mid. I imagine he will use the wall now. No way. He's gonna face against Lime. And that nullifies the operator pretty much completely as well. Lime has to reposition. That's what's good with the Na'Vi Juniors type of play, with the Neon. They can deny that mid off instantly.
It seems like Na'Vi Jr. have now made the decision to walk into B after that first mid confrontation. Hunter's Fury doesn't quite get the job done, but Lime here will. Nicely done. And is already out of the battle. Has that disrupted Na'Vi Jr. enough? Because, let's be fair, even though it was that one pick, you only spotted Kalosha. No one else seemed to be around. But now you seem to realize there's more oomph to this push. And Enterprise look to bolster it up with even more defenders. You've got Kozi now joining in on the fray. Lime and Ilori back of the side. Recon looking to help. Kozi, no running back this time. And Darkseid looks to run right after him. Not more many bullets left, but 4 will be enough. Enough to distract the rest of the team to walk in at the same time. And now the tables have turned. Na'Vi Jr. in charge, pole position, with Enterprise having to play catch-up, not only in reaching the spike, but converting a 2v3 as well. Looking more impossible by the second, especially on the pickup on Paddytech. Magnum, we've seen some great clutches from him in his past, in his history as a player. But this one looks a bit far-fetched. 1 found, 4 bullets remaining, having to reload. He has a little bit of time, but not too much. Sizzo is also lurking around the corner, which allows Na'Vi Jr. to steal the lead away from EP.
Darkseid has been so good. And something to give to EP as well. Lime has been finding some agency, finally, in this match. He was gone from the server on the first map in terms of getting those kills. He was nowhere to be found. Sure, had quite a lot of in terms of the utility, but now being able to find a couple picks, sure, EP doesn't get that round. I'm glad to see that.
Get out of my
Blade
way.
Storms online.
Lime. He's used the blades, but doesn't really gain too much off of it. The updraft, well, not wasted. You at least gain information, but you don't really find the optimal result out of it. Sizzo operate on the sideline. Not too bad of an idea, and it catches EP off guard. You can't ever feel Enterprise need to make a move here, and that's exactly what they're trying to do. Double approach from short and B. Paddytech is able to make his push work, but Darkseid takes care of the other, which means Na'Vi Jr. know exactly what to do here. You've cleared out both B-side defenders. You only have one direction to head into.
Paddytech, still rifle in hand. Kozi would have run it back. I think they need a pick before using that. Will they find it?
Trying to get it. But there's also another added complexity to it. Even if Kalosha didn't end up with a double, Javelin was also closing in on mid as well. These shots looking snappy. And Na'Vi Jr. looking more and more comfortable by the second.
I love how aggressive Sizzo has been able to be in the past couple of rounds. And I think that's the highlight of the veto. You have some tools for escape, but you have tools to be self-sustained against the utility.
Your mind, Sova.
Zizzo has been able to capitalize off of that. Once again, Lime in mid. Operator in hand. Position nullified. Is it?
I think the operator here is massive. Oh, Darksio further away from the corner, spots out Lime's elbow first, and just pre-fires him on the wall. That's not fair. Scizzo might get away with timing here. You need Kozzy to step up. The curveball comes in a little bit late, but Iluri's taking advantage of it. Scizzo could get stuck here, especially with Iluri closing up the distance. Triple kill. And he might just have saved the day. He's done the job for Enterprise to have the numbers, but in the meantime, Na'Vi Junior gains space. They've given themselves a win condition.
Last player standing.
Oh. Yeah, you can't bait that one out. Massive stuff from Iluri. And Kalosha make it work. One found, 2 to go. Will try and heal himself a little bit, but no, it's more important he finds cover in this situation. Smoke on one end. And Iluri knows the task at hand is to try and defuse the spike. Paddytech there to keep his opponent back. So, job done. And take a bow, Iluri, because that was all you.
Yeah, that round was over until Iluri brought it back. And that's the trouble playing against the Na'Vi Juniors. We have seen it, I think, at least 3 rounds. Lime cannot play the operator in mid. At least not down in arch. You have to find different avenues. One utility from Darksio means that he has to always rethink on where he picks. Where does the enemy come? Are they aggressive already? And Na'Vi Juniors have been able to capitalize. It looks like they're continuing the same trend. Darksio, top mid. Looks like the fast mid push setup for the side of Na'Vi Juniors. It is.
Going up.
Here we go.
Na'Vi Junior this time around going the full W. Darksio going the long way around, doesn't care about the trip, trying to do damage and distract while the rest of the team arrives, but this time, spotted by that trip, will get taken care of.
Joke's over.
A little bit lost in the source, because nothing much has been gathered after this. Sure, you've taken up market control, but Enterprise is 3 strong on the B's defense. When a back expended, it's cleared out a lot. Neural theft as well is going to aid in this situation. But I think Na'Vi Junior have already made the decision of how they want to be playing this. Full information available for the Enterprise squad. Lime lines up from further back, and with the operators going to make this take even more difficult. In the meantime, a bit of a crunch is brewing. Magnum looking to infiltrate the back line. So if Na'Vi Junior change up their minds, they're in trouble. And Magnum's not going to let them know of that straight away. Wants to play with his food just a little bit. As Lime also shows his card. But this card is a full set of aces. And there is no other one that beats it.
Kolosha left.
10 seconds left.
Thinking about the upcoming round. I mean, there's no chance for Kolosha in this. Clock is running down. Trying to fight something. I mean, not the best economy for the side of EP either. Good round for Na'Vi Juniors and timeout called.
One enemy remaining.
Not quite sure from which side, but I'd imagine it's Na'Vi Juniors. Yep. So interesting. Na'Vi Juniors against Besiktas Esports. I can't remember how many rounds in a row, but quite many. They had the veto ult up. Evolution. Now once more, they have the veto ult up. They didn't use it on that game against Besiktas. Sure, maybe they used it on another half, but they had it multiple rounds in a row. Surely they're gonna make something to utilize that. Veto can go aggressive, frontlining, not get bothered by any utility. Sure, it's not the best ult in terms of round-winning potential, like maybe running back, Hunter's Fury. But I think it's an important ult nonetheless.
Oh, for sure. It's a little bit more circumstantial, isn't it?
Yeah.
Depends what your opponents have and how you want to counter it. But Attack Pause has taken over the server. So here comes question time. MP, has the series matched your expectations? For me, it's overpassed it. I feel like we're watching a great game of Valorant, a great series so far. Some back and forth, and a lot of mid-game mind games being played, right? I feel like if anybody's just looking at the minimap, and only the minimap, they're having a lot of fun.
I'm on the same boat as you. Like Fracture even, to start with. Getting that overtime and getting Na'Vi Junior's win on Fracture. A perfect start. Now EP is getting pushed. They don't really get pushed. I mean, I think their win-lose record tells a lot of that. 40-5. 40 wins and 5 losses. Na'Vi Juniors. First time against EP are pushing them to their limits. They got the map. Now they need the series. Different look from Na'Vi Juniors.
I'm out of here.
Darkseal First Blood.
It's the same name, constantly. Darkseal.
And Cozzy on the other end. Yeah, but not this map. It hasn't only been Cozzy's show on an Ascent. You can definitely say Luri and Lime have definitely stepped it up as well. Magnum a constant, therefore not really mentioned at the start of that sentence. But 4v4 and very spread out approach from Na'Vi Junior, hoping that Enterprise make the move first, but that doesn't seem to be the case.
35 seconds on the clock. Na'Vi Juniors have been
30
good
seconds
at
left.
running the clock down, but still being able to find executions coming into the site. Still uncomfortable position. 20 seconds. 2 players to face against them in this A side.
Twelve seconds. It's getting less and less by the second. Enterprise here. Paddytech around, not going to deny the spike plant, at least not going to be trying to. Initially, Javelin having another chance in live. How is he still holding on to live? 5 HP, can't quite take one down with him. That's a brilliant curveball, but so he does back it up with some picks. AV needs to take the fight to them, can't let them regenerate, can't let them group up. But group up they will, and grouped up they'll take over.
Hard for Na'Vi Juniors. So much utility still left in the bank of Enterprise Esports. Just one smoke even.
Last round before the switch.
To delay that. And Enterprise will make sure that it's their favored half. They will at least secure an even half. Possibly will be able to win it. Send defensive side. Famously the easier side to play. At least I do think so, even till this day. Even though the audio is not as prominent. Look at these 2 operators. Now, finally, Vito ult coming through. Evolution online.
No, you don't.
Cozzy, though, he's going to hold idle, and it's worked out for Enterprise. And Darkseal punish, he's definitely trying to, but Lime is also there, and it's handed to the complexity, the curveball again. Cozzy, how does he keep these coming clutch? Run it back. That's going to save him for just a little bit. But Darkseal looking to isolate with his own wall. This is ridiculous. And he's kept Cozzy busy. 4 HP on him this time around, and it's enough to keep him going.
Not ready.
In the meantime, Na'Vi Junior turn their attention towards this A site. Paddytech, the only defender, which makes this a great call for Na'Vi. Paddytech looks to walk into the site. Enterprise have closed up the distance. There's more people around. This is going to get difficult. Paddytech shut down instantly. What a shot from Javelin. And look at Sizzo go all the way in the back line. No one's watching. Oh dear, Javelin needs to get off the spy plant. He ends up getting shut down. Now they know where Scissor is, but he isn't a 1v2. Kozzy, he's going to make this tough, and he'll get the round win as well. Enterprise ahead at halftime. They have to work for it, but it's a 7-5 score coming out of the defensive side. Seven-5 score for Enterprise as they're able to back 4 in a row by the end. A lot of streaks we've noticed in the past couple of maps. But it's Enterprise on the hot seat because Na'Vi Junior have already secured their opponent's map pick, which means this ascent could deny the instant qualification of Enterprise into the VCT play-ins.
Scissor.
He's just taken aback by this play. These hot hands from Kalosha seem to be deadly. Line can't handle it. Oh, Kalosha cannot stop Bandit through the smoke. But there are some replies. Are they quite enough? It's a couple of picks going their way. Now the rest of the shots will follow suit through that smoke. Yeah, I doubt any of them spotted out their opponents through that exchange. A lot of sprays through the smoke.
I'm out of here.
Spray and pray. It's the way. Let's start rhyming, I guess. Great shots from Na'Vi Juniors and great utility at that. That mostly. You kind of highlighted this trend of stringing rounds in a row. The biggest highlight of that is that those usually come after the timeouts. Both of these teams have utilized their timeouts. Enterprise now, 4 players aggressive in B main will fall back out of this initial aggression from the side of Na'Vi Juniors.
Enterprise grouped up with pistols, and they may have made the right call to walk in here, but they need to be careful of the market crunch that AV and Duxter can produce. Doors broken, and they've taken over, so a plant is possible. Kozzy getting another makes this doable, especially with Padatek on the lurk. He's trying to survive, but won't be able to do so. Kalosha spray had his name on it. Sorry, not done here. But you can always fear Kozzy's excellent accuracy, no matter the gun. All to respect a potential push out of garage, but will they keep players looking in this direction? This is mad. 30 HP. This is too damn difficult to predict. Kozzy nearly got away with another, but Iluri had to stand up to the play. Couldn't quite get it across. And Na'Vi Junior recover.
Costly round for the side of Na'Vi Juniors.
Look, don't start resting. There's still work to do.
Equalizing the score. Kalosha, run it back online already. It's a good tool to make this round even. But Cozy won away from his own running back. I wonder if Navi Juniors are gonna do anything aggressive, anything to deny this orb gathering from the side of Enterprise. It doesn't look like it. Vito or Caesar and Darkseal quite passive on the side of A. We'll make sure that Cozy will be able to find that running back there. Kolosha, ready for something aggressive.
Nothing too far-fetched. Screaming shot connecting from Sizzo. That makes Navi Junior's life a little bit easier, but they're still on the weaker buy, so the importance of having the right players in the right place at the right time is big. Chip damage onto Darkso though, it's going to hinder his chances, and this aggression favors Javelin. Illuri not looking in the right direction. Magnum, the only pick he gets was a run it back. Kolosha, so that doesn't really give them any advantages in this, so he's going to have to keep it going, and Kolosha this time around takes vengeance.
Brave from Navi Juniors, but I'm not quite sure what is happening on the side of EP. Cozy still hasn't taken the orb. Still doesn't have running back.
30 seconds left.
I mean, they were trying to invest into Cozy going for an entry, not being so obvious with the running back. I understand that, but he could have taken the orb on the fadeaway. Now Kolosha will make sure that Cozy will have running back. That
So
evens
that's something.
Yeah.
Shadows traveling.
But can you take advantage of it? Will be used. Paranoia backs it up. Trying to play it aggressive, and Navi Junior know the circumstance don't really want to give too much away. Just a little bit of chip damage onto AV. And Nova Junior take care of business without any issues. They have taken the lead, shutting down Enterprise's buy.
To me, this matchup, I mean, so far in this map has been the fight of the duelists. Sure, a lot of supporting utility, great individuals, aside from these two. But it's been mainly Cozy and Darkseal. Both of them, well, nearly at 20 kills. Darkseal at 19, Outlaw in hand. We'll make sure that he will gather that 20 kills, especially facing against Enterprise Esports, who is going for a save. Magnum, the only one. Illuri will actually go with full shields as well, bandits in hand.
So there is potential for an upset here, especially if Darkseal isn't careful, but the Outlaw gets a one-shot kill. Still though, pistols answer back in favourable fashion. Oh, how does Cozy dance around bullets like that? I don't know. Have Enterprise done it again? Have they found a pistol out of thin air? How?
Spike planted.
Don't count Navi Juniors out quite yet.
Well, it's going to be a difficult one.
And to find something
2v4.
here.
No matter what weapon, and there are still rifles available for Enterprise. Sizzo, he's going to need something here, but the flash from Cozy overwhelms, and that is that. An equalization from Enterprise, an unlikely one, answering back after losing their first buy.
Decent idea for Enterprise. I mean, great idea in terms of that. It worked. Denied the initial information from that mid-aggression from Darkseal. Kind of the similar idea that Navi Juniors did with the Neon Wall. Similar idea that a lot of teams have done with the Omen smoke. Then instantly capitalizing off of that aggression. Pressuring down the players into mid from market and B main. And Enterprise basically is overwhelmed Navi Juniors. It's not quite over yet. Navi Juniors happy with the economy that they have. Ciso will be the guy handling that operator.
Cover going out.
Once more, fight is centered around mid.
Yeah, Padatech can't quite find anything there. Difficult fights to really take. Looking for pixels, really. Fine margins this game really is. And one pick can make the difference. Doesn't look like Na'Vi Jr. playing with, you know, scared though. Holding back. No, not at all.
Hey. Look at Lime's position.
The confrontation comes through eventually in Garage, but it's Na'Vi Jr. to win a different fight in mid. And Javelin keeps it going. That is ridiculous. The confidence this man feels is crazy. This series has really popped off. Enterprise now walk into this A site. You need Iluri and Kozi to do some real heavy lifting.
30 seconds
but I'm
left.
sure you wouldn't want two other players at this moment. These two have been sublime all series long. Aggression from Kozi doesn't work out. Ends up falling to the flames. And Iluri's position has been shown. Wait, he's making this competitive. Kolosho thinks it's best to wait for his teammate, but he doesn't want to get caught here. Right click to try and chip away at his opponent, and he will get there. Boy, there is no boring round this match. Na'Vi Jr. back in the lead.
Absolutely not. Back and forth. It doesn't matter how many players are left on either one of these teams. It could be a round for either one. Kozi kind of falling down awkwardly. I think Kolosh attacked him. And like you said, Flames will finish him up eventually. Na'Vi Juniors will take the lead once more. Enterprise not hindered in terms of the economy. Darkseer now positioned up mid. Look at the pings. They're deep down in mid from the side of Na'Vi Juniors.
That's true. Darkseer also wanting to back up that play. Operator in hand, it will be a little bit more difficult to have relevance. He's blocked off for now by smoke. But as soon as it dissipates, he'll find impact. One to the good. The Na'Vi Jr. have not checked their corners. Sizzo trying to stay quiet, but he's missed his chance. Lime turns around and gets a pick. You cannot let that happen. Sizzo playing with his food a little bit too long, and that food comes and hits him in the face. Splat.
That would have been perfect for Sizzle, and Magnum will find the pick. Neural Theft online. If they can keep that mid pressure, Magnum will be able to find that. Neural Theft there. Get information on positions. They decide not to.
No way. Well, this is going to be an easy take for Enterprise. Into B.
30 seconds left.
They'll clear out all the corners. No one's there.
Where is everyone hiding?
Boss System must be hitting himself off of that. And look, Lime had a very quiet game. To turn 180 degrees and connect that shot is as if he's been high fragging all game. No, so he just decides to just show up to make Scissor feel bad about himself. Bit rude. But can't worry about feelings when competition is this fierce. Magnum gets a couple.
Stealing sight.
3 overall in the round.
Feels like... huh? Okay. Neither one of these teams can really escape away from each other. They can't really swing rounds. Well, sure, Enterprise got quite good rounds at the start of this half. They were... No, Na'Vi Juniors, I mean. Enterprise were up ahead. Na'Vi Juniors will take their second timeout. And will not have any left on the regulation. Couple ults up. Running back overdrive. If I recall correctly. Interesting to see what Na'Vi Juniors will provide here. Sizzle. Nah. Production.
The thing is, yeah, he got startled by his own teammates, Hunter's Fury.
No, it's actually enemies. Evolution was online. Evolution was online. He wouldn't be able to get affected by the Hunter's Fury even.
Oh, you're right. You're right. Huh. From my dad, I actually thought it was his teammate.
I think that came through as well a little bit earlier in the round. But I think Ciso was too tunnel vision on what is gonna happen in mid. He would have been able to kill Lime if he completely focused onto him in the end as well. But will not be able to capitalize.
So, an eco is called off of the timeout. So, I wonder if Jonta's cooked up something in this round, or maybe we'll have to wait till the next to see the fruits of that labor.
Here.
I think it's always interesting to try dig deep on what coaches have to say in the timeouts. Is it going to be this upcoming round where you don't really have money? Is it going to be the round coming up? Maybe both rounds? Definitely good rotations coming through, but Ciso's getting taken out. Means that Na'Vi Juniors don't have any players on the side to funnel to. They'll have to wait.
Yeah, Enterprise are going to need to fumble this one to give any chance to Na'Vi Junior. Sure, there's an overdrive. Sure, there's a run it back, but even then, this is Enterprise's round to lose. Quite a bit of delay available to them as well. Right, you've got an Aldrin to get them thinking, hot hands as well to slow them down. One down already, and the chip damage is mounting up. I'll tell you what's mounting down. Here's the hourglass.
Standing.
Maybe getting a couple of picks, but no cigar. Enterprise on double digits. The lead is right back in their camp.
Enterprise quite comfortable with the leads usually. We saw what happened in Fracture. Na'Vi Juniors being able to claw that one back with the timeouts coming through. And sure, they didn't get a win in that round, but this is the round that matters the most. Ciso, once again, operator in the hand. Let's see what Na'Vi Juniors has in store. Ciso, you can't really do anything with the operator in mid. We'll get denied instantly. Cozy having run it back will go aggressive instantly.
It's quite aggressive, like you said, from Enterprise. Lime is able to take care of Kolosha quickly, but boy, are we seeing some counteraction following from Na'Vi Junior, taking space themselves into Garage. And it's made Enterprise pause on their play, waiting to see how they will perform next.
Great tool from Na'Vi Juniors to bring back the aggression onto B main after losing a lot of information in mid. Look at them. They're pushing in. I think Javelin might get the timing. Yeah, that's a spike down.
Mid.
So full information.
I got the spike.
Double the amount of players alive. And having time working in your favor. Darkseid taking a little bit too much of a chance with that jump. Wanting to group up with his teammate over to the other side of the map. Look at Javelin go. He's crossed all the way around the world, so a really important crunch to be created.
Here.
A lurk. But Enterprise are given permission to enter the site. Na'Vi Junior taking the safe route of dealing with this. But is there really anything safe when Cozy does that? And he'll be able to heal up. Kolosha looking to close in. Blinded. Turns away! Calls in a save the day! What is this? Javelin needs to stand up for the plate. He's revealed where he's coming from, taking one down, and Cozy needs to hide. Is this the clutch of the ages from Cozy? Or can Javelin shut this effort down? Both taking different sides of the site. And Javelin standing so damn still, slowly closing up the distance. But Cozy! Ace clutches up against Na'Vi!
Insane from Cozy. 2 versus 4, and that is just the highlight. What a round from him. That might have been the nail in the coffin in this map. Cozy, nearly 30 kills. When your Phoenix is doing that, getting all of the running backs, all of the clutches, all of the aces. it doesn't matter. And even though it's javelin on the opposing side, it's not quite enough for Na'Vi Juniors. Enterprise looking to take mid once more. Sizzle haven't been able to capitalize off of this.
Yeah, that's going to hurt Na'Vi for sure. And this was their chance to get back into the game, to maybe even turn the tide around. Tempt fate for a 2-0, but this has completely changed everything. This round is looking to unfold very quickly in Enterprise's favor. The last round may have been the straw that broke the camel's back. In the grand scheme of things, Na'Vi Junior not too far away, right? 3 rounds consecutive doesn't look like an impossible ordeal, but after what we just saw, Kazi on 30 kills has been running rampant.
How do you stop that as well?
You don't. Well, I'll tell you how you stop it. You don't run in by yourself in when you've got the numbers advantage. That's how you stop it.
Fair point, Pavlos. I think it's great for Enterprise. When we look at Lime on that previous map and look at Lime's stats right here, he's been denied in every turn. But then you have this youngster, Kazi, I think he's 16 years old still. Great pick for Enterprise at the start of this year.
Cover going out.
Incredible addition.
Match point.
That firepower. Being able to demonstrate that.
Yeah, he's a marvel to watch. And you know what I like about the situation a little bit more, MP? Think about other young players that were under the wing of Itopada, of Shadow and Magnum, right? Kiko, his development was crazy, right? As well, sure, not as young as 16 when he joined the squad of these 3 players. But he learned a lot throughout that experience, and now it's Kazi's turn to get pulled up in such ways. Yeah, Kazi takes his first victim again, and he keeps on brewing some fine beer.
I've lost. What is going on here? I mean, Na'Vi Juniors are completely nullified by this one player. Sure, has a great roster, great players around him, but Kazi doing everything right and finding every pick that he desires to go for. Run it back, still online. Numbers in their favor. And Enterprise are not budging.
All right, Na'Vi. Time to show us what you've got. 3v5. Paranoia. Axe's excellent delay. Kazi playing aggressive, and go figure he continues to claim heads. Paddy Tech also accounts for a double himself, but Enterprise, I feel like they won this round a couple rounds ago. This round wasn't the end. That just happened just a few moments ago, man. We've been just living in Enterprise's world for the past couple of minutes. MP, what a game, what a statement. We're going to a 3rd map.
Yeah, I think a crazy map from Kazi. Lime has been under the weather, but no, it doesn't matter when Kazi's popping off numbers like that. And Haven to be our decider, I love that. And I think we probably will have some Kazi highlight package or something like that, but I'll let Desk bring those ones out. Take it over.
You don't say, MP, you don't say. Yeah, I mean, Kazi's back must be aching a little bit there. I'm not saying that the rest of Enterprise didn't put up a good fight as well, but Enterprise needed that, right? They needed somebody to go, okay, it's fine, let's just get the win on this one. Because, look, that map was close enough that realistically, if you don't get those 30 kills, 30 plus, I think Na'Vi Junior get pretty close to winning, if not winning that 2nd map there. Kazi was the factor that really gave Enterprise that win. Plenty of other highlights, as we will talk about over the rest of this, but you got to give him his flowers there, I think, Echo.
So just so everyone saw, in that highlight package, there were 2 clips that weren't from Kazi's point of view if they were on Enterprise's side. like the entire map was just his highlight reel. You can talk so much about the macro, how Na'Vi were playing around it, the things they were failing, or maybe what Enterprise are doing well. But at the end of the day, if your Phoenix is going 33-12, like you are just going to win.
Yeah.
And the Kazi kid is kind of good. I think it's fair to say that. Yeah, this was seemingly needed for the side of Enterprise to really succeed here. It breaks my heart on the one end to see Na'Vi Junior like this, but they also had it coming. I mean, again, to be fair, it's once more an equal round that they lose where the momentum starts, number 16 or something. They lose that, and you know, this is the amazing part about Enterprise is that if you give them even the slightest bit, just an inch, they'll take it and they make the most out of it. And whilst obviously Kazi has been exceptional, no doubt about it, he took this over the line, it still was exactly this abuse of a situation where you knew, you're weak, we take it. And then this guy made everything out of it. Na'Vi Junior had it in their hand if they would have liked to. It was not enough. It was a beautiful showing in terms of how to play this comp. But yeah, sometimes hard when a guy shoots like this. And you also do those kind of team play mistakes that are just overzealous, too eager.
I mean, yeah, there's kind of that saying that love is not enough, and right here, I don't think there's much Na'Vi Junior could have done. Yeah, exactly. It's quite the opposite, actually. This is rage. This is look, Enterprise. Look, they have a lot on the line here. Maybe not on the line, right? Obviously, they have another chance if they go to the lower bracket. It's not the end of the world whatsoever, but they really want this win. They secure everything here. That weight is off their shoulders, and I think there's definitely a fire lit under them by that map loss. The first map loss they've ever had to Na'Vi Junior, right? That puts them in this position. It's what they needed. They're back into things. We go to Haven next. Echo, after that, right? Look, I think there are so many extra factors other than just these two maps now to consider with that performance from Kazi in terms of momentum. What do you think is going through the minds of both Na'Vi Junior and Enterprise right now?
I mean, if I'm Na'Vi, I'm thinking, wait a minute. Doesn't Kazi play Phoenix on Haven for Enterprise? Right? Are we just going to see the same exact thing over again? And as they look towards Haven, they are going to be scared of it, but maybe they've got a chance to talk to Jonta and work out how to counter it.
All right, then. I'm going to throw it to a break. I mean, look, if you have been watching this series so far, you know what we're looking at here. But if you haven't, tune in for this last map. Bring all your friends, because this seems like it's going to be insane. We'll be right back. Hello everybody, welcome back to day 2 of EMEA Challengers playoffs here. If you're just joining us from England because you can't stand to watch your team play, then don't worry, both of our teams here today in this series are far more impressive and entertaining than the England men's football team. So it is now time to see who is going to break the tie here between Na'Vi Junior and Enterprise Esports. Na'Vi Junior start things off with a very impressive, their first map win against Enterprise Esports on Enterprise's map pick, but Kozi went insane, Enterprise kind of went insane as a whole, and they did manage to get back a scent. And we head to Haven now. And Echo, what are your thoughts on Haven when it comes to letting that float through?
I think Na'Vi Junior, they keep letting this float through. They keep letting this be played, and it is honestly looking pretty rough for them. I'd say this is in their bottom, like, kind of 25% of maps in the map pool at the moment. This is not a good map for them, and they're now up against Kozi. He's still on the Phoenix. He's going to be on fire from the previous map. I'm getting worried. I thought maybe Na'Vi Junior could win this, but I don't know anymore.
I mean, sure, I'm very sure Sir Ivan Jonteson has very much thought through what he's going to absolutely do with this Haven. Yesterday it didn't look horrible. The win condition was definitely well played by Focus. It's there, but I mean, look, if kill records are being broken out of nowhere and you have to fight against someone who's there to succeed time and time again. I mean, it was 33 kills previously. In case you're wondering, the kill record in this tournament has been 31 by Darkseal. So today we're in the record-breaking territory that we're so keen and eager about. Yeah, it's gonna be a tough one if they're able to really shut him down. You know, a few kills less and more rounds go in Navi's favor. There were enough situations like this, but if he remains unstoppable, it's gonna be hard. Overall, from the macro side, last time around it was 13-8 in favor of Enterprise when they played against each other. So it's manageable for Na'Vi Junior. It really is, but this is a true test.
Yeah, it definitely is. I think, look, at the very least, if that first map lit a fire under Enterprise, lit a fire under Kozi, then hopefully that last map will have lit a fire under Na'Vi Junior. That's what you got to hope if you are a Na'Vi Junior fan right now. You've got Kalosha, you've got Darkseal. Darkseal previously held that kill record there. And maybe he can bring something back, get it back again over Kozi here. That would be pretty, no, it would be more than pretty impressive. That'd be insanely impressive if he managed to take it back here on Haven. But yeah, as you say, I think this was technically out of the 3 maps the best map in terms of the amount of rounds they got, right? So look, for Na'Vi Junior, it's not the end of the world going to map 3 here, but definitely they've already done a very good job getting that map against Enterprise. They've shown that they have improved, but it counts for nothing if you don't get the win in the series. They don't want to go down to that lower bracket after all that hard work, nor do Enterprise. Both of these teams have so much to play for here.
They really do, because don't forget, this is for play-ins. This is for chance at champions, right? If we're looking at this, this is the most important map now for Enterprise Esports. They want to make it the champs. They've got to start by winning here.
They really have to. And you know, it's going to be quite exciting to see if the solution is finally coming on the Na'Vi Junior side, because again, the struggles really came in when they were attacking on some of the post-plan situations. Same thing yesterday happened against Focus. And so I'm quite interesting to see. It's one final map where they need to power through Na'Vi Junior, but Enterprise, they seem to turn this around, and I'm starting to believe there.
Right, for Enterprise Esports, a simpler chance at getting into play-ins on the line here to not go down to lower bracket. For Na'Vi Junior, their first series win against the team that has dominated Northeast for the better part of a year now. Take it away, Pavlos and MP.
Thank you, guys. Truly exciting indeed. Ending up on Haven for the final map of the series between 2 Northeast representatives. Na'Vi Junior unable to close it out in the end as Enterprise were able to steal it away. Now, like the desk was saying, they're in a really good spot, MP. They're feeling fired up. You've got an individual in there, a 16-year-old that is just claiming heads one after the other. If you're Na'Vi Junior, how do you come back from that?
Oh, it's so tough. Kozi on the same agent in this map. Phoenix is so good. Once you snowball, you get running backs online time and time again. You get chaos, and from that, you can just snowball out of control. For Na'Vi Juniors, the great thing is that they have had this time off in between the maps. Now they need to start strong. Yesterday they were struggling against Focus, especially at the start of this attacking side half. Now it seems like Navi Juniors are continuing the same trend of going A in this pistol round. 5 players focusing on that side.
Indeed. And it's a pretty good hold for Enterprise, as Navi Junior have already made their way through. We're looking at a pop entry, and Lion just appears, gets the pick. And now they have the advantage coming into this, but the pressure is on. Navi Junior get the spike into the ground. And looking to get into post-plant positions. 4 players to drop from heaven. This is unorthodox. Curveball dropping, and you already have some distraction coming through. AV having a lot of time to get a bullet across onto the line, but at the same time, things are pretty equal. They've squared things up nicely, and you still have Navi Junior having contingencies over in long. That contingency just gets thrown out the window because of Kozzy yet again. Magnum to help out in the middle of the site, and Enterprise to win the pistol.
Team
It's a decent start for Navi Juniors, getting the spike down.
Than my last team.
Dark Shield getting taken out right before the spike goes down. Makes it so much easier for Enterprise to overwhelm the site, and even though Navi Juniors will find some picks, it's not quite enough. EP starting this one strong. Line, outline, hand. I would love to see a decent map coming out of Lime. Kozzy has been the starlight. We know that Lime has the possibility to shine as well.
Absolutely. Things for Navi Junior, anyone can sort of pop off from that end as well, so we just need to see that come into fruition and put an end to Kozzy's spree. Still, takeover for Navi Junior. Again, permitted. Enterprise happy to go for these retake setups. This is what they've sort of set up for, right? You've got some fast playing agents in your pool. And again, Enterprise looking to group up as a unit. A death ball approach, paranoia, as well as hot hands cause a lot of damage, but still unable to capitalize off of it. The important thing for Enterprise is that Magnum was able to cross forwards, continue raining terror, damage inflicted aplenty, and with a defuse and final frag for Lime, this round is secured.
Spike's dead. You're welcome. I'm out of here.
You know, it's interesting to see whether Navi Juniors can actually
Don't get stopped. Bad way to go.
take the rounds in their hands. It was Focus who controlled on the defensive side yesterday. They were the driving force. They were the one dictating the tempo. Is it going to be Enterprise to do the same thing to Navi Juniors, or can Navi Juniors actually take this into their hands? Enterprise will not invest into this round, which means that Navi Juniors should have the advantage.
No, they should.
Kozzy, I think, didn't have that Phantom when I said that. At least I didn't see. Great play from Kozzy. He's been so confident on the previous map. I love this hero rifle coming in. I love this investment because he can do it. Meanwhile, Navi Juniors finding a lot of ground in the sea.
They are indeed, but Magnum's still there to interrupt. Even with a pistol, he's a menace. Come on! I feel like every time at the start of each and every map, Magnum has a sequence. He's come online again. The bonus up against Navi Junior's first buy. Well, let's put it to shame. Let's just put it that way.
Navi Juniors, they haven't been that great at clutching against Enterprise Esports. I think they had decent shots against Focus.
30 seconds left.
They were given some chances, but
Spike
now
plant.
Kolosha, Zizzo in a great position to flank Kolosha with running back as well. This could be the time for Navi Juniors.
Could be. Look at this. No one's looking.
Zizzo.
Oh my God, Zizzo, you monster.
Standing.
Oh,
No, not again!
Oh boy. This man just keeps on giving. The intuition 300 IQ turned around from Magnum. He realized something's off here. He realized that his opponents had all the time in the world to be anywhere. And he realized someone could be on the flank. Magnum deserves this defuse. Getting the neural theft, I think, off the back of it. Or should be. Yep. And Enterprise go 3-0.
Pavlos, how do they say it nowadays? That was like minus 1k aura. First Sizzle. Second time! The perfect play coming in from Sizzle. That can't be easy to deal with.
Let's turn this around, squad.
Yeah, I don't know how the kids say it, MP. I've got Ang status, remember?
True.
True. I feel like I always had Ang status even when I wasn't underage.
You're so unk, you could have a kid that says that.
Spike down, mid.
That's so true. Well, 2 picks are the good. Doesn't make Na'Vi Jr.'s life any easier. Not that we thought they'd have an easy time, particularly this one. And you can tell it's getting quite dark.
There.
Over where Darkseer is playing, what's lighting up his room is his own monitor.
Blinding.
And we've had 2 very, very close maps previously. Up to the point where Enterprise denied a round from Na'Vi Jr., where Kozzy had a brilliant clutch. It was a close game, and then a quick clean-up. Wait, is this doable? Is this doable? Yeah, oh dear. Darkseer is having a Kozzy moment. But no one has a Kozzy moment better than Kozzy himself! Sit down, he says!
Once again, the duelist, Darkseer and Kozzy. I mean, spearheading their teams. But you said it. Kozzy is the one to make sure that the Kozzy moment will win them round. Once more, Enterprise up 4-0. Na'Vi Juniors will buy into this round, finally having the economy live already on an operator.
It's quite a good gun to bring into this, especially given that Na'Vi Jr. heading in his direction. But Lime needs to be postured correctly, and right now he is on a wide angle, gets himself some cover. Darkseer is lightning quick, so Lime no more. But this is the Neon fight, but there's a lot more fights to take place. Oh, and boy, are Na'Vi Jr. taking over this time. Darkseer, he's taking matters personally, and Kozzy playing a little bit overzealous out into the open, trying to throw in a curveball. And finally, Na'Vi Jr. not only do they win a round, but they win it decisively.
Great entry coming from Darkseer. Sets up the round nicely. Opens up the site completely. Oh, that's so fast. And on the side of Lime, it's been underwhelming. I think difficult timings in terms of that operator as well as scoping out. Can't be easy. Enterprise still. Good money in the bank. Not the greatest economy considering that they have 4 runs in a row. Still enough to buy into this round. Darkseer waiting for that rotation to come through. Pulls out a little bit too early.
So I'm seeing a lot of pings over in Garage as well. It feels like Na'Vi Jr. want to take up that space, but, you know, deal with the utility in there before they make their next move. Need to create more question marks on the map for Enterprise.
Great bait. Coming from the side of Sizzle.
Tech was able to answer back quickly. Just getting himself.
I must wait a moment.
Magnum
Cage
not
triggered.
quite spotting Javelin. Chip broken on the other side of the map. The Magnum's alone. No quick help. Great call from the juniors of Na'Vi.
One down.
But Magnum catches them by surprise. I don't quite think he knows there's someone so
30
close, but he
seconds
should have
left.
realized it by this point, letting them cross on site, and it's Enterprise to attempt another retake. Run it back instantly enabled here from Kozzy, and it works supremely. Magnum as well chiming in, but Kozzy can walk through smokes and know he will be the first one connecting with a headshot. He's just that quick, just that confident, and there's no slowing him down.
Now we were great at finding picks, entries at that, against Focus in Breeze. But something that they weren't able to find that easily was the map win. They went to overtime with 22 entries to 8. Right there, they find the entry. It's a brilliant bait play, but not quite being able to capitalize. And from there, Jonta will call a timeout. How do you adjust into this? It's Na'Vi Juniors. Enterprise getting a lot of momentum on their side. So comfortable.
True.
And I think it's a great discussion about Patty Tech. I think he was titled the Vibe Merchant back in Team Liquid. Now coming into this team, that could be crazy good, especially when Enterprise is leading.
That's actually very, very true. I mean, you think about players that have competed with this squad before, and I'm kind of, you know, the most relevant here, especially given the coaching staff, is the Apex squad with Magnum, Itapara, and Shadow. And obviously Shadow was playing back then, and he was the vibe merchants of that squad, but now he's on the coaching staff, so can't really give those vibes off on the server. So I feel like, yeah, Paddy Tech is needed. It's a great addition.
Yeah.
It's a great addition to that.
It's the thing that Itapara highlighted on the interview as well, that they fit into that system instantly after the first day. Oh, Darkseal, he's going deep so quick that I didn't even notice.
I'll tell you what though, Enterprise want to disrupt. They've split the team in two. Sure, you've got a Neon tail getting it forwards, but he's left the rest of the team behind, and Enterprise capitalize on that. Round's already done.
Quick one.
Only 10 seconds passed. That's what you call a quickie.
Yeah. Ah, something I noticed. Ilori. Bringing back the Odin as well. He's one of those players to play as well. Enzo, I think he was kind of the first one that got it really highlighted as his gun. Enzo
Mostly
Odin.
in Europe. Yeah. In Europe, I'd say that's his kind of domain.
Was it Brock in NA? If I recall correctly.
Yeah,
especially
I think
in
there were a
champs.
couple though, right? I feel like in Europe and it was Enzo's thing, but in other regions you had a couple of players sort of making use of
destroyed.
Odin.
It's a great gun. Not quite so prominent in Ascent anymore, as the walls are reinforced. It's a great tool in Haven, especially in A, mid. You can spam through a lot of walls in this map, and especially when you're playing Sova.
30 seconds
How did
left.
Magnum survive that, by the way?
Don't ask me. Don't know. Crazy. Guy is like a cat. 9 lives.
Damn. 8 more left to go. Died once in this
Magnum
map
does
so
look
far.
like, I don't know, does Magnum look like a cat person to you or a dog person? I feel like he's generally
Ooh.
pet friendly, but
yeah.
But I don't know. I feel like he's got a bit of both.
I agree. I definitely agree. I would
And I
see
feel like that's
Magnum
the biggest
having
compliment
cats.
you can give someone.
Yeah, absolutely. He also seems so kind.
True.
I don't know what it is, but hey, I'm always happy to see Magnum thriving.
So Spike left behind for now as Na'Vi Juno go for their initial explorations. Mostly over and long, but Enterprise, they themselves want to take a step forwards. Paddy Tech is in charge of that little walk, breaking down the cam and getting out of dodge. Ilori's Odin, though, is unable to have any impact, instantly taking off the server with Javelin's headshot. And Na'Vi Juno are going to use that as an opportunity to cross forwards. They're without the spike, so there's going to be a little bit of a delay here, but Enterprise don't know this. Overdrive enabled here for Darkzo, and Kozzy takes advantage of its depletion to get a pick himself. So not all over, and
30
indeed,
seconds left.
Enterprise have had a few chances to poke and prod, and here come the headshots from Javelin. He's stepping up once again. That's exactly what Na'Vi needed.
Spike planted.
Kozzy's around.
One enemy remaining.
You can't count him out, but a 1v4 is over. Javelin took matters into his own hands this one. And with that, round score doubled.
Just like that, Na'Vi Juniors could find the rounds. Initial pick, capitalize off of that, get ground. Play the round slowly. Let Enterprise Esports do the mistakes. And even though that Na'Vi Juniors, they were actually kind of forced into playing that slowly because the spike was so far behind. And now Na'Vi Juniors finally getting their second round on board. Darkzo with the operator looking to go aggressive. Find those entry picks. Get the control of that A-long area.
Don't want to be challenging Lime again on that corner.
Take flight.
Again, Lime not being the highlight player.
Cover going up.
For Enterprise today. So he's had his moments. He's just added to the tally once again. Na'Vi Junior made the choice. It's a C split. And Magnum wants to stop it from going astray. How does he get that 1v2? Out of thin air, Magnum steps up again. Kolosha alone. He's been revealed. They know about him. He's got the spike. So a potential plant. But it doesn't look like Enterprise are going to let him breathe. They themselves are breathing down his neck. He's giving himself some space with that pick, but Ilori quickly on his tail is able to shut him down with a bullet at the back of the head.
Small margins. I think that was a really small angle where Ilori saw him. Magnum, a great push there. Damn, he's so good. And Enterprise Esports, 7-2.
Yeah, MP can see me. England has scored.
I was wondering what is happening. Pablos went mad.
Shadows traveling.
Hey, good for them.
Yeah. Not good for Kolosha. Kozzy is on a tear, man. Jesus.
It doesn't matter where Kozzy is starting on the map. We'll usually capitalize. Lime. Can he find it? Yes.
So, Na'Vi Junior, I feel like this is a situation they found themselves constantly in, and increasingly over an ascent as well. You know, these early poke and prods from Enterprise, you have Line taking early aggressive peaks, you have Kozzy weaving in and out of battle, you've got Patiteg as well going for his own little explorations. It's so damn hard to win these little fights and play off of numbers at disadvantage. It happens so often.
And I think one of the reasons why it's so hard, it's the disparity between Enterprise Esports and Focus in terms of the style of play. Yesterday, they kind of had to adapt into Focus' style of play, which was really aggressive on the defensive side, taking a lot of control of the map and moving around. But on the side of Enterprise, they're not doing that together as much. They're not doing that as deep. It's Kozzy going for the flash picks, Lime going for the operator pick, and then you have Magnum.
You really do.
Player standing.
Oh my God!
Down, C.
He cannot give him a break! Magnum has been unleashed. I never thought I'd say there are many things better than a Magnum ice cream, but it's Magnum himself, dude.
You remember, I think they had some, I don't think it was a sponsor, but Magnum Ice Cream sent ice cream to Magnum.
Oh, really? That is dope.
Yeah, I think that was a couple of years ago or something like that.
Oh, that is actually really cool. I want an ice cream sponsorship.
Same. I think Na'Vi Juniors would enjoy that right now as well. Something to ease their minds. 82, timeout call, rightfully so. I think at this moment it's a hard place for Jonza as well. Not only to read what Enterprise are doing, because they're switching things up every round. They're kind of poking and prodding in different places. Sure, I think they one thing that they have constant is Lime is playing on the defensive side on that A area, going for the operator picks, alongside with maybe Cosy flashing for him. Maybe it's Hillary providing that drone where Lime can actually go aggressive, maybe a recon ball. Things like that you kind of have to read. Oh, I love what is happening right now. Enterprise, they're going. I think they're going to go aggressive. Look at this.
Yeah, they will.
Hunter's Fury online. Operator dropped. Navi Juniors aren't buying the bait though, instantly at least.
Well, it looks aggressive, but it's not going to be a fast one. It doesn't have to be, because Cosy's bullets are faster than light itself. Curveball out. Trip taking him down, but it's slowing him, not really accounting for a pick. Illyri's Hunter's Fury is also sent in to find some extra damage in the process. Na'Vi Jr. thought you were going to have a setup round here. Thought you were going to allow, have Javelin to help the team just walk in. Never mind. You're lacking the resources, lacking the players. But desperate times call for desperate measures, and now they're tailgating it into C. They might be able to get there on time, but Magnum is a beast and a half. And he's got his claws out. Finally, pulls on the floor. And Na'Vi Junior may have given themselves a way back in. Kalosha has got to run it back available, but I'm afraid there is no time and space to use it. He is alone. And Enterprise are closing in, making the call on how they want to be approaching the countdown and the swing. And we're getting statement after statement from Enterprise from start to finish in this round.
Na'Vi Juniors were ready for that aggression as well. Look at how they started that round. They were playing on default. 2-1-2 default, but it doesn't matter when Cosy gets those individual duels as well. Hunter's Fury coming through.
So a bit of information as we just received it from our production team. Seems to be some packet loss issues that need to subside, but we should be jumping back into things pretty damn quickly. No, it's not like the whole network went down or internet disappeared. None of that. Should be getting back into things pretty soon. But it's also a time for reflection and to cool the nerves. Na'Vi Junior, sure, they're not on the precipice of going into VCT players. They already have a team within their organization that is at that level. But Enterprise, on the other hand, they're a few rounds away. And they looked very, very determined to get there.
And it's exactly what this roster was built for. High talent, good players, insane coaching staff as well, in terms of having that experience, knowledge. Enterprise were definitely looking for this. They want to go all the way into champs. Now, 4 more rounds under their belt would make sure that they would get at least into VCT EMEA Stage 2 play-ins. Reborn, they already did that against Misa Esports. They made it. That's a 5th Turkish team / organization right now in that VCT EMEA Stage 2.
How many, dude? How many?
I mean, could be one more.
Yeah. I remember Mitch saying as well in the previous Challengers EMEA playoffs, he said something along the lines, back in the day when you were talking about Turkish teams, you weren't using it as a positive connotation, but you had, SMB, you had BPL that were really struggling at the bottom level of VCT for quite a while. But ever since Foot came in, ever since Pacific showed up again, more and more teams, more and more young talent are backing it up. That region is bonkers. It's insane. So positive connotations all day long when talking about teams from the region. So let's see if Enterprise can meet them up there. Lori, Tech, both getting their entries. This is best case scenario, and the Hunter's Fury is not really getting too much damage across. And the same goes for the third swing. Kozzy trying to play aggressive, gets caught by Kalosha, finally winning the Phoenix duel. But will this shock duck give them enough space? Pre-firing onto Kalosha's position. You're running out of bullets, you need to be accurate with this one. Tech looking to hold on to the defuse, and Ilori jumping in to be the human meat shield. Enterprise, a complete mowdown on the first half. 10-2, leading with stride coming into the second.
Standing. Left.
To add to Na'Vi Juniors' difficulties from their own map pick Ascent, they're currently down 10-2. Now, thankfully for them, there's a lower bracket, but they're going to have to fight hard here to climb the mountain that has been built by Enterprise to make sure that is not the case.
Enterprise rarely loses in this map. Often it's quite domination, and that's what it seems like here. Once again, Na'Vi Juniors faced against with hard opposition. Lime finding the opening duel.
Insult to injury again. Start thinking things off on the back foot. It's becoming normality, isn't it? It's every round occurrence. Now, look at Sizzo. He's gained a lot of space, but the thing is he can't cross without alerting his opponents due to the trip. It doesn't really have the element of surprise, and a part of Enterprise do try and go in his direction. So Na'Vi Junior making another attempt to play aggressively, but Magnum has had the best game of the tournament, I think. I haven't seen him perform so well in the previous matches. He's always been a constant, but this is another level.
One enemy remaining.
I mean,
and he just keeps on giving.
Nearly 4 KD as well. I think 19-5 for Magnum, and I think England has just scored again, if I read Pavlos' face correctly.
Yes, they have.
So basically,
Spike planted.
if you're Northern East, or if you're English team,
Flawless.
rooting for Enterprise Esports, which is quite likely as well.
Yeah, you're in for a treat,
Very
right?
happy.
It's a 2-in-1
Yeah.
situation.
Yeah.
You're very, very happy. Yeah, it's a little bit difficult for Na'Vi Junior. Now you lose your pistol, you know, it feels like it was a win condition for them to get this pistol. Makes their lives a lot easier, trying to come back. They're likely going to need to come back from a 12-2, but they're going for the full buy. Hands deep in their pockets, using as many credits as they can to get the maximum output from this in terms of firepower and utility. Enterprise Looking to put most of their power towards this left-hand side. Sure, there is presence of Magnum on the other side of the map, and he's just shut down AV. So if you're Na'Vi Jr., you're not too comfortable putting your players in one plate.
How do you deal with that menace as well? Previous map, it was Causey. First map, Magnum and Causey. Now Magnum once again, making sure that he will have that 4 KD. At least for now. He's so good at those lurks. Holding down the side. It doesn't matter the side. And Causey. Adding insult to injury. Look at Lime's kills and deaths. I think that's the thing for youngsters. 6-7. Do you know anything about that?
30 seconds left.
I do, and I feel bad about knowing about it, but then again, do you really know about it when you know about it? You know, because it doesn't really mean anything, does it? As far as I'm aware.
No, I don't think so.
So
I know my
I think the whole
brothers
point of
say
this is that it's nothing. But then again, I'm from the generation that ASDF movies were cool. So, hey,
Spike planted.
I like trains. Sorry, not the best sound effects, man. I'm just saying, this generation did not come up with aimbot. It's existed for a while.
Fair point.
Elori.
One enemy remaining.
Looking to play this one aggressively, and paired up with Causey is not giving Na'Vi Jr. a chance to watch that final stance. But a fully telegraphed position. I'll try and see if he can claim any more bodies by the end of this one as the chase is on, but Lime will be the final boss here. 12 locked in. And Enterprise poised to qualify into the VCT play-ins. 1 round away from getting there.
Strong as ever. Even now that Prox is gone to Gentlemates, and Paridek is on the roster, filling out his position on a different role than he was on Liquid. Still incredible seeing Enterprise play. They had their struggles, especially in the first map. Fracture usually great for them. Na'Vi pushed their Enterprise into their limits. Now it seems like Enterprise have finally found their stride.
Take flight.
Confident.
Joke's over. You're dead.
And it could be 13-2, but Na'Vi Jr. have got a decent stack here, so it may not be the case. Causey does get the run it back to gain the information. You do lose one player, and I think they say, bygones be bygones, let's reset.
That's probably still quite decently happy with the situation, considering that Na'Vi Juniors, they don't really have the guns to fight against. Look at the Enterprise, they're so split. And Na'Vi Juniors, they're making their move down mid.
Ooh, Na'Vi Jr. They're getting a lot of damage across here. Sure, the A site's open, and that's exactly what Enterprise are targeting. Spike should be going down, but you need Magnum to have a pop-off round to get this under
30
wraps.
seconds left.
They found my wire.
Oh, trip broken, that's some information. Magnum! Oh, you sneaky bugger! I think he should be able to get the pick onto Sizzo, but can he turn around on time? Cage to give him some cover, looking for the spray. Javelin fires a headshot. Ilori, though, not backing out, wanting to take the fight to him. Gets the first pick, knows the TP, headed towards heaven, but he's running out of bullets and needs to be careful because it doesn't know where Kalosh is coming from, but realizes AV's alone. Up to the pistol, and AV recovers! Na'Vi Jr. to hold on for a little while.
Hey, 9 more to go. We've seen comebacks like this. I don't know if Na'Vi Juniors are the team to make it. I mean, that would be tremendous from them. Great performance. They've been improving every week, every official.
On my wire.
Getting into grand finals of stage 2, where Enterprise Esports got dropped into the groups, or in groups, Yeah, sure, they got quite hard groups as well. Not in the form. No Navi Juniors faced against different looking Enterprise Esports. A tough task.
Really difficult. Line gets spotted. So the plan may have been ruined, but there are levels to this plan. 2 players down in mid, and that's what catches AV off guard. What's the call off the back of it? Complete standstill, it seems.
They want Navi Juniors to make the mistake. Neural theft online as well. Enterprise probably just waiting to pull Navi Juniors out of that B side to go into there and find neural theft. I think that's their winning condition as well. Magnum will slowly advance. Pings coming through as well. In the end, Enterprise decide not to go there. And Navi Juniors, they're perfectly stacked, but Kolosha slowly pulling away from that side. It's holding down Link, running back online.
30
Clock
seconds
is
left.
ticking down.
It's not too bad of a call for Navi.
You're dead.
Like aforementioned, run it back is available. Line ends up dropping, but Kozzy might be the guarantee. 13 seconds and the pressure is on, but Kozzy continues firing nicely. Javelin also chiming in. Sizzo doing a great job on the defense, and that wraps up the time for Allure. He needs to focus on the spike plant, and I think he might have it on time. He does, but he needs to account for the left-hand side. The aggression comes through, but the spike, I think, did not go down on time. Just barely missing out, milliseconds on the clock. So Navi Jr. survive a little while longer again.
What is the point where we start believing? How many rounds?
39.
13-9?
No, sorry, 12. 12-9. See, I start to believe when the game's already over, MP. I start to believe when the game's done. You know, I'm just delusional like that.
Fair enough. I mean, good for Navi Juniors. Finding some success here. Not completely getting demolished. Okay, Enterprise up. They're making their way.
Ooh, Javelin really struggling on that one. Ends up getting stunned. Oh dear, Navi Jr. is taking over. What is this? Darkseer on the flank. He's just run past through them, flanking and zapping his way through.
Go, go, go.
All of a sudden, the round is over.
Yeah.
Sure, Enterprise were down on an eco. Timeout called as well.
One enemy remaining.
Hey, some great rounds from Navi Juniors.
Yeah. That round was over actually before Darkseer came through. He just cleaned up. You just had some really good holds coming through from the Navi Junior defenses.
Yeah, great rotations coming through as well. I mean, quick response in terms of what happened in the Enterprise side. Instantly rotating towards the A side, getting all of the players down there, meant that Enterprise had no chance, even though the initial duel went to the side of Enterprise Esports. But now should be the closing arguments here for Enterprise Esports. Ido Para, Shadow, must have cooked something up. Something in the back pocket to make sure that Enterprise Esports will be in VCT EMEA Stage 2 play-ins. Hunter's Fury online for both sides. Enterprise looks like they're doing a bit of a default.
I'm out of here. Shocking.
So, back to the breach. Tabata getting a word in. Let's see what the plan was. And so, again, you're right. It is a default, and it will continue to be a default for quite a while, hoping that Na'Vi Junior are the first to make a move.
I think Enterprise is trying to play into their strengths, finding any information on the map, and from that, make the decision. Seems like the decision, without any information, pretty much is to go towards C. Ilori, having Hunter's Fury online means that it's gonna be a good execute, most likely, unless Sizzo has something to say for it.
It's not too bad. Sizzo, though, is trying to get back into the right corner, and these hot hands have continuously been claiming names. Of course, the Hunter's Fury tag does help out with that, but Enterprise's attack falls, crumbles, with only 2 pieces of it still left. Kozi's been left behind, maybe hoping that Ilori can get to a site and plant on time, and that actually may be the case. But can you back that up?
10 seconds left.
It's Kozi. Wait, run it back as well. Ilori. It's not impossible for the side of Enterprise, especially if Na'Vi Juniors get a little bit overzealous. I think that was something that happened yesterday quite often. This time around, neural theft expended. Great information coming through.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? That's why Enterprise didn't try and go for something sneaky. Knew that the neural theft was available. Reaper now. You know where Ilori is. These tags are annoying. Kozi trying to play aggressive off of his run it back, but he has to lose his team in the process. Cannot get something out of it. There's one, another curveball. It's important. Gets another. There's this, another Kozi moment. He's running out of bullets, but it might just be enough. In with another, but Colossus spray gets there. Or doesn't, because there's no time. Kozi does it again. That is crazy. A 16-year-old made out of utter brilliance.
I don't know what to say. Kozi highlights in Ascent, and Kozi the one to finish it up here. 2 versus 4. Questioning whether they can actually do it. Running back online. In the end, it's not even that running back. It's Kozi in a 1 versus 4 situation that clutched it out. Crazy thing happening there, yeah. Pavlos.
It's mad. It's mad. I have no words. Kozi continued to do his thing. And Na'Vi Junior got toyed with at the end. But let's throw this over to the desk to break down before we head into our next match.
I mean, I'm still recovering personally.
Yeah.
That was such a shock end to the round. That was like a live leak Valorant. Anyway, like that was what a game from Enterprise Esports from start to finish. Na'Vi Junior. A great attempt at getting back into things at the end, but they just got steamrolled for most of that game. Absolutely brilliant. Enterprise Esports got exactly the confidence they needed from Ascent. It was a tough series for them, but this was absolutely in their hands the whole time. So they're a play-ins team now. They are into the VCT play-ins that are going to be happening later on in the year, and congratulations to them. I mean, they deserve that spot just based off of previous performances, let alone this one here. And while Na'Vi Junior definitely have made improvements, it was not quite enough to beat the team that they really wanted to beat, Echo.
No, and it felt so close for so much of that series, but Haven just got away from them. That 10-2 half, it's so difficult, almost impossible to come back from a deficit like that. And okay, a couple of rounds on the board, yeah, to stop it being a 13-2, but you've got to say, like, congratulations to Enterprise. VCT play-ins locked in, regardless of how the rest of Stage 3 MEA goes. That's an incredible thing to start with. But this Enterprise, they're on form, I think, to get all the way to the grand final now.
Yeah, rough one. I would say that this is exceptional stuff on Enterprise side, especially I think from the macro perspective. I have to say we cannot doubt that Magnum as well as Kozi has exceptional games, but the way they approached this attacking Na'Vi Junior really showed that they did their homework there. They knew when to disturb, they knew when to hold the deep lines, they knew what kind of conditions they can give them and not give them. Yeah, and Na'Vi Junior was just so in the mix with how they should play and how they know to play that it was at the end of the day Enterprise really taking off with such a result. Fracture was, it felt like there's always one map. I mean, actually, you should ask this, Twiggy, really, if there's like always one map you need to get used to how Navi Junior plays, because this is how it kind of feels like when we take a look at how Fracture panned out. The first map we had, there were a bit unusual timings and decisions on the Enterprise side. Realized it too late, and this got better and better until we went to Haven. Kind of feels like it. Kind of, maybe, but I'm mostly curious to hear from them what they think about this game, because it started dramatic, it ended anticlimactic.
I regret to inform you that we don't have an interview, so we're not going to find out. So unfortunately, I have heard word that that's not happening. I know, disappointment, horrifying, the worst thing in the world. But I think we can infer quite a lot just from the way the series went, right? I mean, just based off of the start, I think they just needed that warm-up game, right? I think Kozzy provided them a lifeline, right? Threw down the rope for the rest of his team to climb up and do something spectacular, right, Echo?
Yeah, but I think Magnum really stepped up. Like, his Cypher performance here was incredible. His timings were great, and he wasn't going too aggressive. He wasn't playing too passive. He was playing his lines just right and allowing somebody like Kozzy to clean up when he needed to. I mean, that 3K that could have easily just been the 4K for the win at the end there was just incredible. And, I mean, Enterprise, it feels like right now they've got it all on lock.
And it's so crazy to see it for me. Enterprise has so many players that are capable of taking over the game. Because for me today, Lime was absolutely offline, not active at all, not participating in the way we know. But then there's someone stepping in and filling those shoes. And this is a big gap to fill. But Magnum done this exactly as he should within his role. He's always a solid player, always a solid sentinel, no doubt about it. But today, he was on the stage a bit more. And, you know, all the show lights were on him. He did exactly what he had to. Enterprise look far from how they looked during stage 2. They were right now really surviving a test, but from the structured, unorthodox play, next up will be Reborn. And this is going to be another amazing test for the squad to see how they deal with raw firepower paired with right decision making.
Yeah, but before that, we do have one more game today. You can see it down there, Focus versus Mandatory. This is going to be a really good game as well, so don't go anywhere. The loser is eliminated from the tournament. Lots on the line, so join us after this break.
성공을 전부 담긴 그릇이 작아 I can't lose 점수 그건 의미 없는 숫자 내 열의 top 10 gonna shake that 해골로 채운 옷 짤 전부 dead stock 상시줄이 red dot 경고는 없어 bad
Hello everybody, welcome back to day 2 of the EMEA Challengers Stage 3 playoffs. It's been a very good day so far in terms, well, if you're an England fan, it's been a roller coaster of a day. But regardless, I'm sure you were getting regular updates during the cast apparently. So regardless, look, Enterprise Esports managed to secure their place in the EMEA play-ins for VCT, which is massive for them. It was right on the line, but now we head to the lower bracket and we're going to be saying goodbye to one of these teams here, Focus and Mandatory, both having a tough time in their first game. Both the lower seed though going into this one, so not surprising that they find themselves in the lower bracket. Now they've got to fight amongst each other for a spot in the wider tournament. Echo, what do you have going into this game? What are your thoughts starting this one out? Is it the French or the Germans that seem to be kind of on top on this one?
I think I've got to say, sorry Zash to your region, but the French are looking stronger. This is a rematch of the elimination match of Ascension last year in Group B, and Mandatory won that 2-0. Obviously the orgs have stayed the same, but the teams themselves changed drastically. There's only 2 players left in the server that were in that match previously, but you know that the orgs and the fans are going to be remembering that, and for Focus, this is now becoming a revenge story.
Measurement never works for Brits. I mean, you guys work with miles. How can you measure anything? Fully wrong statement, start to finish. Focus yesterday had an option, to be frank, right? It was okay.
But you're Vincent.
So again, they had an option, and I have to really say that there was an opportunity. However, yeah, Focus and bringing it over the line is tough. I mean, look, this Breeze game was theirs already potentially, but they always struggle when it's on the closed score lines. Navi Jr. was giving them one hell of a fight. It was tight throughout their group, yes, but they showed a lot of resilience. I really got to give them that, and I think once more the change paid off in terms of getting Lewis on. Yeah, but then we can start to discuss, is it good enough? And there I'm willing to talk, but listen, I think they can do it.
Yeah, I mean, Focus put up a very good fight yesterday. We weren't really expecting them to have as big of an impact in their game against Narvik Jr. When we started things out. Winning that first map definitely shook things up for us. This is a team that has been running hot and cold, though. We can take a look at their map pool coming into this one, Echo.
Yeah, the hot and cold I think is huge. When we take a look at these maps, you can really see they have maps that they are great on. So Pearl, brilliant. Haven, pretty good.
Go on.
But as you look towards Breeze, Lotus, and Split, well, things are looking a lot more rough there. And if we head to those maps, like, you know, Focus are definitely looking slightly more down in the dumps than they could. Pearl, though, if we go there, that's a lock for me. They win Pearl.
I think it's still a rough one, right? I mean, but that's the kind of thing about Focus. The bigger problem lies for me in something that unfortunately has always been kind of present with this team, is that their attack sides are pretty uninspired, pretty readable. The numbers don't give it away. In the important games, you realize that on attack, they are unfortunately lacking the capability of adapting and finding solutions that are not straightforward and not very readable in the late round. It's a difficult one, of course, don't get me wrong, but it would seem, especially with the addition of Lewis, that more creativity would have gotten into this team. Yesterday, especially on the split, right? 2 rounds, that's it. Navi Jr. absolutely understood how to play against them, and it's kind of unfortunate. I think Focus could have used this month to improve in that department. On some maps they did, on some maps they didn't, but it's a big test today against Mandatory, because I don't know if they can control them. This is the thing. I think Navi Jr. is a different caliber, far different caliber.
Yeah, I think the big thing for me here, though, is pace, right? Like, we don't really need to talk about creativity and playing good attack sides. If you have somebody like Pace who can just, we saw so many highlight kits from him there. If he can do that, it doesn't matter if you're playing a one-dimensional attack. He's just going to get 5 kills.
He's insane.
Well, okay, look. Looking at that, you put so much on the map veto. Is there something that we're expecting coming into this one for Focus? Is there maps that they're looking to avoid, obviously, but, you know, what ones do they go and get rid of, right? If you have 3 bad maps in the map pool, you can't avoid all of them, Echo.
I think Fracture to me is just to get rid of it. You just don't want to go there at 100%. All. Look towards your Pearl, look towards your 3-site maps. They're not awful on those 3-site maps as well. I think for me, that's what I'm looking at for them. Split, they're pretty good at it, but I'm imagining Mandatory will ban it out under them anyway.
Yeah, and
Right.
you need to see it like this a little bit quickly. I mean, look, they most likely are going to end up on Haven, and I think this is very good for both parties. But Focus can say thank you very much because Mandatory might even pick it for them, so they can get that second free pick hypothetically. We're going to see about it in a bit, but it's all right. I think they're not going to be caught off guard with map picks today, which is already really beneficial.
All right, well, let's move on to our second team in this one. Take a look at Mandatory here, who, again, this is a team that has been around for a long time in this Tier 2 system in EMEA. They have had those Ascension kind of runs. They've always just kind of slightly fallen short. And I think this split, they've been, you know, they have not quite lived up to the exact same expectations. They can still do it. They're in the lower bracket right now. There is a chance for them to make it back, Echo.
There is, but both of these teams have essentially what I call like the runner-up curse, regionally and on the Challengers stage. They don't get wins in tournaments. Neither one has got one for over a year. Mandatory, I don't think, has one full stop. Like, it's really difficult. And Mandatory, as we're looking at them here, they have incredible players. The individual caliber is there, but they just really struggle to close tournaments out.
Yeah, I mean, with Focus, it's always pretty close, to be very honest. With Mandatory, yep, that's very true. I think the thing that I always thought so interesting about Mandatory is, like, on paper they look really good. On paper they look like they have a bunch of good players. They can work with a bunch of players that are actually, like, experienced and knowledgeable and all of this, but they never really brought it over the line. And this is kind of unfortunate to see, because it's always a question of what is the missing component then. And, you know, they desire to speak fully French, fine. We don't go international. So how do you deal with it then? This is the tricky part, because have they reached their ceiling? Is it maximum now for them?
Oh, I mean, there's certainly a player who is trying to make that happen, right? Shin, the amount of adaptation that this player has had to bring out for the team to be able to go across all roles has been pretty impressive, right, Echo?
Yeah, like the cat lover Shin, absolutely incredible on so many different agents. Like, you can see his harbor, they didn't win that purely because they didn't win that map, but his harbor itself still looks really good. He likes to play these slicing, smoking agents. Obviously, Phoenix, you can go aggro, but you've still got that wall to be able to play around with. Aggro, Omen as well. One of the big things that Mandatory love to do, whether it's Sev or whether it's Shin on the Omen, is going aggressive. And Shin really takes advantage of that regardless of the agent he's on.
For me, it brings me into one of those positions where it might not even rely. It's not down to the individuals that, you know, you have those problems with how you perform, because they're not performing bad. Don't get me wrong. Their group stage look mostly fine, but you know, it brings us a bit to how they play on the macro level. And when we take a look at that, in theory, and I say in theory, Mandatory is the best team in this entire tournament when it comes to post plans. Magically, they are, you know, having this exceptional stat of being very first, ahead of Navi Jr., ahead of Reborn, ahead of Enterprise. But in reality, once it comes to a true big opponent like we have seen here versus Enterprise, it doesn't become that well, because your opponent in this case was really capable of reading the condition and how you want to play your attack sides. You don't even get into post plan. You always get disturbed in advance. And this is the interesting thing we really need to talk about. When we saw Focus yesterday against Navi Jr., for example on Haven, they always allowed him to go side because, you know, we disturb a little bit beforehand. Maybe we get a first kill, but we want this very particular condition on which we're successful at. When I take a look at how Enterprise approached it, for example, they were really disturbing early, consistently disturbing, making it a 5v3 before they were even having the spike set on the ground. So this is where I'm curious to see if Focus game plan on the defending side will be different to how it looked like yesterday, because if so, it could be very successful. However, if the guys of Mandatory get this, let's say, free side, it's not going to be fully free, then I see very sinister clouds over the German airspace coming up.
Well, we've already chatted about the map veto a little bit, so I don't think we need too much preamble going into actually looking at what they picked here. But I think, look, when it comes down to it, what is it that you are expecting coming into this one in terms of these, right? You already kind of gave your opinions on what we're expecting not to see. what we are expecting would be good picks for Focus. But what is the best outcome here for either of these teams, Echo?
I think looking at specifically Mandatory, for them, they want to end up on Lotus, and I think, like Zesh said, we'll probably end up on Haven. I don't want Mandatory to be picking it, because that does give essentially the free pick over. So Haven's probably going to end up being the final map. I think it's going to be Lotus pick here from Mandatory. They're good on the map, they're comfortable, and if we're looking at Focus, it's one of their weaker maps.
Well, okay, they actually do it. For a second, I wasn't sure if they go full confident and decide to go for Haven, or if that's the case. Well, now we should hypothetically see Haven, except Focus had, of course, something deeper up their sleeve. Split is not an option. Pearl, they decide to go for it. This is very exciting, because it's been some time that we have seen them, very importantly, pick it. The big word is pick, right? Because they've played it against UCAM, but this was just a remaining map. Now they consciously go for it. With Ascent out, we're not in a big surprise territory at this point in time. Haven could be the decider if you think about it, except Focus says, no, there you go. That's a very good decision. This is an ideal decider, and I would even say an ideal decider for both parties.
I think it might be. Especially when you get down to, for Focus specifically, you want to go to Haven. For Mandatory, between Ascent and Haven, you also do prefer Haven. So it is really, this should be going to 3 maps. This should be going to overtime on that 3rd map. This is set up for both teams to take their own map picks and get to that 3rd map and scrap it out to see how they can play it there.
Yeah, I do think this is actually going to be one of the... Well, I mean, honestly, we've had incredibly tight games no matter what when it comes to everybody, right? Even ones that we didn't expect to be very close. Other than the ones we haven't seen, which some of them have been incredibly quick, the ones we've seen on the A stream here have been very, very close together. I do think this is one that on paper should be one of the closest matches that we will see over the course of the tournament, right? And there's a lot on the line for these teams, right? Not only, we'll remind you in Stage 3, you know, there are 3 play-in spots for VCT. There is so much more to play for here than there was in Stage 2, for instance, where, I mean, people had already seeded themselves into Stage 3, so it didn't really matter if they went out first. Now, they really do care. Don't get knocked out in this stage, but we're going to have to say goodbye to one of them, Echo. Who do you think it might be?
Who do I think it might be? I think Mandatory's moving forward. I think Focus is the most likely to fall down. I think the story's going to repeat itself, because although this is Lewis and Focus's chance for revenge, I don't see them finding it here today.
You know, all the German watch party people, they know I'm not necessarily the biggest Focus fan, but I would be an absolute unnecessary, horrible hater if I believe that it's going to be Mandatory winning. Of course it's Focus going to win. I cannot believe that anything else is going to happen. In all honesty, everything else is a lie. And also this agent select, also no lie. We stay with the same stuff. And for me, it's very interesting to see in terms of the aggressiveness that Focus deliver, right? Pace and Shinnok in the double duelist combination that we have right here. That's going to be fun.
And there's no Whaler to Vice to slow them down either, right? The Cypher traps, you can get past them as a Raze, you can break them with the Raze nades to allow Shinnok to go just as aggressive as he wants to. This is like, for Focus, if they can keep this pace up, if they can go aggressive, avoid or break Natank's trips, Focus looking pretty solid here.
Well,
get me in. Get me in.
Get me in. Go. Start the game.
Get me in.
Yeah, this is set up to be a pretty exciting one. We're going to want to not miss anything here. Look, the stakes for these teams, incredibly high just in terms of the tournament, but I think there is also just, you know, we're not going to call it bad blood. The players like each other, I'm sure. But, you know, for Lewis and for Focus, it is, as you mentioned, Echo, a chance for revenge, for Ascension 25 elimination. And for Mandatory, they have such a streak against DAC teams in terms of getting wins that this would be somewhat, you know, this would be kind of out of ways, right, for them. So there is pride on the line as well as the title, right? The chance to get into play-ins and not just crash out of the tournament and have to try your best in LCQs here. I mean, look, for them, so much to play for, and for both teams, I think definitely, you know, more than just a placement in a tournament on the line, Echo.
I mean, so specifically, Mandatory, it's not just a streak. They have never lost against the Dark team, ever.
Did they ever play CGN?
No, they haven't played
Well,
CG.
There you
sure.
go. Throw to cast us
And
right
they
now.
never
Only
will.
reason-
Okay, Pavlos and MP, please take it away.
Okay, a lot of copium. I love it. I love it. Wouldn't have it any other way from our desk. But I'll tell you what, though, MP, this is an exciting match because, you know, rivalries aside, we're talking about two big organizations in the challenger scene for the past few years. We've got some big names also competing, and they are on the chopping block, right? Losing this series will knock them out of the tournament, and their hopes for VCT play-ins qualifications no more.
Yeah, it's a tough place to be. Elimination match obviously on the line, and it's not easy for either one of these teams. Interesting map lineup, interesting veto coming through as well. I think it favors a little bit on the side of Focus. I am on the bandwagon of Chest here as well, the dark bandwagon. But I do think it's gonna be still interesting. Mandatory having great players on the side of them, having interesting ideas as well. I think this was the first year that Kata is IGLing, and I was quite impressed seeing what he can do under Mandatory. That was on stage 1. They were incredible, got all the way into grand finals, but not quite able to win that one out against Enterprise Esports. For the side of Focus, they have yet to win a playoff match in Challengers EMEA. Once more, they have a chance.
Will they do that, or will they get eliminated? No longer having another lower bracket to fall onto. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to witness, or at least hopefully, at least what has been analyzed, a great game between Mandatory and Focus. Screen is frozen for me, so I don't know if the game continues. Okay, we're back. Good. I'm glad. So, Pace starts things off nicely. That's a lovely first shot to get across. Your boy Lewis thought he connected that one, or at least I did. And Focus now start things off with numbers advantage, toying around with the idea of the A side, but it's just a ruse, an obfuscation of what they're actually trying to go for, and that is C.
Hayes, definitely the player that we had eyes on yesterday. Performed decently well. Not the best in terms of what he can actually do. Lewis, on the other hand, had great rounds. I think I'm happy to see that he's back on the roster. Redemption arc or something like that was brought out from the desk. Meanwhile, Focus making sure that this round will be over for them. Bakata having to say something about that. Natank on the wing. And it's just down to him. Or what was it? Something like that.
Yeah. It's something along the lines of taking 3 men and it was just him. I don't know. I've forgotten the lyrics. It's so old by now. Natank, I'm not calling you old, I promise. I think we've got a very similar age. Here we go. Headshot. Lands for the first, but Focus playing it slow. Methodical, especially with Pace lurking around the corner. His assistance will not be required as Molsey finds the headshot and Focus. The DAC representative gets round number 1 in the books.
I don't think Natank was wearing Kuchi there. That's why he wasn't Kuchi.
Yeah.
If you get that reference, hey, kudos to you. That was a great song, by the way. Why don't we have more of those, by the way?
Yeah, I don't know. Why don't we have any more teams creating chants for their players? Oh, probably because as soon as they make the songs, they leave the teams.
You make a point there, Pavlos. You make a point. Damn. Fair enough.
I didn't take long, did it? I think it was just like a few months later. Oh,
yeah.
You know what, guys? Different project. Thank you very much.
Rather him. I mean, Natank. I don't know if it's because of the song personalizes that player so much more.
There.
He's definitely one of my most favorite players to watch.
Sure. I mean, there are a couple players in here that kind of bring up that vibe, and I think it's because they've been here before. They've been in the Challengers bracket. They've gone through Ascension. They've won it, and they've made it into VCT. So there is that familiarity with them, right? They've been in this route before, and pair that up with Takis as well on this roster. So I'm looking to see if they can do it again, but they truly are on the chopping block, and they're not showing the performances that Gentlemates did back in 2023, I want to say.
Oh, Pace is fully clearing that ace. I think Focus, yeah, starting to rotate. They know the stack is on C side. But I think that's a great discussion to have as well. in terms of being a professional player, being in tier 2. You probably wanna highlight your individual profile as well. Wanna bring out
10 seconds left.
your own
Spike
persona.
planted.
So you get more familiar in the scene, you get your name out, you get more opportunities in terms of the organizations as well.
Sure.
And to me, I mean, I think Natank has done it well. A lot of these players that have been the tier 1, Lewis always the face of focus. For the younger players, I think that's something that you probably want to focus on as well.
Yeah. I mean,
Go, go, go.
performances help you get, become familiar in the scene, but I think more than anything, you're right. There is that other aspect to it. But hey, the Challengers scene changes next year, so who knows how that will go and how organizations will grow, and technically the opportunities should be a lot more, right? For tier 2 teams, and the competition should be a lot more fierce throughout the year. We'll only get to see, right? This is just expectations and predictions.
A great chance already for these teams to get a taste of what the upcoming year has in store 2027. Now being able to qualify into champs throughout VCT EMEA Stage 2 play-ins. Focus are mandatory. Either one of these teams have a shot for that. Focus leading to Shen. Hot hands. Falling back.
Spike down B.
Good return here for Serial, but Kadavra's on the case again. Mandatory with the better weapons on the most part. Finally shown their mark. Focus definitely eyeing up B site. They want to make this their own, but it's treacherous. 2 players nearby. There's even one lurking around. Kada thinking that might be a great idea to open up the door, but it's just attempt of the spike plant, not quite the full committal. And now a pivot over to the C site, where Kadavra is still around.
Great position as well. Not overextending Focus, then juggling in between.
One enemy remaining.
Not ready yet.
Well, Takas and Shin will add to the tally, so that will make it quite smooth for Mandatory. It all pretty much came down to Focus not quite being able to convert the first picks, but Mandatory clean up very simply after that. Very composed.
I think quite odd rounds as well. Slow paced. Initial aggression coming through, sure. Now it seems like the aggression is gonna be dialed up a notch. Focus all 5 players coming in the rubble.
Fast play from Takas. And Severe also joins in on that feed. Focus being shut down. They want to make an effort to move forwards, but they're being blocked off. Whether that's with smokes, with util, with hot lead thrown at their faces. It's not a fun world to live in, especially for Moldy and Zero. They've lost their teammates, but they're also working off of unoptimal amounts of health.
That was Focus on 5 players versus Mandatory 3.
Cover going out.
Still somehow the great positioning from Takas. Double dashing on the rubble. And capitalizing off of that position was incredible. And Takas will make sure that Focus have to rethink their approach. Flawless round. And Mandatory. After their pistol loss, they've been able to capitalize off of that. Of those 2 rounds and bring it back to equal 2. Focus. Thinking of buying here. I think eventually we'll decide not to go for that. 1 hero rifle remaining. Screen freezing again, at least for me.
Yeah, it is the case. Folks, we do apologize for these technical issues that we're facing. The technical team is aware of it and they're working on a fix. So hopefully that is all sorted for you fine folks at home. So thank you for your patience through this all. But I assure you the players are not affected by these connection issues. Game goes on. And we continue where we left off.
Bring them down.
So the one hero rifle now becomes two. Chinook and Pays both with rifles in their hands. And this creates an opportunity for Focus to break through. Shin playing aggressively, nice curveball, but Pays again being a menace. The double S's of mandatory though want to make it more difficult, but the numbers favor Focus. Slapped in the face. Focus get away with a dub.
Hey, a bit different look for the side of Focus. They will be able to take Takas out instantly. And from that, it becomes so much harder for mandatory to fight Rubble, even though that they have the advantage in terms of the guns, and Focus will take the lead here once more. It seems like both of the teams, they want to force the issue. They want to take the Rubble control. They want to have the control of this area.
Look at this.
That's done.
And this time they will be able to take control of this area. It has been a Rubble fight for the past 3 rounds. And mandatory, so far, are 2 out of 3. Focus were able to make it work last time around, but they were able to get a pick right at the start. This is no longer the case. Smolzy trying an alternative angle, a higher position.
Just die.
Exploiting the Y-axis. A serial. Keep one down, having 3 more to deal with, and with a minute on the clock, it feels like it's unlikely. Mandatory playing aggressive though, and you need to be worried if not looking in the right direction at the right time. Serial assures them that he's still around, and baiting them into the idea that it's a potential A hit.
Pinpoint. My ultimate's ready.
Taking down Cadaver in the process. A 1v2 possible. Will he open up the door again? Yes, he will. And this time he does commit for these A hits. Severe and the tank now make the choice. They will be walking into this retake together.
Slowly but surely. Nightfall use. Info gathered.
Enemy remaining.
Oh, Serial, stop it! Oh my goodness me! He truly is a serial killer! What a monstrous clutch!
Insane performance from Serial. Gets spotted by the Haunt as well. And mandatory already left the timeout.
Dude, it was a 1v4.
Yeah.
A 1v4, and he was able to isolate every single one of them.
Damn.
He had no business winning that one. Absolutely no business winning that one. And mandatory, no. Instant timeout. Boys, we've got to collect ourselves off of that.
Yeah, I mean, you have to go for a timeout here. Just think about what happened. What shouldn't happen in those situations, 4 versus 1. And now the upcoming rounds as well. Look at the economy that Focus has. They'll be able to find a lot of rifles here. Full set. But also, if they want to, they can find 5 ultimates into this round by farming 1 orb to Chinook. If Focus can cycle those ults perfectly here, they are on a perfect position to get all the way to 6 rounds, maybe even 7. Secure out this first half. The momentum shift as well from those type of rounds are incredible. This time around, it's not gonna be the early Rubble fight. Eventually, Focus will wander there. Oh, Mulsey. Taking up.
Yeah, a bit too deep. He gets caught off of it. And Focus want to amp up the pressure here. That's a great nightfall with 4. Takas has got a few hindered senses, which Chinook takes advantage of.
Thorns. Thorns activated.
And with that, Spike could possibly go down. Mandatory not slowing down a bit though, wanting to make sure if they can maximize that damage. Pays shut down. And it's Shin back into reset form. And wait, Mandatory connected the shots. Chinook doesn't read that tank's position. And instantly, Focus are in trouble. Your Broilers is all by himself, and all it takes to take him down is a swing by a tank.
Mandatory sweep back. difficult round to lose, that previous one. We'll make sure that it doesn't amount to too much lead for the side. Focus into a momentum shift, maybe a snowball as well. Mosi, I love the idea of having aggression in terms of from the shadow, but instantly read by the side of mandatory. Tides are shifting because Focus actually used 4 ultimates in that round.
Yes, this should do.
One more left.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
Mandatory. Wanna look through B. Aggression. Mosi has to be careful.
He does. And he's given the space to his opponents. And Tank, on the other hand, has to drop back as well. C-Site taken over. A 5v5 retake on the card, and that is dangerous. I can see an overdrive available for Chinook. Converging pass for Taka. This could be a meat grinder and a half. There's no calling how this one goes. Double-sided attack from Mandatory. Converging pass does keep players in place and see if Mandatory can take advantage of it. Focus, though, on the other hand, have got great trades in play. Serial continues his spree. A double kill to boot. Through the chaos, he survives and allows Focus to get away with another.
Oh, I feel bad for you and our observers in that round. That was a chaos, that was madness, but somehow Focus thrives in that. Especially in this situation, Serial pays the 2 players that are on top of the scoreboard. Serial obviously insane clutch as well. Coming in this map, and it seems like Mandatory once again looking forward to Rubble. They want to hold down that fort. And meanwhile, Focus is shifting their attention to a different direction.
And this time the B site's open. Again, it feels like when it comes to plants, Focus are happy to take space that Mandatory leaves behind, but this time they pair it up with a couple of frags, and that makes the situation a lot more difficult for Mandatory to withstand. Taka's answers back, but I'm just looking at how much control Focus gathered over towards Hobbit. It means that they can use that as a safe haven, place to cover. Sprays through smokes, though, give Mandatory a big advantage. Praise frame. And somehow Focus come out on top.
I feel good.
Blinking, you miss it, literally. Chinook. I don't know how he got a quad piece there, but he did. And it gets Focus on top once again.
Damn. I think you highlighted perfectly.
This goes here.
Focus will take the space that Mandatory leaves. They will just go for it. Take that. Once more, Focus rotating around where they want to go. They're not sticking to one side. They're not sticking to one style of play. And right now, they got information that Rubble was taken by Mandatory aggressively. And from that, Focus will go instantly into C. Once more, capitalizing. They know that there isn't too much presence on the side of C.
Go, go, go.
100%. And this time it's an even difficult task for Mandatory to get anything done. Obviously, they're on the pistols. They've got to reset for the next. And Focus are building up steam, and I think we want to focus on how well this Focus squad has been doing on this map, right? Sure, Mandatory pick it, but it's still looking like a decent one. There's still confidence for them here. I don't think they mind existing in this realm. Shin finds a pick, so now we need to pay attention. Your boy Lewis, if he's not careful, will get shut down from Fountain, and that's exactly what happens. And the tank ends up with a pick. Serial now is in trouble. Takas finds a rifle, and he's a dangerous man to have a gun like that. Mozzie, another bullet in the chamber, and instead draws out the classic to Clutch! When Focus are in trouble, Mozzie finds solutions. Focus hang about yet again.
What a performance. I mean, Mandatory always, or almost rather, clawing their way back there. But Focus set back in terms of the economy. They cannot really claim anything. They can't be so sure on getting all of the rifles, having to go half shields here as well. And for the side of Mandatory, they have all the ultimates that they won in this upcoming round. Once again, fighting Rubble. They want to make sure that Focus have no shot there, but Focus have a different idea in mind. Once more, B is explored. It's taken. Spike down.
They're reading Mandatory like a book, right? I mean, Mandatory want to try and exploit the extremities. They want to make sure they overwhelm one side, try and take fights to them, and that's what worked at the start of this game. But Focus are avoiding this entirely. They take this free space and go for those post-plant scenarios. Finally, Severe gets something good out of this, and he gets something even better. A great sequence with his teammates Paranoia. And now Mandatory in pole position for this. Nightfall giving away Molesey's angle. And that should just be the defuse. Mandatory getting back in to the flow of things with a decisive round at that.
I guess they have ideas. They have ways to come back on a round where they give out one portion of the map as well. They're fine fighting the extremities if they can take the retakes like that. Mandatory, I wonder if they're continuing the same trend of pushing Rubble. Technical pause is called. Interesting to see whether Mandatory continue the same trend of going for that Rubble fight, giving out space from different places of this map. I mean, sure, it's 100%. It has had to work in scrims. It's 100% the way that they probably want to run this game. I mean, why else would you do it? Mandatory. They feel comfortable with that. They feel comfortable in knowing that a Rubble is theirs. And from that, they can work around the map.
Okay. This is a very interesting game, right? It's a game of the minds, even though we've seen a lot of explosive turns, whether that is the game ending at the very first few seconds of the round, or whether we've seen a lot of free takes and then a 5v5 post-plant scenario sort of unfold. We've seen that many times. It's a matter of how these teams want to approach it, right? And Focus knows that when they work in as a unit, when they take space together, that is how they'll come out on top. Mandatory, on the other hand, want to stop that from happening, but they haven't had so much success consistently. But MP, I don't know if you agree, I think it's really important for Focus to have as many rounds on the attack as possible, because there's nothing given on the defense.
Absolutely.
Oof.
Okay.
One of the two Sheriffs gets the shot across. It's not too weak of a buy with Focus, and they're trying to take pace into this fight. Your boy Lewis, his Sheriff, is singing. And boy, is it a grand melody for Focus. Cat and a tank, they're on the wrong side of the world. This is over. This is the last round of the half. So they're going to have to give it a go. But this is done, decided. Surely Focus can't lose this.
Steel Garden online as well. Great positions. I think Chinook might get taken out, and he does. Neural Theft online. Something to bring Mandatory back a little bit here.
So you've got information. Paranoia can be lined up nicely. Steel Garden, though, brings things to equal terms. Kadabra just on time using the rifle when he's caught things close. A tank. Now we'll be able to bring out his Vandal once again, and Molesey on the other side of the smoke. Well-timed position for him. Will be able to secure it. So Focus close out the half with an 8-4 lead on their opponent's map pick. Must be feeling good about that one, but job's not done just yet.
That's done.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Both teams on the chopping block. This could be an elimination matchup for both teams in the lower bracket. Focus currently in the lead 8-4 in the half over on Lotus. And remember, Mandatory's pick. Not going to plan so far, but maybe the attack is where they thrive.
Together.
Back on the wall. For the side of Mandatory. This time around, they will not choose to fight Rubble. Attacking inside, Pistol will focus towards that B area. Severe look for something instead of him taking out of the round.
Chinook trying to play aggressively off of the Prowler, but the tank is ripping through heads. Your boy Lewis trying to answer back quickly, but it may have been enough to equalize. Kadavra having better time to adjust. Puts Molzy in a very difficult position, having to deal with two different players, two different angles, and nearly gets there. Whoa, so close. But it's Shin to come out on top, and Mandatory to get the pistol win.
Decide start for them. Lose out a player in the beginning, but not time to pull it back. Different angles, trades going back and forth. Mandatory, back in the game. Not gonna be easy. Even though it's the attacking side, it's never gonna be easy playing from the deficit.
That's true. I wonder how we see things change here, MP, because again, we talked about two different ways of playing this map with the different comps here. Obviously, we won't see nothing too extravagant in this round, given the discrepancy of firepower. But yeah, I wonder if we'll see some major differences between Mandatory and Focus's attacking approach.
Blinding.
Yeah, two different comps. I think the Spice might be the biggest difference maker. How? Okay, especially when it's serial. How can Takas and Shin make these attacking rounds work when they go against the Spice? Or if they go against, I mean, sure, if you go A all the time and Serial is playing that C anchor, maybe you'll never face against him. Maybe you'll just want to force the issue in A. Fight that Rubble. To me, I think sometimes it's quite hard to follow up against Vice, especially when you have a Phoenix as your second duelist. Sure, you have Kara as a second dive, but Mandatory Focus, I think they're gonna collapse into Mount.
Now trying to get away with some sneaky positions. And Pate is able to do so splendidly. Shin and Takas already eliminated. Can Mandatory do something about it? Kadavra trying to catch them off guard with a TP on top, but doesn't seem to work. Instead, further down the drain, Mandatory fought. And even though they've given a lot of space to focus over towards this A site, job has been done. So the spike can go down. Focus looking to play the grouped game.
Mandatory having to find some picks, not some. We'll start that. Serial. I don't know. Looking at a different angle. I think so.
Maybe he was expecting someone from stairs. Not sure. Either way, the attack gets away with something, but getting away with more than just a couple of picks. Oh! He created a world where Savai could have clutched that. A 1v2 is a much more doable situation. So, props to Natank there, but Focus still had enough players to get this round locked in their pockets.
Way too close. Round for comfort for the side of Focus. 5 versus 2 situation, you should never go that close. I think they're happy in the end. By the way, that they got the round eventually. Song, brilliant performance, but I think that round speaks volumes about Focus's defense. They are not too heavy on trying to fight only rubble, but they want to cycle around these rounds. They want to focus on different avenues as well. This time around, it will be the CS Nade coming into rubble, but I think not much more than that. Just trying to deal with Takas. Try to be a nuisance. Nuisance, yeah. Something like that, yeah.
Something like that. Nuisance, you know, not many letters separating the two words. Maybe different meanings. Whoa, okay. So, this adds to the complications for Mandatory. You can't keep losing players like this.
That's one from both of the sides as well.
Malsey hearing the TP. Knowing something's up. And with Shinnick to help out on the A-side defense, but looks like Hobbit will be broken. Again, Focus. They know they have a 5v3 here, so they don't mind giving up this space. It's calculated risk. Do you really want to give opportunities to Mandatory here, especially Takas? But he's been spotted and now is dropping to a lower level. Seized in place. They can't really go too far. Takas is able to isolate one, and all of a sudden this can get a little bit tricky. Serial will square things up a bit. Your boy Lewis also gets on track. Kadabra making it dangerous. How on earth is there only one survivor by the end? The one is good enough, and therefore Focus will win.
Focus being so cautious. Trying to take these rounds as diligent as they can. They want to make sure that the fundamentals are there, want to go together, play the advantageous position. They have the lead. But somehow Mandatory being able to create so much disruption that they're able to find those individual picks and make those rounds so much more closer than they should be. Mandatory still somehow finding the money to buy out this round. Sure, one player having to go with Stinger, that's gonna be severe. But 4 rifles, couple ultimates as well, and Mandatory, they kind of need this one round.
That's true. And if they don't end up winning it, they'll be in big trouble. Focus already having the upper hand. Mandatory's efforts are being discovered, and there's so much ground control gained from Shinnick that you pretty much know what the plan is already. 2 players happy to keep their eyes on the seaside defense. Pays wins his individual duel with the lurking the tank. Your boy Lewis doing an adequate job against Shin's run it back. And it's getting worse and worse by the second for Mandatory. Hard to imagine with the drop frames that anything's changed. And indeed, it hasn't. Pays and your boy Lewis doing exactly what is needed. Focus closing in on a map win.
No charges left.
Mandatory are in a dire situation because right now they don't have the economy, but they have the force. They can't afford to save this one and buy full rifles in the upcoming round. Now they have to make some kind of play. Great thing for them, they have the Nightfall to kind of make the odds play more against them, but then again, Pace on the other hand, having Outlaw in hand will be incredible here if he can connect.
So, Mandatory's plans, kind of clear. Mountain push. But is it a full commit, or was it just the pickup of the orb? Either way, Shin gets away with a pick, and Convergent Pass can help with their take of the side. Malsey, thankfully for him, he has got cover. But a few fights taking place simultaneously. One going on site, the other in mid, but it seems like Tank has kept them busy long enough. Sheriff doing an adequate job. Malsey needs to step up for Focus if they want to get themselves to 12 here. And your boy Lewis needs to read Shin's position, and indeed he does. Now back to 2v2. Things have transpired out of control for Mandatory, but it's not all over just yet. Worse weapons, sure. The dangerous players
Face your fear!
convert, well, Nightfall. But the paranoia can be counteracted with. But that will not come to case. Takis and Sevilla both connect their shots, and Mandatory hold on.
Crucial round for them. That would have been one more. Eco half buy. I mean, they had to go full buy. That would have been stingers when Focus has 12 rounds. Now, they're happy to take the rifles into this. Takas will surely buy a rifle the Shin. I imagine at least. Yep, eventually will. For the side of Focus, they still have great economy, great ultimates. This time around, they're on the wrong side of the map. Look at Focus, they're pushing so deep. Creating pressure. Meanwhile, Mandatory on C side already.
Nasty shot from your boy Lewis. And you can feel that Mandatory need to go for something extra. Focus not falling victims of these maneuvers.
standing.
Oh god, Molsey. He's running rampant. The whole Focus squad is feeling comfortable. They've got the antidote, they've got the solution. Mandatory has been figured out, and Focus are one round away from taking their opponent's map pick away from them.
I think Mandatory risking too much right there. They had the site, they had information. Spike was about to go down as well, but for some reason they sent out everyone one by one there. Sure, Focus had ultimates up, and right now 5 ultimates for the side of Focus to make sure that they will get that 13th round, that they will go into Pearl their own map pick.
Let's go!
One map up.
What's up? Go, go, go!
Mandatory in a dire situation.
And Shinnok has got an overdrive available to him to get them in an even tougher situation. Takas able to answer back. So there's a tank, worse weapons, but it doesn't matter. The ultimates have been unleashed. Your Theft revealing what the status quo is, though, and that might just be taken advantage of from Mandatory. Apologies again for the drop frames, everyone. We hope it's fixed soon. Mandatory do have the lead, but it's short-lived. Molsey, great pickup. Thing is, what do you do from here? A 2v2 standoff, you know where the spike is, it has to be collected, and the fight is taken head-on. Mandatory come out on top victorious, and with that, they'll hold on a little longer.
Great idea from Focus, completely switching up the tempo, going all the way deep. And I love how different styles of play Focus has in this defensive side as well. Mandatory being able to counter that one. But what more does Focus have in store? Once more, it seems like they're going for an aggressive push in the mount. Probably a trap setup. Focus don't quite have the economy for full rifles.
And now that's looking a lot better from Mandatory getting the entry like this. Sure, like you said, no set, not full set of rifles, so Focus putting more hope into the next couple of rounds than this. But if you shut down Kadabra here, that is a big if, because Kadabra doesn't go down that easy, apparently. Massive double shot from the Guardian. Double dink. We'll be seeing that one again in the replays for sure. But Molsey's task here is to make this as expensive as possible for Mandatory, not allow them to take too many rifles to that next round. But that mission is very much short-lived.
I wonder a timeout here for the side of Focus.
One enemy remaining.
I think it's always great to call one if you're so close to the map. Win. No.
This goes here.
Focus feeling confident as ever. Double ultimates. And is this gonna be decided on a rubble? It's gonna be a scrap. It's gonna be a skirmish.
A classic Haven situation. Oh, dear me. This is a wrong time for the drops. Is the round going to be decided after this? Okay, let's predict here. I know what ultimates were available, because most of them for Focus were used already, right? There was the Overdrive, the Showstopper, but you're right. Still Garden and Nightfall. Still Garden's on the other side of the world, so if it comes down to a clutch, that could be relevant. Nightfall, though, that's important. When will we be finding out? The frame drops were a lot shorter than this. This is not just frame drops.
Is the game over? What has happened here? I mean, look at the utility coming through. At least Ray's paint trails coming behind rubble.
Yeah, true.
We see a lot of times people pushing into rubble. And, I mean, we're coming here. I'm not quite sure.
I'm not. Yeah, I don't know either. I don't think the production team knows at this point either, because the frames are coming in from some other source. Our technical team is working on it, folks. We'll be getting back into things shortly, and once we have the result of that round, we will be relaying that information to you. But yeah, what a moment, right? I feel like that is such a Haven thing for a game to be decided. Sorry, such a Lotus thing for it to be decided on a moment like this, right? It's the rubble crutch.
I mean, that happened yesterday, right?
Yeah.
Rubble crunch decided that game. Okay, we're here.
No, this is the actual gameplay. This is live.
Yeah.
This is live. Nightfall popped. Fast play. And it's Focus coming out on top of the frags. They've created enough chaos for Mandatory to get lost in it. But Natank is moving forward. So is Takas, but he's having less luck with it. Mozzie creating an additive angle. And with that, it's put Cadaver in a really tough spot. One pick to the good. 3 more to go. TP to the high level, and Mozzie doesn't want to have anything to do with that. We'll just hold back. And stay put, stay low. Even thinking about grouping up with Serial, not really giving a chance to Cadavra to isolate these picks.
And Focus have been good at this. Realizing the numbers, grouping up. Still, Mandatory somehow have been able to grasp their way back. Kara. I mean, Serial in a perfect position to take this one away from the side of Mandatory.
That's a lot of chip damage. And still Garden will reach him.
10 seconds.
So his primary weapon is jammed. Okay. Losing a few frames, but again, we're back in on it. And I think we're seeing the perspective of Serial. That is indeed the case, but it's Mozzie's bullets to find their mark, and that is done. Of course, a rubble crunch will be the end of this map for Mandatory. Focus end up on top, get that 13th round, and spoil their opponent's map pick.
Yeah, a great start for Focus. This might be the thing that makes sure that Focus finally will get the Challengers EMEA playoff win. Series win, but they still have to win their own map pick, which is not bad for the side of Mandatory, but a great start for the side of Focus. Individual performances, but the team cohesion from the side of Focus were really brilliant to me, Pavlos. But I do think we have a desk to break that one down, take it over. Twiggy, Echo, and Shest.
I'm glad you think we're here, because we are. We've been watching the whole time. A roller coaster in the server as well as out of the server as well. There was some fun moments there. I love it when you guys just yap. We need more of that. You know what? Let's get more pauses in the middle of games. I think that's good. But yes, for Focus, I think another somewhat unexpected result for us. I think we all knew it was going to be relatively close there, but Focus started to run away with things towards the middle of the game, Echo.
Yeah, they really did. They just all of a sudden got this momentum behind them. Mandatory managed to get a couple of rounds back, partly due to Focus's economy not being great, despite them winning those rounds to start with. But they did just get this momentum and essentially run away with it. Mulsi, a huge part of it as well. I love to see this Garno, but it's so much fun. And this was a shock result. Like this map, I was 100% expecting to go to Mandatory. 80%.
The thing is, I personally don't believe that this is like that obvious. Like, listen. For me, sure, Mandatory is fine and all, but they lost against very odd teams in France. I'm not really saying it is that insanely obvious. Focus was delivering a hard fight so far on this map against a bunch of opponents. I mean, sure, you can have the expectation considering map has been picked by Mandatory. However, I think there's a difference of quality that is undeniable to a certain extent. I mean, we could have already opened the case and, you know, Mandatory could have won this game if they were not a good bunch of very big advantage situations absolutely thrown to the dumpster in that first half. Malsey, Serial, all those rounds where you're like, how's it even possible they take this over the line? I'm a bit in shock about that one. Great job by Focus to take it over. And, you know, this brings me to a very interesting point about our map number 2 is if it is actually going to be more one-sided considering it's the Focus decision.
Yeah, it is very possible, right? Of course, well, that's what you always kind of expect, although over the course of... I feel like actually on our broadcast, we usually tend to get like an exorbitant amount of teams winning their opponent's map picks. I mean, you don't have to look that far back, right? Our first series today was 2 teams trading off each other's map picks. So you never know. You never know. It is Challengers EMEA, but fingers crossed for Focus. They do manage to take this one across the line. I do think, look... Zesh makes a very good point in that we have seen some good stuff from Focus already, right? Just yesterday we saw them take a map against Na'Vi Jr. in very good fashion, and we kind of thought, oh, maybe Na'Vi Jr. haven't warmed up into this one, but I think Focus definitely have found an extra gear here. We have seen that at the midpoint of that game, and I do think when we get to Pearl, look, this is a team that, you know, I think they kind of stumbled upon Pearl being a very good map for them. Now they're consciously picking it, Eka.
Yeah, that's exactly right. They weren't picking it, they were just having it picked into them or having it as the float, and then they started to win it and they started to realize this is their map. Like, they are just incredibly good at it, and especially against teams like Mandatory that don't have a good Pearl, you're very happy to pick this into them because you know you're going to be an advantage going into this.
7-round win streak on that map right now for the side of Focus. So 7. It's not even against like German bots. It's like Barcelona, it's Mir, it's Pixelumina. UCAM one, of course, tight, but I have to admit I got my doubts coming into this one from the side of Mandatory, to be honest.
It's it's going to be a difficult one for them. It is, of course, Pearl up next for these two teams. A lot on the line for each of them. I think Pride mostly, but of course, if you get knocked out here, you have no chance of getting into the EMEA play-ins until LCQs. So we're going to be saying goodbye to one of these teams. Will we be saying goodbye to them after this next map? Find out very shortly. Quick break.
속도가 돈이라면 Vans on me 더 세게 괴롭혀봐 나를 rain on me 다가서면 bang bang 전부 걸어 게임처럼 너의 고개를 떨굴 때는 dance on it 모두 몸에 걸어 눈이 빛나는 걸로 전부 걸치고 나니 노리는 것들일 거야 발밑에 쫓아와도 너는 절대 못 껴 넘어질 배포도 없는 애들은 no 따라오지 못하는 건 내 알바가 아니지 그래서 dumb boys not my type 아니 거리동이 틈에 판이 바뀌지 이기는 건 당연하니 cause my type 시시하게 겉으로만 판단하겠지 웃는 얼굴 어서줄게 잘 봐 날 멍청한 애들이 여기 차고 넘치니 박아겠어 네 몫을 내 못해 짜증나면 질러 I don't like being cool 앨리스 night to night girl들만 불러 money on the fool I'm a boss be or 싫어 뭐든지 다 내게 close 말했잖아 내가 뱉는 대로 내가 다시 look told to myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told to myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told to myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told to myself
told ya 느리게만 보여 눈이 핑 돌아가는 놈들은 한 곳으로 모여 Shall we ride 머리 위로 투 그래서 이건 누가 대신에 money dance on a private jet 여긴 닿을 수 없는 거 올려놔 bus 하늘 위로 떨어지는 별을 느낄 like demons 자칭 날 구기는 것들은 전부 쳐냈지 왜처럼 증오들은 나의 밑거름 꽤나 좁아져도 눈의 시선은 어느새 풀려 숨죽여 Hey you better you turn when I pull
run until I barely feel my feet. Wanna see it through my own eyes. There's no going back, and I'm not afraid anymore. Cause I know I'm gonna be the last one standing. Yeah, I'm not afraid anymore. Yeah, I don't wanna wait anymore. I'm ready to fall. I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn, alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down. See that I'm surrounded by predators. It's critical, they got me in my element. It's dirty how you trying to keep it elegant. Keep my eyes open wide when everyone around me is an enemy. See my life cross my eyes. I'm ready to fall. I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down. Too bad you can't take me down. You can't take me down. I'm ready to fall. I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn, alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then
Hello everybody, welcome back to EMEA Challengers Stage 3. It is Focus with the advantage in our second series of the day, and they're going on to their map pick. But we said the same thing about Narvik Jr. earlier today, and it did not go their way in the end, so definitely not the end of the road here for Mandatory. There is a route back for them. Pearl, maybe not the best map to get going with that on, but if they make it to map 3, then they're well within a shot. They're going to have to hold on tooth and nail here, Echo.
Especially because Mandatory is starting on the defending side, and I mean, Focus's attack is where they are strongest. They looked incredibly good on attack every time that they've played this so far.
Yeah.
That's going to mean that they can jump into this map with an advantage at the half if things keep up as they usually do.
Yeah, you know, in the gun of Focus, there's one in the chamber, and the gun is directly put into the chest of Mandatory because there is no more room to breathe, except they can take it into their own hands. I mean, look, Pearl is just looking like this could be all done and dusted at that point in time. The compositions that have been played in the past by Focus have been very fascinating. One of the few that actually used to dare to play Veto back in the day. But yeah, I mean, now we're staying on a more standardized kind of way of playing. You know, same with Mandatory. Though they still play the Tejo, they still play the Waylay, as far as I'm concerned, and this makes it more interesting in the sense that I remember the last time we were around for Challengers 2, they were dominating Misa, for example. Survivor has had an exceptional game, extraordinary play, and it's bringing me to the point where can they really bring this back? Because somehow against international opposition, they were playing significantly better on this map.
Yeah, look, for Focus, last 4 results on this, and honestly, the last 4 times they played it, that spans back about 2 or 3 months. So a 13-6, a 13-8, a 13-9, and most recently a 14-12. But still, victories across the board here for Focus. They feel comfortable on this map. They wouldn't have picked it otherwise. And yeah, I think for Mandatory, definitely knife firmly against the throat here. They're going to have to pull something out. I wonder what that might be, Echo.
Well, it's not a compositional change. They're sticking with the same thing. Zesh, you mentioned it. So Sev's Teo is really good, and
Yeah,
Tax
it
on
is.
the Waylay. The burst potential, especially over towards the A site, is really nice to see. Some of his pathing on B, really good too. But on the defensive side, I'm a bit worried because if Mandatory can't get their, like, if they can't get an advantage before it goes into post plant, that's when the retakes can become very difficult because you don't have as much burst because you've only got really Takas that can go past any chokehold.
I think the interesting part as a viewer here as well is how will they use the Tejo to get themselves early space over some part of the map, and with that space, what will they do? Will they overcommit towards a position? Will they be able to take that space for a deep line? Those are obviously the options you have with this kind of agent, and we saw in the past from them play. However, Focus don't need to play those areas on the map then in the first place. They can simply ignore that this agent exists, not play into it. This makes it also kind of exciting taking a look at it. Last time around, it was super tight against UCAM, could have ended the absolute other way. I wouldn't be surprised if it's going to be a free mapper. I wouldn't be surprised at all.
All right. Well, I mean, that is an interesting... Yeah, I thought you were going to be all, you know, focus, gung-ho.
2-0 focus.
2-0 focus. Okay, well, there you go. But not surprised if it goes to free maps. Cover all your bases. We're going to throw it over to the casters now. For Mandatory, it's do or die. Take it away, Pavlos and MP.
It is indeed do or die for Mandatory lose this map, and they are out of competition. And Focus, look, now playing on their own map pick, have a very good chance on winning their first ever Challengers EMEA playoffs game. Now, can they do that? We'll find out. But Pearl will be the ground where that could be decided. MP, what are your thoughts?
I think they just highlighted this. Focus in this map so far in a 7-game win streak. First time they played this year, they lost against Eintracht Frankfurt, and they haven't lost since. On the side of Mandatory, they are great as well. I think they're decent at this map. But can they start it the right way? Takas will at least.
So, yeah, that one pick is secured, but that was where Focus just sent in a lurk. The rest of the team moving into A. There's a good read about this. Mandatory have got 3 players set up nearby already.
Scanning ahead.
And there even is a Cypher setup that they need to take care of. That's a great recon. Spots out 2. So information galore. Chip damage, but no secured frags just yet. I spoke too quick, and Tags Savaya really take care of business in a matter of a bat of an eye. Mandatory with a 1-0.
Good start. Exactly what Mandatory needed. They don't want Focus to get in this game too early. Especially with the one map advantage. Mandatory wanted to start this fast. Great pick coming from Takas, getting some confidence under his belt. Nathan,
Let's see now.
one of the most crucial players, especially in that Cypher role in this defensive side. It seems like Mandatory want to make sure that they will have control of A lobby instantly. Takas looking for a pick, will find one.
That's true. Peng is able to find yet another with the Guardian. So this becomes doable, especially if you find another pick. Serial on the backstop in Art and succeeds with the pick.
Player standing.
Pace continues his terror on the Guardian. What's this? Already focused with the upset, and this is just round number 2 of the map. Intentions are clear. Message heard. But will Mandatory be able to respond on time? Maybe not in this round, maybe in this round.
Can't use that yet.
Moving close, found himself a ghost, but again, continuing his pursuit with the judge. Using his own smokes to close up the distance, but Serial there and waiting. Bullet between the eyes and Focus. Doesn't take long before they answer back.
Looks like Mandatory had a perfect setup to take down A main, but Pace just dashing through, finding that Guardian. Making it a 3-piece as well. And I think the other layer of Serial being such a prominent player in that killjoy, in that flanking area as well, comes to show, especially in that round, being able to find the flank and reposition in the main, secure out that round. That's something that Mandatory have to deal with throughout this match, especially this first half.
Yeah. And it will be able to keep them forwards as well. Even though Mandatory wanted to play aggressively off of that smoke. Doesn't pan out as planned. Serial could get caught. At least takes one down with him, but hands over a bulldog that could impact with some damage. Hard to imagine anything more than that.
Spike out of here.
But in Pete, I guess this gives us a little bit of time on what to expect on this map. I think the desk already laid out the plan a little bit for mandatory with the Teo, with the Waylay. But you know, anything to add to that? What should we keep our eyes on?
I mean, I kind of highlighted that for the side of focus. Serial, definitely. Keeping our eye into Serial, into his movements, especially when focus is focusing on one side of the map. Sure. Maybe going for a main control. Where is Serial? Is he finding value on that other side of the map? Is he keeping mandatory down at their place? How much damage is he gonna do on that flank? And that's gonna be crucial, especially if Serial finds confidence in venturing himself around mid. That could be something that mandatory really have to take care of. They have to go for aggression as well.
Your mind, Sova.
Most likely, if that's gonna be the case. Takas will find an operator for this round.
That was very loud. Takas. It's a great name.
What?
And Paze's play is even greater. What's this? Vegas. I mean, he just rips an attack out of the face of the earth. Fake smoke. Mozzy's able to capitalize upon this trade. And I'm sure Focus doesn't mind going for one fights now that they have the number advantage. Right, salvo. Making sure that this isn't going to be a quick execute for Focus, that they need to be troubled with a little bit. Spike can go down though, it's got cover. And an Aldrone to boot as well. The issues here are the number of players, and that issue becomes greater and greater as these picks go Focus's way. White flag wave from mandatory. Enough had.
Different avenues for Focus to find rounds. A main. Serial has been looking into that B long area. Now Focus going through mid, exploiting that area. Pace getting, I would call that a lucky shot as well.
Shot down.
But nonetheless, Focus will be able to find another round under the belt. Mandatory will keep their guns. I think something has to happen for the side of mandatory.
Yeah.
They've got to take more aggression. That operator for Takas, I think it's a great thing to have, especially in B long. But with the way that Focus actually came into this round, I think they were kind of expecting that operator and wanted to isolate that. And when you don't have the refrag as a Waylay with operator, it's quite hard even though you get that one pick. And Focus once more wanting to keep that pace. Obviously you have Neon on your team, you want to go fast.
Oh, Kadavra though is able to account for two here. Page wanted to punish but doesn't quite go his way. Serial needs to stay alive if Focus have a chance in the round. He's low on health, walks away from the fight. Mind you, there is a way back in for Focus. If they take fights against the pistols, it could be doable, but an attack getting the timing on your boy Lewis is massive. A thrifty round for mandatory on the cards. They've got full control over the spike. Focus can't get anywhere near.
Right there.
Would be great for mandatory. Did they break that? No, not Hunk. Barely surviving. It's not gonna be easy for Molsy and Serial. Shin kind of closing in as well, not overextending, but making sure that none of the players from Focus will be able to make their way back. No, important for mandatory that they don't give any free kills.
Seems like they did give one. Cyril back in this, and Multi as well. Takas able to close up the distance, but Multi, this is a doable endeavor, but the fact that Shin is all the way in the back line prohibits that from going astray. Boy, did Focus show that they could win a clutch.
That was a close one. If Shin didn't move early enough, that could have been a disaster for mandatory. Great drift around though.
That'll work.
Brings them a little bit back into this early start of this game, this early half. And this is what I like to see from mandatory, fighting for control. But I think Focus, with the composition that they have, they might be too fast for this. Oh no, Hinders, but no!
Right. Guided Salvo gets the pick on the pace. And now, Focus trying to get themselves back into it. They've grouped up their players. Cyril's the only one sort of playing a lone position. Lockdown available to them, but they're trying to brute force their way through. One pick found, but quickly exchanged. Well, mandatory have got an opportunity to navigate around the map. Shin's gained a lot of space, and if Focus take too long, his position becomes a very real danger.
Right here.
Chinook, running back would be online. I think kinda double guessing that he wants to use that. Oh, what a flick from Serial.
It's massive. The one-on-one is exactly what they needed. Now information available of where Sevilla is. They expect him to either be at backside or moved up on long. Surely left. They must have. Or does Sevilla just completely bamboozle them? Now they've spotted him. Question is, where is Shin? No damage from the salvo. Does Focus stay together? Shin to swing, but it's a swing and a miss.
Joke's over! You're dead!
Sevilla on the hot seat, and it's the best ultimate to use in the situation. Shinnick uses the run and back and has no fear in taking that 1v1. Focus, at least in the duels, show there is some proudness the way they've been navigating this.
Great start from mandatory. I mean, that's the strength of this composition. You have a lot of utility that you can fight the early round battles, especially in A lobby. Sure, you have Neon on the other side dashing through that, but with all of the utility, you should be able to deal with this. I think Pace one more time. Once more, trying to go for it. Decides not to go for it instantly, at least.
But again, mandatory, you know, having the double rifle always makes them competitive in lesser buys. And we saw that a few rounds ago. Giving Vandals to a couple of key members. There's Horns. Landing where mandatory. Sevilla double kill. That is huge, but how much more can you find? Shin has got a Vandal, but Pace walks in front of his face and gives him an uppercut to the jaw. Takas closes up the distance, and suddenly mandatory have got the lead. Sure, your Boy Lewis could get the spike, run.
I have the spike.
But what's the info on the tank? He hasn't got a clue.
This is exactly what you talked about. The double rifle could do miracles. This time around, it was the bandits. And Takas will be able to finish it. Another thrifty.
That's mad. That's two already.
Yeah.
Focus. If they were able to capitalize upon the better buys that they've had, the score would have been 6-1.
Yeah. They would be running away with it in Pearl. Right now, it seems like it's difficult, especially when mandatory doesn't have real weapons all over the board.
I'm out of here.
Right now, 3 ultimates for both of the sides. Focus is the team that will claim A lobby this time around, and Serial. Oh, Takas, you gotta be careful.
One down.
Yeah. And that's the reason why I highlight Serial. He's so crucial from them. It doesn't even mean that Serial has to move out of the spawn, out of those defensive positions. It doesn't mean that he has to make the move. He just has to be patient. Know the tendencies of the enemy team. It seems like he has done his homework. Focus. Once more. Advantage on them.
Yeah, I know they've had the advantages. It's been a better story.
I don't like this fake.
I know you don't like it, MP, but the longer the time passes, the more it's being sold. Focus are going to be walking into a clear A side.
Left. Bring them down.
It's interesting from the side of Focus. Obviously, it will work in the end. They should get the spike down.
Spike planted.
No casualty from the side of A.
Ooh. 2 Cosmic Divides and an Armageddon. It's about to turn into chaos. Pays draws out the overdrive as well. I think that's already 4 to 5 ultimates used in just a span of 3 seconds. Natak gets 2. Sevilla as well gets another one. Pays is left alone. Instantly loses all of his teammates. Focus try and play it aggressively, but it's the wrong call to make. Mandatory read it, and they finally square things up.
Great from Mandatory, but I kind of want to explain why I don't like that fake, because Focus had the numbers. They had the 5 versus 4 situation. With that Killjoy lockdown, they could have easily taken out that side. I think that would have been easy thing to cover on B. And with more ultimates, you could have had a great chance. Sure, I think they were probably scared of the Armageddon coming through B long. Maybe that was the thing that made them go with that fake. They were thinking that the Armageddon is gonna come through B long and sweep them out. Focus, they made their decision and the odds are equal. Still, economy not the best for them.
No, that's true. Anything's possible. Mandatory have shown us that. And a tank, great spray through the smoke. Your boy Liston stand a chance with his quick reactions to follow up from it as well. This is looking decisive. Mandatory have rotated over. They're coordinating nicely with each other and know when to step in, when to step out. They've taken the risk necessary to get the first picks and now realize it's down to Focus to make their move. Huh?
It's a great move.
So, Focus now square things up. Guided salvos are going to cause some issues. Molzy looking to play this one aggressive. And it works out yet again. From a, I want to say, 3v5, it's now
30 seconds left.
2v1. Correct me if I'm wrong with that, MP, but I feel like I'm pretty close.
Yeah. Or was it even 2v5? I don't know.
Spike planted.
Either way, though, Kada now needs the clutch. Forget about what happened in the previous few seconds. It felt like it was guaranteed for Mandatory, but I guess not now. Kada, do you have a clutch in you? Check to the right, checking to the left. No info, no idea of where anyone could be hiding. He's hoping to get a good pre-fire, and indeed does. Alarm bot makes him vulnerable for a little while, but Serial playing this on a long angle, but backside hasn't been cleared just yet. Serial thinking that maybe he could throw in a nanoswarm to delay. Kadabra getting away with halfway defuse, but now he needs to go for the full commit. Serial knows that Kadabra is off of it, and Jiggle peeks his way to success. A thrifty round by Focus. It's the third one this game, but the first time it's Focus that wins one of these.
It's been scrappy. Duels going back and forth, and Pavlos, yep, 2 versus 5 situation barely for the side of Focus. Serial in the end to capitalize. No wonder why Mandatory are calling this time out right now. Takas getting back on the op. I mean, technically, it was Focus's time to win that Thrifty. Mandatory have had 2 Thrifties already. A great gun round at round 8. And now Focus bring it back. They're finding the lead once more. Mandatory. Thinking what they need to change here. What is going through the timeout. I'm most interested about where Takas is gonna be placed. I'm hoping that he's not gonna be the turret in B long. I'm hoping some kind of aggression because I think Takas in his prime, in his best performance, when he has the confidence, he can go for the aggressive pick. It doesn't matter if it's mid. A main could be a little bit too overzealous, but it seems like he's gonna be placed into B long. Now that we're seeing the map, it seems like it's the correct decision. Now Takas need to succeed here.
Standing ahead.
Here to support him.
That's true. No. Will this correct decision pay off? Focus. 3-1-1 setup. Takas gets first blood. And he's even got more positions to play around with here. They've left one behind. Chinook still over on B long, while Focus are going to be rethinking on how they want to be approaching this. This is interesting. I mean, it could be a full reconfigure, right? They're calling Molzy over to drop back a little bit, not be a single piece into this puzzle. Chinook catches Takas off guard on the long cross. He will end up falling to Cadaver, but now they know what the defense looks like for them. 2 players now pushing up. The dink lands and a bullet through the box will finish the deed. B site taken over, a 3v3 for the post.
30 seconds left.
Still cautious. I don't know that the site is cleared. Obviously, they don't have the site that we do. Delayed for a moment.
And the cam also delays a little bit more. Serial forced to take some fights into his own hands. Connects the first beautiful headshot, but then again through the smoke, that just shouts intuition. All down to Shin, but a bit overwhelmed by the bodies Focus have thrown into that problem. And Focus guarantee equilibrium at least at halftime.
I want to see those shots from Serial once again. Oh, he actually saw Severe there. Not Song, straight through the smoke. Knows exactly where the pre-fire. That could have been dangerous for Focus. The clock was ticking. Serial. Serial. 14-7. 2 KD. Having a great series right here. Great map. At that. And once more, mandatory. Having to go back onto Eco. And they've been great at this.
To be fair, half of mandatory's rounds were half buys.
Yeah.
So, you know, there may be a better chance here. But not really. Not realistically. Not when Focus are making all the right steps, right maneuvers. So, back to the drawing board for mandatory for the final round of the half.
Enemy remaining.
Let's see what they're working with. Hunter Suri on Cadaver. Takas 1 away from converging paths. Will they try and use any of these proactively? I guess we'll wait and see.
Once more, the YLA. Takas will pick up that operator. I think I saw it correctly. Takas was going towards mid with that op. Might be mistaken. Mandatory, they have to look for different avenues. Yeah, Takas going through mid. He wants to find Serial on that flank.
But do you want to be playing it aggressive? It looks like it will try and take a peek out. I don't think he spotted out anyone, so no one's looking at Art. Molzy considering there might be a pusher coming out from double doors. And that is indeed the case. This is a deep position for Takas. Cosmic Divide helping out for the A site main push, but still this backline play is well under control for Serial. The attack can see a lot of movement coming forth, but he also wants to play this one aggressively. Anti-Shurian counter action, but it doesn't matter when all your teammates are falling into the ground. It's big difficulty for Mandatory, and you need someone to step up quickly. 3 players to the back of his site, and they need to hold down the fort, but the job becomes a lot more difficult when the lockdown comes in. Forced to take a few steps back. The Boy Lewis bringing out his gun to take care of that. Pace creating another wall. Cadaver getting a pick though, and Survivor as well have equalized the standings. Look at this though. Flank coming in from Molesey. No one's looking in his direction, but will it matter when all of his teammates are dead? Cadaver, that is some lightning fast reactions. Your Boy Lewis is in trouble. And again, Molesey comes in a bit too late. Mandatory! They save the unsavable on the back foot. Get the defuse. Round 1. At least they see some decent success by the end of that half. Mandatory were able to win quite a few unreasonably difficult rounds, which has kept them close. Focus felt like they were in control for a lot of that, but not the big difference that they were expecting after Mandatory's upsets. Who will become out on top of this map? I feel like we've got a whole half that will paint that story.
Locating targets.
Focus fumbled quite many rounds on that first half. Let's see whether they can keep this one clean. Defensive side, I wouldn't say the easier one, but could be if you find some entry picks like Pace.
So, your attention moving away from mid gives you more space to think about A. It's a one-on-one. That's very quick with his reactions, but Chinook also has got that good aim to back up. Cadaver will get checked. Oh, this is scary. Cadaver gets both! Not again! Molesey turning the tides right back in focus. Control, especially with Serial on the lurk. Again, this is a chaotic round. This is fights taking place everywhere. Shin receives a bullet to the shin, but he can keep going. 2 crisp headshots needed. It's done. Good concuss, but Focus have got where that came from. They can just move forwards and spray across on the smoke, and it does land on Shin's body to close this one out. Focus finish what they started.
Hey, Pavlos, I feel like I highlighted the right player. Serial. Been incredible in this matchup. In this map. I think
That's very unnecessary. Can't do him like that, man. They won the round.
Yeah.
Turret out.
Hey, I mean, production does what production wants. And it's a humiliation ritual, like we had in case of Ciso on the previous one.
Hey.
So be it.
Indeed.
So Shinnick holding down position with the Outlaw. Isn't able to do too much, but Serial on the other hand gets the pick. Here comes the Outlaw duties though. And the pistols are getting a lot of impact in there as well. Not the end of the world in this round for Mandatory. They do achieve the spike plant. That's it. A 9th round to be put on the score sheet. But this is where the real fight begins. A gap is created, right? A buffer for Focus. It makes the job easier, but the job's not done.
It's interesting to see where Focus actually buys up some rifles here. Tries to double up, but it seems like that's not going to be the case. They want to reserve that economy. Multi will bring out a Guardian to kind of even out the odds. Mandatory.
Heading to the above.
Keep their numbers towards that B long area. Try to focus on that. Keep control of their focus. Slowly pushing towards A. Serial, the only player on this B side. Not gonna be able to connect this time.
No, he will not. Savai can hear a lot of this commotion. Oh, and the trip allows for the stars to align. That's glorious. That is a complete shutdown of the round. Forget what was about to happen on the retake. That's irrelevant. It's all over.
In an instant as well.
Yeah. I mean, he didn't really need to move much, right? He only had to reset his shooting a couple of times, but the crosshair even could stay in the same position, you know?
Yeah.
Pry open their minds. Find the weakness.
And now
composed 3K.
I do agree. Interesting to see. Pace will continue the trend of the duelist in this map and post up in the B long. With that up, it seems like it's gonna be the case. I think that was usually your job on the defensive side. Play that up in B long. Be ready to rotate quickly. You're quite out of the meta. And it's gonna be one of the duelists' job.
Locating targets.
Going for the lookout. And it does spot out Serial, and it does give Nams an attack the information to walk forward. Shinnick's run it back, doesn't really get too much out of that. Takas feeling online. And I feel like this round is again put into a very difficult position for Focus. You've got all your 3 players completely isolated. Goes without saying that one of these players need to step up if Focus need to stand the chance, but Mandatory do a great job of just holding back, being very composed, and making sure they guarantee this round sees its end the way they want it to.
I think Mandatory played Pearl just like how I would like to see it played. They play around mid as well. Utilize that, Takas. Find the spam as well, but Mandatory, they were so quick to take that space. Insert Natank deep. Find that first pick as well, having support coming through in different angles. Mandatory instantly pressuring Focus to make some kind of change in terms of where their players are positioning in the early round. You have to take more control of mid. That's what Mandatory are stating to Focus. But I think the idea for Mandatory right here is that they kind of want to create an illusion, maybe not even an illusion, but create pressure onto Focus that they're gonna place more players into mid on the defensive side, which opens up the sides for Mandatory. They can play more direct from B and A. If you condition Focus to play more players into mid, you always will find more space on the other side of the map. On the sides especially. Pace will be the only one having a gun in this round. For the side of Focus. Mandatory looking to equalize 2 rounds away to get closer to Focus.
We're getting really close. It's eerie. Hayes needs to step up and he knows. Connects the first shot. That's a good step in the right direction and wanted to go in for more, but may have overstepped as well. Couldn't quite connect the second. The third shot will end up hitting, but it's through a box. Your boilers can't get him out of trouble. Instead, he will fall as well, and Focus lose their advantage instantly.
Damage done. Shin and Kara, both low HP. Is it quite enough? Kara will make sure that the angles are checked with the drone. Natang pressuring Molsey. It seems like Mandatory feel comfortable in rotating towards B. They have information at least about 2 of the players for the side of Focus.
"30 seconds left."
Finally, the movement will be heard from Molsey. Serial over.
Spike planted.
So, this endeavor is going to get a lot tougher for the DAC representative. Suffocating with a util. We really do have a game on our hands. This is back to the drawing board. Sure, a couple of frags go Chinook's way. But the short distance shorty to the face will make that one work. I think the tank got confused how he connected that while being fully blind. Either way, it's Mandatory with a win. And Focus have got another bye. A very, very crucial round coming up.
Absolutely. Pace finally kind of connecting with that operator, getting great value, but not quite being able to find that second one. Oh, Natang will be happy that he took that shot, even though he had no clue on where to aim. And Mandatory, they're happy with this 8-9. Right now, 3 ults up, great economy, operator in hand for Shin. They have clear plan for the round.
Plan is set. But how quickly can Focus read into it? Armageddon taking away the retreat route. But Pace has got the pace to leave the area. Mandatory take up the control. And Focus are able to survive with no casualties. What's the setup going to look like? Cosmic Divide available, so it could split the site in 2. Both actually may be expended here from both sides. Push to come through, and a concuss could slow down the Focus efforts, but it doesn't seem to matter because Serial finds a gap to exploit. Still, have to handle back of the site. Savia still hanging around with a double kill. Your boy Lewis is alone, and it's so damn difficult to deal with all these corners. Savia steps up once again. An equalization found by the French Orc.
Oh. Tough for Focus. I think they're losing this half out of their hands. They have to go for a timeout. Serial was so crucial in the first half. Have been able to find something in the second half as well. But now you need someone else to step up as well on the plate. Mandatory are playing great. They're finding individual picks, but they're playing together as a team when they execute the rest of the side. They have so much utility. It's hard for Focus to play on site can't really play on site against this composition. You have to either fight forward or play retake. Retake did not really work. Let's see whether Focus can actually pull out something different here. Okay, probably will have something cooking up, especially with the 4 ultimates coming up. Focus will go onto a save, but Overdrive potentially expanded here. I think it's the only win condition for Focus in this round. It's not placed on the correct side of the map. When we look at the players from Mandatory.
It's true. It feels like Focus are supposed to sort of take a gamble here with the minimum amount of weapons available to them, but Serial and the Guardian, a proven entity. Mandatory want nothing of it. Spot him and no longer going to A.
Pink's coming through mid. Different avenue for Mandatory. Shin still installed deep in A. Looks like it's gonna be some kind of split towards A. And with Focus, nearly all of the players rotated towards B and out of the A side. It seems like they have to once more play retake. A good thing for them, they have Overdrive, they have running back, they have 1 player advantage so far.
30 seconds left.
They can keep that.
Yeah, ideally you get another pick, right? Kadabra gets spotted, so that would be the best target, but he's not alone, right? They're friends. Mandatory want to play this one aggressively. I feel that could blow up in the face, though. Focus have approached this. This is really, really interesting. Lockdown enabled. None of the Mandatory players will be affected by it, but it means they can't really enter the site that quickly. And Overdrive will definitely be enabled. Run it back as well. Focus are throwing everything into this. Guided Salvos doing damage towards where the spike is. Cosmic Divide as well, blocking out the view. And it seems that the rifles have been taken over by Focus and exploited against their initial users.
Thrifty.
4th one on the block, I think. If I didn't miss one Thrifty. Oh, 2 for Focus, 2 for Mandatory in terms of the Thrifties. But to me, that was more equal. Sure, in terms of the weaponry, Focus didn't have anything. They had Sheriffs, 1 Guardian in hands of Serial, but they had so many ultimates that they were free to use, and they did. They utilized those ults so good that they're the first team to double digits. Operator in hands of Pace. Will he find the first pick?
Ooh, no, he will not. And a bit too far out of the corner. So couldn't really drop back either. Your boy Lewis, I don't think he believed that he got the double kill there. But Mandatory have brought up the pace. They've got the numbers here.
Planted.
Focus need to work this one together, and with the pick onto attackers, now they've given themselves a fair chance.
Covering it.
I'm looking at how Mandatory are moving. Caddy's going all the way behind. Could be a nasty surprise for Focus if they don't move quickly. Savaya trying to lure attention in this direction, but Mozzie's going to get caught. There's no way he's going to read this on time. Indeed, Kadabra showing himself. And it feels like a bit of a checkmate moment. Flash into the smoke. Aldro thrown in, and Savaya able to somehow stay on top of the situation, even through the blind.
Do what you're here to do.
And this game is far from being decided.
We saw some overtimes yesterday. I think this definitely could be something similar. Pace. I think it's been shaky in terms of how Pace is finding those entries. Could be 50-50 pretty much. That flick not quite connecting. I think he moved a little bit, so the flick didn't quite go through.
Yeah.
That That's what causes Mandatory's collapse onto that A side. B long taken now instantly for the side of Mandatory.
Tell you what though, Focus have asserted themselves on B, and I feel like Mandatory have felt this. Drone sent over to A. Nothing really nearby, and this is going to give a lot of space for Survivor to kind of move into. Having 2 drones available is definitely useful for Mandatory, and they've been using it masterfully to gain information in space. Chinook again, no cover for him. This is risky, so can only trade out his life. Only good for the one. Molzy in trouble. Moves out into the open, not yet spotted. This is really important for him. Can he stick around? Yes, he can. Serial can't say the same, though. Swing out from Shin, and he's got the right crosshair lineup for it. Your boy Lewis wants to step up. Deny the plant. It's massive. Pays as well. 14 seconds. Shin needs to get a move on. Knows where his opponent is. But your boy Lewis does a great job at crouching in that fight, completely destabilizing his opponent's aim, and Focus are right back in winning ways.
Ballsy play from Lewis. Just to jump through that smoke. Deny the spike. Find all of those kills as well. Back and forth. I mean, it feels like Focus is so uncomfortable when Mandatory runs this map. They feel so uncomfortable in terms of where they place. They don't want to hold that mid too long, but then again, you kind of have to do something there. They lost so much control over that round, but still somehow came on top. No, not quite sure. Yeah, I mean, I guess Mandatory's timeout was the more expected one. 2 big ultimates coming in. They could do even a fast execute with this. Cosmic Divide, easy way to plant. Armageddon, easy way to deny a lot of ground for the side of Focus. Pings coming through onto B side. That's the most prominent with these 2 ults as well. So, Mandatory in a crucial position. 1 round away from Focus's map point. You don't really have the economy to lose this one.
Yeah, Focus do have the contingency of another map to fall back to. Mandatory don't. It's
Gotta go. Shortcut.
do or bust. He's damaged up, but crucially staying alive. Mandatory will continue the pursuit, but look at the spike. That's over towards A. This is going to sell quite the fake. But Pay's shutting it down where it stands. Already causes issues for Mandatory. Losing most of your players. Sure, you might find ground control over an A. Sure, you might get the spike down, but Focus is going to come at you in numbers, and Chinook will deny 1 more to be in that fight.
Did they overcook it? I mean, I think it's a decent cook. But Pace with 23 HP being able to be a menace there. Find 2 kills in a matter of seconds. Now Mandatory having to clutch this one if they want a chance.
I mean, it might be a good recipe, but the execution is what matters sometimes. And your boy Lewis taking care of an attack means that Shin has to do it single-handedly. The gravity well, perhaps. That should delay for a mere second. But is it enough? Stuck by your boy Lewis. 2 players lining up in front of Shin's face. Focus on map, series point, and 1 point away from eliminating Mandatory from the competition.
Match point.
Hey, this could become the first game that Focus win in the playoff stages of Challengers. I think it's a long overdue thing. Lewis being back on Focus, them having the best roster that they've ever fielded. In many people's opinion, I think it's been always great But this focus just feels like something else. Overdrive, run it back online, A main.
Is looking to take this fight head on. Blinded initially, and the wall has kind of created a barrier between the two sides. I want to focus trying to play this one aggressively.
It's overpowered.
Running low.
Mandatories, dreams and hopes. I think they got crushed down. Not in A lobby, but Serial being that serial killer once more. Damn.
This is how it ends.
He just absolutely shut them down. Could this be it?
It could be. I mean, especially with the discrepancy right now in all the numbers. Savia
30
and
seconds
Takas
left.
both
Knocking down.
need to do quite a bit.
Right there.
And Mozzie's just seeing everything unfold. Knows he doesn't have to take a risk. The rest of the team is following up.
Come on, let's go.
And even though the heroic
enemy
efforts from
remaining.
Mandatory all game long, keeping it close, keeping it competitive, it
Defenders
just will
win.
not be enough.
For a deep
Mandatory
Any-
shut down, eliminated, and Focus seal the deal, breaking the curse of not winning Challengers EMEA playoffs matches. They have finally done it, and they take down Mandatory in the process.
The crucial place to win that match might have a shot at VCT EMEA play-ins. Well, they have a shot. They have to win one more team. Not quite sure which one it's gonna be to face against Focus, but it's not gonna be easy for sure. That one I know, but Focus, a great performance, great 2-0 here. I wasn't quite expecting that one.
For sure, a very competitive game, and they had to dig deep for that one. Mandatory, very disruptive all the way through. But enough yapping from us. Let's get some yapping from the desk. Throwing it over to you.
That we can do. It is Mandatory, unfortunately out of the competition, but I think it felt like a foregone conclusion from map one, really. In some senses, this was even more competitive. You know, there were moments where this fell out of Focus's control, but they grasped a hold of it once again, Echo.
Yeah, Mandatory, they had moments where you felt like maybe they'd be able to keep themselves in, take it to that map 3 of Haven, but instead they are eliminated. LCQ awaits them at the very least, but for Focus, they're moving forward in the bracket, and I mean, Pay's a big part of that.
Absolutely a big part of that. I mean, in general, it would be one of the individuals to highlight, but I think today actually felt like the big day of Sentinels.
Ooh.
It's in this case Serial. Earlier on it was Magnum. Those individuals really popping off, and they're more controller-like, you know, establishing the situation as they want it to be situations. It's a rough day actually to be a duelist somehow also today, because Takas on the bottom of the scoreboard for Mandatory really didn't find a grip at all, and it's a sad story again for the French side to lose a team like this. I mean, potentially losing both teams today if they're having a bad day. So yeah, props to Focus. I think sticking through it and properly playing this one out, especially on the first map, was well deserved. Now bigger fish are waiting for them.
Yeah, that's the problem with being in the lower bracket from the get-go, is you just have to go up against whoever falls into your path here. And I believe up next for them will be Misa Esports at the bottom.
Okay, winnable.
Winnable, yeah, I know, probably the better draw for them out of that and Na'Vi Junior, I would say, based off of their last performance against them. But they even put up a fight against Na'Vi Junior, so I think they would relish the opportunity to have a rematch against them at the very least. But like, they're going to have to come up against difficult teams no matter who they come into for this, and it's a long road to get to the top 3 from the lower bracket. Of course, Enterprise took the easy route, right? They got into the top 3 just by winning a couple of games. They're in there, that's absolutely fine. You drop to the lower bracket, much more difficult, Echo.
Yeah, that's really the big issue, and for me now, where we're looking at this, it's still a long road to push on forward. Like, no more mistakes, basically, is what you can say here. No mistakes, there's no second chances, you've just got to keep on pushing. And Well, it's possible now for Focus. Misa, absolutely winnable, but that lower round 3, you know, you could be against Na'Vi, you could be against someone like Job Life. Like, there's some good teams to go up against in that lower round 3 to make it up into that top 3. It's not easy.
It's an exhausting road. I think this is the most important part. It's so exhausting. It's draining you all day, all week long, official after official. You know that you're gonna have to play this warm-up track, and then you're coming yourself into that very important best of 3, and you know it's over at that point in time. Your year's basically over, except you win that lower bracket final, and that's gonna be a tough one because that means either Enterprise or Reborn. None of the two are fun. Either way, you know, it's great to see Focus put up that fight, and I think it's also, like, you know, important for them to kind of, you know, redeem themselves in that sense, to not be eliminated this early on.
Speaking of which, I have an interview ready with Coach Kinney, so I'll say goodbye to you guys for just a little bit. I'll join you in a second. Kinney, how are you doing? Congratulations on the win.
Obviously, I'm doing great. So finally 2-0, not like long dragged out overtime, best of 3.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of which, right, your game yesterday against Na'Vi Junior, you surprised, I think, a lot of people, especially, you know, going into this one. I think Na'Vi Junior, after their performance in the last stage, were looking like a really good team. You came up against them, you won the first map and made map 2 very difficult as well. I was just wondering, going into this, you know, do you see yourself as the kind of team that would have to make a lower bracket run? Are you an underdog coming into this tournament with these teams, or do you see yourselves as having higher aspirations than that?
For sure, we are having higher aspirations. I think on a, like, if we play our game, I think we can compete with anyone. And I think even yesterday, especially map 2, from my POV, like, they were, like, in the end, I think we had a good run, and then we lost, like, some, I call it unfortunate anti-ecos in some rounds we shouldn't have lost. We could have, like, I think we should have won the series 2-0. On the last map, in the second half, I think Na'Vi Junior was the clear better team, so we lost deserved in the end, but I think we should have won this game.
Well, you may get a rematch at some point, depending on how the next couple of days go. But of course, before that, you've got Misa Esports tomorrow. Do you see them as a difficult opponent? Do you think you're just going to pull out the same kind of stuff as today against Mandatory?
I mean, I think every team you face at this stage is a difficult team. We know them from scrims. We know, like, they have individual firepower, and we respect that. But I think if you show up like today, I think it's gonna be good as today.
Okay, great. I mean, obviously, being in the lower bracket, there's now a fire under you. Can't lose a game, and obviously a lot on the line when it comes to play-ins. Do you have, you know, a goal further than play-ins? Is it just get in there, see what happens, and then kind of map our road out from there, or are you looking further than play-ins as it stands already?
I mean, if I ever join a competition where I say I don't want anything less than, like, win it all, then I might as well retire. So, like, right now, obviously, I want to win the Challenger 3, but then of course, like, when we qualify for play-ins, I want to win that as well, and then the next stage is also. Like, I'm always there to win, and I think the boys are also.
Yeah, I mean, you can tell in the server, I think, obviously, you know, I think Focus have come up against a lot of tough situations. I mean, in the last couple of days, as it stands, you know, so many times where you've, you know, kind of lost a bit of momentum and had to really fight back into the games. Is that something that you think your team is good at specifically, is just kind of having a good resolve, getting back into tough situations?
I think yes, and also it helps when you, when you win, like, these close games, it shows, okay, no matter if your backs are against the wall, no matter, like, how the situation is, you prove to yourself, like, that you can always come back, and I think that just helped us in general. I think we are really good in these situations.
Yeah. Okay, awesome. Well, congratulations once again on your win.
Thank you.
Best of luck with prep for your next few games. It's a long road in the lower bracket, so you know, good luck in that one.
Thank you very much.
All right. So, again, you know, I think that's good. That's hope. That's hope right there. It's what you need, is just to be able to, you know, go, okay, we've got a tough task. We're going to make it work, Vozesh.
It is one of those things, again, like you say, it's going to be long days. It's very draining. The road is so annoying. but the road of playing those last chance qualifiers is worse. This is going to be even more annoying, I can tell you that. So at that point in time, I mean, congratulations to them. There's few things I hope to take away from this game in particular. I think when we talk about their defense, I wish Focus would just be one of those teams that dare a bit more from time to time. They have the players to not always play purely on retake, to purely play on controlling the site. They can do better than this. They can do better than this. But at the same time, it feels like their style is just not comfortable with that right now. Maybe it's because they know from practice games that they are giving away too many kills, too many openings to the opponent when they do this and allow this freedom. It's a tough spot to be in. I still hope that's going to be the case, because today already got tight. It got problematic when defending, and I wish for a bit more diversity, creativity in that department, really.
And like a team like Misa, who they're going up against next, could potentially exploit that as well, right? If they can go aggressive in the post plant, try and disrupt the retake if they give up sites, as Focus typically do, there's a chance for Misa to try and take advantage of it.
That means I need to first of all see that on their T side they're getting on site in time. I think this is actually pretty good for Focus, to be honest, when they're playing against them. I'm more afraid against if it's again Navi, if it is Reborn or Enterprise there at the end of the day. Against them it's gonna be more problematic. First of all, game after game, hurdle after hurdle. Misa tomorrow is gonna be pretty interesting. Misa have a title to defend, but the game today against Reborn looked disastrous. I mean, maybe we're gonna see the bracket again or not, but either way, it's a tough road for those teams down there.
Yeah, we will take a look at that bracket now. Just remind ourselves of where we are here. The teams that remain, we have said goodbye, unfortunately, to EMEA as well, who, after a really good group stage, look, an upwards trajectory through the year for this team, they do fall at the first couple of hurdles here in the playoffs, and mandatory as well. We have said goodbye to everybody else. Still remains, it's Navi Junior and Job Life fighting for survival in that second game tomorrow, and Misa versus Focus. We don't have an update just yet on which game will be on the main stream, but we do know, of course, that we will be watching Enterprise Esports versus Reborn there in the upper bracket, and that should be an incredibly exciting one. So I'll throw it over to you guys for a quick closing thoughts. Echo.
Yeah, regardless of the lower match we see, I'm happy. I think they should both be good. They're going to be very exciting, but I'm mostly looking forward to Enterprise and Reborn. I think that is going to be such a banger. Potentially the finals before the finals as well. To me, they're both the two top strongest teams in the tournament. I'd expect to see them in the grand final, so that is the one that you cannot miss.
It's an insane test for Enterprise again. I mean, today they withstood the challenge that looked extremely difficult at the start but turned out very easy against Navi Junior. Reborn just had an absolute easy time so far. They demolished Misa. Really, they took them apart. No chance at all. This one is going to be a very interesting one because it's a true test. On the lower bracket side, I mean, who's going to survive there is the question. I think we're going to go back and see Navi versus Focus, and who is it going to be then? This is actually making it pretty interesting to see how the lower bracket unfolds. For me right now, Challengers 3 at least proves that there's a lot of potential with all those tier 2 teams, and they are continuously improving. We have pretty much absolute evidence of this right here. So yeah, it seems like Challengers 3 is not that boring after all.
Yeah, indeed. We will be crowning our top 4 tomorrow, so stick around for that one. Same place, same time, same channel, same beautiful, wonderful cast involved, and there will be some great games. So please join us tomorrow, and for now, good night.
Y'all sit back and watch me speak. About to take over your screen. Talking bulls in 93. Talking mom, I'm on TV. Y'all know all I do is me. All I do is me. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and all I know, my money green. About to snap and make a scene. My cup off and make this free. My cup off and make them scream. Go back off for TMZ. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch. Watch me. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Money long, nothing on credit. I got style, don't catch no feelings. All this bread ain't got no lettuce. I got style, don't catch no feelings. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Watch me. Sit back. Sit back. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back.
run until I barely feel my feet. Wanna see it through my own eyes. There's no going back, and I'm not afraid anymore. Cause I know I'm gonna be the last one standing. Yeah, I'm not afraid anymore. Yeah, I don't wanna wait anymore. I'm ready to fall, I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes, I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn, alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down. See that I'm surrounded by